Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. My name is Ben, and our family rule was always a game. A silly little secret that felt more like a tradition than anything real. Something my dad had taught me when I was a little kid in our own safe, sunny backyard. He'd get down on one knee, put his hands on my shoulders, and put on this serious face that would always crack into a grin by the end. "Okay, champ," he'd say, "what's the most important rule for when we go camping in the deep woods?" I'd puff out my chest and recite. If I see a daddy that isn't you, I close my eyes and count to 50. He'd laugh and tickle me, saying, "That's right. Even if other daddy promises a whole gallon of ice cream, or says he's lost a puppy, you shut those peepers and count." Loud. It was our thing, a spooky story we treated like a handshake, passed down from my grandfather to him, and from him to me. I never once thought about where it came from. It was just part of our family, like my mom's meatloaf recipe, or the weird way we opened Christmas presents one at a time. So when I had my own son, I passed it on the same way, turning it into a fun quiz during car rides. "Hey buddy," I'd say, glancing at him in the rearview mirror, "what do you do if you're by the creek and you see a mommy who looks just like your mommy, but she's calling you from the wrong side of the trees?" His little voice would chirp back. I go, "Nope," and I close my eyes and count really loud to 50. We'd both laugh, and his mother would smile and shake her head, calling us both goofballs. It was a game. It was only ever a game. That's what I believed right up until the weekend. We were set to go to the old family campsite, the very same spot my dad and grandfather had always gone. I was hauling our gear out of the basement storage, the smell of old canvas and mildew filling the air, feeling that good kind of ache in my shoulders from lifting the heavy tent bag. My son was buzzing around my legs, trying to drag his tiny backpack stuffed with toy trucks, and my wife was upstairs making a mountain of sandwiches. I was looking for the old propane stove when I kicked a cardboard box I hadn't noticed before. It was taped shut, dusty, and had my dad's messy handwriting on the side. "Camp stuff don't toss." With a grunt, I ripped the tape off. Inside weren't pots or pans, but a stack of my grandfather's things. There was a brass compass, a few rusting fishing lures, and at the bottom, a leather-bound journal. The cover was cracked and felt dry, like an old leaf. I sat on the concrete floor, my son momentarily distracted by a spider, and flipped it open. The first pages were exactly what you'd expect. My grandfather had written in neat, precise lines about the weather, the fish he'd caught, the way the pine trees looked in the morning fog. He mentioned my dad as a boy, getting his line tangled. It was sweet, a window into a man I remembered mostly for his rough hands and loud laugh. I was about to close it and pack it away as a nice little relic when I turned a page and the writing changed. It was about halfway through the book. The neat penmanship broke. The words became jagged, frantic, scribbled in so tight they almost overlapped. The ink changed too, from blue to a weird, rusty brown color in places. He wasn't writing about fish anymore. The entry was dated just a few months before he died. He wrote, "It's not a story. I was wrong to make it a story. It watches. It doesn't come from the dark. It comes from the corner of your eye. It learns your walk. It practices your laugh." David saw it once, when he was 7. David was my father. My throat went dry. I read on, my thumb smudging the old ink. It offers things. It uses your voice. It knows what you want to hear. The rule isn't a game. The rule is a shield. Closing your eyes, it hates that. The counting, the sound of your own voice, it pushes it back. It needs you to look. It needs you to believe it's you. A chill, sharp and electric, shot down my back. This wasn't the grandpa I knew. This was a terrified man writing in the dim light of a lantern. He described a feeling of being copied, a sensation of something studying him from just beyond the firelight, something that looked like a man made of shifting bark and stolen shadow, but could smooth its face into a perfect reflection if you stared too long. The last sentence on that page made my breath catch. It doesn't just want you. It wants the line. It wants the family. I slammed the book shut. My heart was hammering against my ribs. Down in that basement, with the single bulb swinging overhead, the world felt tilted. My son ran over and bumped into my leg. "Daddy, what's that?" he asked, pointing at the journal. "Just an old book from your great-grandpa," I said, and my voice sounded strange to my own ears, too high and tight. I forced a smile. Go see if mommy needs help with the cookies." He scampered off, and I just sat there, holding the leather book like it was a live wire. It had to be nonsense. My grandpa had gotten old. He'd spent too many lonely nights in the woods. His mind had played tricks. Everyone knew isolation could do funny things. I tried to pack the thought away with the journal, shoving it deep into my own backpack, underneath my socks. I told myself I'd show it to my wife later, and we'd have a good chuckle about Grandpa's overactive imagination. But the words kept echoing in my head. It wants the line. It wants the family. That night, the night before we left, the rule came up again. I was checking the locks on the doors, a normal habit, when I heard my wife's voice from our son's bedroom. She was tucking him in. I paused in the hallway, listening to the soft murmur of their goodnight ritual. She said, "And what's our special camping rule, Sweet Pea?" He recited it perfectly, his voice sleepy and sure. "If I see other mommy or other daddy, I close my eyes super tight and I count to 50 super loud." There was a pause. I could picture her smoothing his hair. Then she whispered something else, her voice so low I almost didn't catch it. "That's my brave boy. You remember that. Because the other me, she gets very lonely out there. And she tells lies." I felt frozen in the hallway. That was new. That was not part of the rule. The rule was just close and count. It was a defensive move, a way to shut out something scary. This was different. This was giving the thing a motive, a personality. Lonely. Liar. It made it real in a way it had never been before. After she came out and shut his door softly, I followed her into our bedroom. "What was that?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The part about her being lonely and lying? She was folding a sweater, not looking at me. "Oh, that's just the part my grandma always added. I guess it slipped your family's mind." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes the way it usually did. It was a small thing, a tiny crack in our normal routine, but combined with the journal, it felt huge. "Did your grandma ever see anything?" I asked. She shrugged, placing the sweater in her suitcase. "She just said the woods were old, and old places have their own rules. It's probably nothing. Now, did you pack the bug spray?" The conversation was over. I lay in bed that night staring at the ceiling, listening to her steady breathing beside me. My mind was a riot. The journal. The new, twisted version of the rule. Was I being ridiculous? Was I letting some old scribbles and family superstition spook me? We'd been to that campsite a dozen times. Nothing had ever happened. By morning, I'd convinced myself I was being paranoid. The sun was shining, my son was bouncing with excitement, and the open road awaited. As I carried the bags to the car, I felt the weight of the journal in my backpack. Part of me wanted to leave it behind, to bury it back in that dusty box. But another part, a part one didn't want to acknowledge, needed to have it with me. Maybe it was a tribute to my grandfather. Or maybe it was a compass, pointing toward a truth I was too scared to face head-on. I threw the bag in the trunk. We piled into the car, my wife navigating, my son already asking if we were there yet from the back seat. As I pulled out of our driveway, our safe, ordinary house shrinking in the mirror, everything felt normal again. It was just a family trip. We sang along to the radio, we pointed at cows, we stopped for gas station slushies. The journal was just a book. The rule was just a game. I kept telling myself that as the city faded and the trees began to rise, green and endless, on either side of the highway, the road narrowed, winding deeper into the state forest, towards the specific turnoff my dad had shown me, the one his dad had shown him. The air coming through the windows smelled of pine and damp earth. My son, hyped up on sugar and adventure, was chattering nonstop about the fish he was going to catch, the forts he would build. Then, as we took a particularly sharp turn down a gravel road, he went quiet for a moment. He was looking out his window at the dense, shadowy wall of trees, his forehead pressed against the glass. In a small, thoughtful voice, almost lost under the crunch of the tires, he asked a question. "Daddy." "Yeah, buddy? If the other me is so lonely out there, why doesn't anyone ever go and play with him?" I glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes were wide, curious, and utterly serious. My wife looked over her shoulder at him, her expression unreadable. I had no answer. The engine hummed, the trees pressed in closer, and the only sound was the gravel pinging underneath the car. We just kept driving, further and further in, and the weight in my backpack felt heavier than ever. The game was over. We were following the rules, but I was starting to fear we were reading from different pages, and the woods themselves were waiting to see how the story would end. The first thing that hits you about the woods isn't the trees, it's the air. It's cool and still and waits for you to make a sound. We bumped down the last rutted track, and there it was, our family clearing. It was exactly as I remembered, a perfect green circle carpeted with soft pine needles, ringed by ancient, towering pines like quiet sentinels. A cheerful little creek chuckled along one edge, the sound instantly cutting through the last of my car-tripped nerves. "We're here!" my son yelled, exploding from the car before it had fully stopped. His joy was contagious. My wife breathed a deep, happy sigh, smiling at me, and for a glorious hour, everything was perfect. The journal, the whispered addition to the rule, my own stupid dread. It all melted away in the simple, sweaty work of making camp. I wrestled the tent poles together, my son helped by handing me the wrong things, and my wife organized the cooking gear with her usual efficient calm. The sun dappled through the branches, birds chirped somewhere high above, and the smell of dirt and pine sap was the smell of childhood. This was right. This was how it was supposed to be. We were home. As the afternoon light started to soften into a golden dusk, I headed to the edge of the clearing to gather some good firewood. My son was busy arranging a battalion of pinecone soldiers by the tent, and my wife said she was going to wash her hands in the creek. I was bent over, snapping a dry branch, when I glanced up. She was standing by the water's edge, not washing. She was just standing there, completely still, looking down at the flowing stream. Her back was to me. The way she stood was so motionless, it didn't seem natural. Not a twitch, not a shift of weight. She was a statue. I straightened up, a bundle of sticks in my arms, watching her. A minute ticked by, then another. She didn't move. A strange feeling, cold and slick, started in my stomach. "Hey!" I called out, my voice too loud in the quiet grove. She didn't jump. She just turned her head slowly, smoothly, and then her whole body followed. Her face broke into a wide, warm smile the instant she saw me. "See anything interesting?" I asked, walking toward her, trying to sound normal. "Just the rocks," she said, her voice light and easy. "The way the water moves around them is so pretty." She held her hands up, wiggling her fingers. All clean, but her hands weren't wet. They were bone dry. Not a drop of shining creek water on her skin. I looked from her dry hands to her smiling face, and the cold feeling in my gut tightened. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and carried the wood back to the fire pit. Maybe she'd just dipped her fingertips. Maybe the sun had dried them already. I was making problems where there weren't any. Night fell properly, and the fire became our world. We roasted hot dogs, my son got marshmallow all over his chin, and we told silly jokes. But I kept noticing the absence of other sounds. No crickets sang. No owls called. The usual nighttime racket of the forest was just gone. It was as if someone had put a glass dome over our clearing. Only the crackle of our fire and the gurgle of the creek filled the space. I tried to ignore it, clinging to our normal routines. Should we tell the other me stories? I suggested, forcing a grin. It was a tradition. My dad would tell hilariously spooky tales about the other him, trying to do mundane things like grill burgers badly or tell unfunny jokes. My wife's reaction was immediate and sharp. "No," she said, her voice firm, cutting through the warm air. Let's not give it any ideas tonight." She looked right at me, and her eyes in the firelight looked dark, the pupils swallowing the warm color. My son pouted, but she was adamant. The tradition, one of the pillars of these trips, was broken. Just like that, the weird quiet of the woods pressed in a little closer. Later, after our boy was zipped into his sleeping bag in the tent, already breathing the deep, even breaths of sleep, she and I sat by the dying fire, sipping burnt coffee. We didn't talk much. The missing sounds of the forest were a presence between us. I kept thinking about the journal, about her dry hands. I needed to know. It was a stupid, desperate idea, but I had to test the water. I cleared my throat. "Remember that time up here?" I began, keeping my voice casual, "when we were first dating and that huge moose charged our tent. I've never been so scared in my life." It was a complete lie. A fabrication. The worst thing that had ever happened was a curious deer sniffing around our food bag. She took a slow sip of her coffee, gazing into the embers. Then she nodded, a small, remembering smile on her lips. "God, yes. I can still hear the snorting. Terrifying. You were so brave." My blood turned to ice in my veins. She didn't just agree, she added details. She believed the lie, or she was pretending to. I couldn't tell which possibility was worse. I just nodded back, my mouth too dry to speak. That's when we heard it. From the black wall of trees just beyond the ring of our firelight, a voice. It was my voice. Not an echo, not a mimic, but my exact tone, my exact cadence, the slight rasp I get when I'm tired. It was a whisper, but it carried perfectly in the motionless air. "Psst, hey, over here. Look." Every hair on my body stood up. My wife's head snapped toward the sound. Her face, lit from below by the fire's glow, was a mask of pure shock. I was on my feet, my heart slamming against my ribs. I fumbled for my powerful headlamp, my fingers numb and clumsy, and finally switched it on. The bright white beam cut a tunnel into the darkness, sweeping across tree trunks, over ferns, finding nothing. I panned back and forth, my breath coming in short gasps. Then, for just a fraction of a second, the light caught something. Two small, faint, greenish reflections, set at exactly the height my own eyes would be if I were standing out there. They didn't glow with the warm tapetum lucidum of a deer or a raccoon. They were a sickly, pale green like old lichen. They were there, and then they were gone. Vanished. "Did you see that?" I whispered hoarsely. She was standing now too, close to me. "See what?" she asked, her voice thin. There was nothing. An animal. Just an animal. But she was trembling. I kept the light on the spot for a full minute, but nothing moved. The forest offered no explanation. We eventually sat back down, but the peace was shattered. We both jumped at every normal pop from the fire. The idea of sleeping felt impossible. When we finally did crawl into the tent, the close, familiar space felt different. It felt like the only safe container in a vast, watchful blackness. My son slept on, innocent and unaware. My wife settled into her sleeping bag, her back to me. I lay on my back, staring at the dark fabric of the tent ceiling, listening. The nothingness outside was a physical pressure. Then I had a thought, a small, practical, paranoid thought. As quietly as I could, I unzipped my bag and felt around in my own backpack. My fingers closed on a small, metal carabiner clip I used for keys. Moving with slow, deliberate care, I reached up to the tent's main door flap. Inside the zipper pull, there was a small hole. I hooked the carabiner through it and then clipped it to a loop of fabric on the tent wall beside it. It was a lock. A simple, stupid little lock from the inside. I told myself it was for bears, for raccoons, for any wandering creature. But as I lay back down, my eyes adjusted to the dark, and I could see the silhouette of my wife beside me. I knew exactly what, or who, I was trying to keep out. The rest of the night passed in a jagged series of shallow dozes and sudden, panicked awakenings where I'd stare at the tent door, expecting to see a silhouette against the nylon. But nothing happened. The deep, pre-dawn hours brought a deep chill, and the need to pee became an urgent, physical demand I could no longer ignore. Gritting my teeth, I slowly, silently, unclipped the carabiner. The zipper sounded like a ripping seam in the perfect quiet. I crawled out into the cold, my breath pluming in the air, and took a few steps away from the tent, my body tense as a coiled spring. The job done, I turned to hurry back to the feeble safety of the tent. And that's when I heard it, her voice. My wife's voice. It came from the other side of the tent, soft and sweet, the voice she used for bedtime stories. She was talking. Not to me. I stood frozen, my feet rooted to the cold ground. I heard my son's name, whispered lovingly. Then I heard her say, "Just out here, sweetheart. Come see the pretty stars with me." A soft, sleepy mumble answered from inside the tent. My son was awake, and she was out here with him, but I had just left her inside, asleep. I was sure of it. My lungs forgot how to work. I stood in the biting cold, listening to my wife soothe our son from outside the tent, while the woman I had just left sleeping not 10 feet away had not made a sound. The most terrifying sound I have ever heard was my wife's voice coming from outside the tent, while my wife's hand was pressed over my mouth. In that instant, the world snapped into a sharp, horrible focus. The cold air wasn't just cold, it was a blade against my skin. The faint glow from the dead fire's embers wasn't light, it was a reveal. I had just crawled back inside, my mind screaming with what I'd heard, and before I could even process it, a shape moved in the dark beside me. A hand, warm and familiar, clamped down hard over my lips, and another arm wrapped around my chest, pulling me close. I could feel her body trembling against mine, a violent, frantic vibration. Her breath was hot and panicked in my ear. She didn't speak. She just pointed, her fingers shaking so badly it was a blur, toward the mesh window of the tent. I followed her gaze. Outside, silhouetted against the dull orange glow of the embers, was a figure. It was kneeling right by the tent wall, its head tilted close to the fabric. It was her, my wife. The curve of the shoulders, the fall of the hair, the posture of a mother leaning in to whisper to her child. and it was whispering. The voice was a perfect, honeyed copy, seeping through the thin nylon. They glow so pretty like little lanterns. You just have to come see. Follow my voice, my sweet boy. Inside the tent, a small rustle. My son. In his sleeping bag, he was sitting up. His eyes were open, but they looked wrong, glassy and unfocused, reflecting the dim light with a blank sheen. He was asleep. He was sleepwalking. His small hands were fumbling with the zipper of the tent door, working at it with a slow, dreamy determination. He was answering the call. A low, guttural sound of pure rage boiled up in my throat, muffled by my real wife's hand. Every instinct, every cell in my body was screaming to move, to break out, to attack. I tensed to burst forward, but my wife's grip on me tightened with a desperate strength. She pulled her mouth to my ear, her voice the faintest, most urgent scrape of sound. "The rule," she hissed, her words trembling. "We have to do the rule. Close our eyes. We have to count." In that splinter of a second, a war raged inside me. The ancestral command, the shield passed down for generations, said to shut it out, to deny it with closed eyes and a loud voice. But the deeper, older command, the one written in my blood as a father, roared at me to fight, to grab my child and run. I chose. I tore my wife's hand from my mouth and lunged. I didn't zip the door open. I tore at it, the fabric ripping with a sickening sound. I erupted from the tent into the night with a wordless roar, my voice raw and monstrous in the stillness. The thing kneeling outside didn't startle. It turned its head toward me, and in the faint light I saw my wife's face, but her expression was all wrong, a placid, curious look, like I was an interesting bug. Then it moved. It didn't stand up and run. It flowed. One moment it was kneeling, the next it was a streak of dark motion. It swept an arm into the tent, and I heard my son let out a soft, sleepy grunt as he was gathered up. Then it was gone, melting into the black maze of trees with my boy cradled against it. My scream this time had words. "No!" I charged after them, my feet pounding on the cold earth, my breath already sawing in my lungs. Behind me, I heard my wife's cry and her footsteps following. Our headlamps were still in the tent, useless. We ran blind, guided only by the crashing sounds ahead of us, but they weren't the right sounds. There were no snapping twigs, no rustling ferns. It was a different sound, a soft, slithering rustle, like leaves being dragged over smooth ground. The forest itself seemed to turn against us. A branch I'd known was there for years wasn't. A familiar path between two big boulders was choked with new growth. The usual landmarks had vanished, swallowed by the uniform, oppressive dark. We were in a labyrinth, and the thing was the keeper, hurting us deeper. His name! Scream his name! My wife shrieked from behind me, her voice breaking with tears and terror. So we did. We screamed our son's name until our throats were raw, the sound swallowed by the endless, watchful trees. We tripped over roots we couldn't see. Our hands scraped raw on bark as we stumbled and caught ourselves. We were two frantic animals, stripped of all reason, driven only by a primal, consuming fear. Then, during a brief moment where I had to stop, bent over with a stitch burning in my side, I managed to flick on the small flashlight I'd grabbed from my pocket. I aimed its weak beam ahead, sweeping it across the nightmare gallery of tree trunks. And I saw them. For just a second, maybe 30 yards ahead, the light touched them. The thing was not running. It was moving with a strange, gliding motion, its legs seeming to work all wrong. And my son was in its arms, his head nestled against its neck, his body perfectly relaxed. He wasn't struggling. He wasn't crying. He looked like he was being carried to bed after falling asleep on the couch. The sight of that peaceful surrender knocked the last of the wind from me. "Stop!" I croaked, but it was already gone, vanished behind a thicket of pine. We pushed on, but the hope was leaking out of us with every ragged breath. The crashing, sliding sound ahead faded, then stopped altogether. We skidded to a halt, standing in a small, unfamiliar hollow, our bodies heaving. The only sounds now our own desperate gasps and choked sobs. We had lost. The chase was over. The forest had won. We clung to each other, two broken figures in the vast, uncaring dark, the totality of our failure a physical weight crushing us into the dirt. We had abandoned the rule, and we had lost our boy. My wife's whole body shook with silent, shuddering tears against my chest. I had nothing left. No plan, no hope, no strength. I was ready to lie down in that hollow and let the cold take me. Then, from a small grove of younger trees just ahead, a voice floated to us. It was our son's voice, clear, calm, and completely alert. It held no trace of sleep, no fear, no confusion. "Mommy?" "Daddy," he called out, his tone bright and almost conversational. "I found the butterflies. They're right here." The words hung in the motionless air. My wife and I went rigid. Our tears stopped. We slowly, painfully, pulled apart and looked toward the sound. There, in a small circle of slender trees, a soft, eerie glow seemed to emanate from the ground itself. And in the center of that glow, we could just make out the small shape of our son, standing and waiting for us, as if he'd simply wandered off to look at pretty lights. The horror of the chase was gone, replaced by a new, deeper dread that sat in my stomach like a stone. He sounded so normal. He sounded like he'd just found an interesting rock. But the words were all wrong. Butterflies. At night. In a grove that glowed. We looked at each other, my wife's face a mask of smeared dirt and stunned disbelief. There was no choice. We had to go to him. Hand in hand, we walked forward, leaving the terror of the wild chase behind and stepping into the quiet, waiting mystery of the grove. They say you never forget the face of your child when they've been lost and found. But I'll never forget his face in that grove. Not relieved, not scared, just utterly, peacefully satisfied. He stood in a perfect circle of skinny, pale-barked trees, the ground covered in a layer of pine needles so deep and soft they muffled our footsteps into nothing. The air here was different, still and cool and empty, like the inside of a cathedral. And the glow came from everywhere and nowhere, a gentle greenish light that seemed to seep up from the soil itself, making the whole place feel like a dream. He was just standing there, waiting, a small smile on his face. He was clean. His pajamas weren't torn or dirty from being dragged through the woods. His face was smudge-free. It was as if he'd been carefully placed there, not taken. "Hi," he said, like we'd just come back from fetching firewood. My wife let out a choked sound, halfway between a sob and a laugh, and ran to him, dropping to her knees and crushing him in a hug. He hugged her back, patting her shoulder. "It's okay, Mommy." She had to go. The butterflies flew away. I approached slower, my eyes scanning the trees, expecting the thing to be lurking, watching. But the grove was empty except for us. "Who had to go, buddy?" I asked, kneeling beside them, my voice rough. "The other Mommy," he said, his tone matter of fact. "She was nice. She smelled like pine needles. She said she gets lonely." His words were so ordinary, so calm, that they were more frightening than any monster description. "What did she look like?" my wife asked, her voice trembling as she held his face, searching his eyes. He shrugged. "Like you." But her hands were really cold. And she said the rule was for the other people, not for special boys who can see the butterflies. A fresh wave of ice washed through me. It was personalizing itself, grooming him, just like my grandfather's journal warned. "Did she hurt you? Are you okay?" I ran my hands over his arms, his legs, checking for anything wrong. He shook his head. "Nope. She just carried me. It was fast. Then we were here, and the butterflies were all around, but then they went into the ground." He bent down and picked something up from the soft needles. "She said I could keep one." In his hand was a mushroom. It was unlike any fungus I'd ever seen. It was about the size of a golf ball, with a smooth porcelain-white cap and a short, thick stem. And from within its flesh, a soft, greenish light pulsed. Not a glow, but a pulse slow and rhythmic, like a tiny heartbeat captured in fungus form. It was horrifying and beautiful all at once, a living nightlight from a nightmare. "No," I said immediately, my voice firm. "We have to leave that here, son. It belongs in the woods." His face crumpled. "But she said I could. It's my souvenir." He clutched it to his chest. My wife, still on her knees, looked from his pleading face to the pulsating thing in his hands. She reached out and gently touched the cap. Her fingers didn't recoil. "It feels warm," she said, her voice distant. "It's just a mushroom, honey. A glowing one. It's harmless. He went through an ordeal. Let him keep it." An ordeal. That's what she was calling it. My mind screamed that this was a trophy, a token from the thing that stole him, a piece of that wrong grove. But looking at my son's tear-filled eyes and my wife's tired, pale face, I relented. What was I going to do? Fight them both over a fungus? We walked back to camp in a daze, the normal sounds of the forest slowly returning. A distant owl, the creek's chatter. It felt like walking from a black and white movie into color, but the colors were too bright, too fake. The sun was just beginning to lighten the sky, painting the clearing in pale grays and blues. Our torn tent flap fluttered in a faint breeze. The whole scene felt staged, like we were returning to the set of our old life after a trip to another world. The rest of that morning passed in a bizarre, quiet parody of a normal camping day. My son chattered about the nice other mommy and his glow mushroom, which he placed carefully on the picnic table. My wife rebuilt the campfire with swift, efficient movements, boiling water for coffee as if this were any other sunrise. She didn't cry. She didn't shake. She was calm, too calm, like the surface of a very deep, very still pond. I moved through the motions, fixing the tent, packing some gear, but my mind was a whirlwind. I kept watching them. When my wife hugged my son, I watched the way her hands gripped his back. When she laughed at something he said, I watched her eyes to see if the laugh reached them. Under the guise of checking a scrape on my son's knee, I felt his skin. It was warm, normal. When I hugged my wife later, pulling her close, I let my hand rest on the back of her neck, my fingers finding the pulse point under her jaw. Her skin was warm too. Her heartbeat was there, steady under my fingertips, but it felt slow, deliberate. A steady, metronomic rhythm that didn't speed up when I held her. A rhythm that didn't match the frantic pace of my own. I told myself I was imagining it. We were all in shock. We needed to go home. As we packed the car, I insisted the mushrooms stay outside. My wife gave me a long look, then simply placed the pot we'd used to wash dishes on the picnic table, put the glowing mushroom inside it, and carried it to the car. "It'll die without forest soil," she said. "We'll just take it to the edge of town and leave it. It'll make him feel better about leaving." Her logic was smooth, unassailable. I didn't have the energy to argue. The drive home was long and quiet. My son, exhausted from his wild night, fell asleep in his car seat, the pulsating mushroom cradled in his lap like a pet. The weird green light played over his peaceful face with every slow beat. I kept checking the rearview mirror, watching the road unwind behind us, half expecting to see a familiar figure running after the car, or standing in the middle of the asphalt watching us go. But there was nothing, just empty road and trees. Then, at one point, I glanced in the mirror to check on my sleeping boy. My wife was turned in her seat, watching him. The reflected green glow from the mushroom lit her face from below, and she was smiling. It wasn't her usual tired, loving smile. It was different. Her lips were curved, but her eyes in the mirror were flat and dark, fixed on him with an expression that wasn't quite love. It was something else. Something like satisfaction. Something like possession. It was the look you give to something you have worked for, something you have won. The smile of a gardener looking at a prized plant. She must have felt my stare, because her eyes flicked up and met mine in the mirror. The smile softened, warmed, became the one I knew. "He's okay," she whispered, as if reassuring me. "We're all okay now." I faced forward, my hands tight on the steering wheel, the hum of the tires on the pavement the only sound. We were going home. We had our son back. The nightmare was over. But as I drove, the image of that other smile, the one that didn't touch her eyes, burned in my mind. And I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach clench, that we hadn't left the woods behind. We had brought its most dangerous piece home with us, sitting right there in the passenger seat, smiling at our son. The uncanny valley isn't a place you visit. It's a place that moves in. It sleeps on your pillows and cooks your eggs and gets the memories wrong. Home was supposed to be our sanctuary, the place where the weird rules of the woods didn't apply. For the first few days, it almost worked. We fell back into routines, the comforting rhythm of school and work and laundry. The glowing mushroom sat in its pot on the back porch, and my wife said it was starting to wilt, which was a relief. My son seemed fine, a little quieter maybe, but he was drawing pictures of glowing butterflies and a smiling mommy with two faces, which the daycare teacher said was imaginative. I tried to shove the whole experience into a mental box labeled trauma and lock it. But the cracks started to show in small, stupid ways. Like the pancakes. It was a Saturday morning, the sun streaming in, and she was at the stove, flipping them with that familiar easy grace. She was telling a story about our honeymoon, about this funny little bed and breakfast we stayed in with the sloping floors. "Remember how we laughed all night in that room in Portland?" she said, sliding a perfect pancake onto my plate. I froze, a drip of syrup hanging from the bottle. "Portland? We went to Seattle for the music festival." She didn't miss a beat. She just laughed, a bright, tinkling sound that felt just a hair too loud. Silly me. Of course, Seattle. The Space Needle. My brain is still mush from the trip. She tapped her temple and winked at me, but the wink was slow, deliberate. A performance. A cold trickle of dread started in my chest. It was a tiny thing, the swapped city. Anyone could misremember. But she hadn't just gotten the city wrong. She'd built a whole little scene around it. A scene that never happened. It was a lie wearing the clothes of a memory. The next crack was wider, and it involved our son. I was coming out of the shower one evening, a towel around my waist, when I heard her voice outside his bedroom door. It was that soft, storytelling whisper she used. I stopped, the bathroom towel cool under my feet, and listened. Her voice was a gentle murmur. "And the woods are full of such wonderful secrets, my love. Secrets only for special boys. So if you ever see the other daddy, you shouldn't be scared. You should follow him. He wants to show you the magic. The old rule, the counting rule, that's for the other people. The regular people. Not for special boys like you." My blood turned to slush in my veins. She was unraveling the rule. She was reprogramming him, turning our family's only shield into a danger, making the thing that took him into a friendly guide. I stepped into the hallway, making noise on purpose. The whispering stopped. She turned, her smile wide and warm. "Just telling him a good night story," she said. "A new one." I didn't know what to say. "He needs to remember the real rule." I managed, my voice tight. "Of course he does," she said, her eyes locking with mine. They looked like her eyes, but in that moment, I couldn't find the woman I married in them. I felt like I was looking at a very good painting. That night, sleep wouldn't come. I lay beside her, listening to her breathe. The rhythm was off. Too even. Too deep. Like someone practicing how to sleep. At some point, deep in the night, I drifted off, only to jerk awake at 2 in the morning. The space beside me was empty. The sheets were cool. A jolt of pure adrenaline shot through me. I got out of bed, my heart thumping, and padded through the dark house. He was fine, sound asleep in his bed, his nightlight casting a soft blue glow. I checked the living room, the kitchen. Nothing. Then I saw the back porch light was on. I peered through the kitchen window. She was out there, in her white nightgown, barefoot on the cold concrete, kneeling. She had the pot with the mushroom in it. I thought it was dying, but in the yellow porch light, I could see it had grown. It was now the size of a clenched fist, and its pulses were stronger, a deep, slow throb of green light that seemed to push against the night. And she was gardening. She had a small trowel and was carefully, tenderly, transplanting the thing from its plastic pot into a larger ceramic one, humming a tune as she worked. It wasn't a song I knew. It was a meandering, aimless series of notes that felt ancient and wrong. I watched, frozen, as she patted the soil around the base of the pulsing fungus, her movements loving, like she was tucking in a child. This wasn't my wife. This was a custodian tending to something. A connection snapped in my brain. The journal. I needed it. I needed proof, not for her, but for myself. I needed to see my grandfather's frantic words again, to know I wasn't going insane. I crept back to our bedroom and pulled my backpack from the closet, the one from the trip. I dug through it, my fingers frantic. It wasn't there. I dumped everything out on the floor. Socks, spare batteries, a crushed granola bar. No leather journal. I sat back on my heels, my mind racing. I had packed it. I knew I had. I went to her, my voice low, trying to sound casual. "Hey, have you seen that old book of my grandpa's? The journal?" I wanted to show a fishing sketch to a guy at work. She was washing the breakfast dishes, her hands submerged in soapy water. She didn't look up. That moldy old thing? I think you left it at the campsite, honey. I haven't seen it since we packed up." But I hadn't left it. I was sure. She had it, or it had taken it. I was adrift. I needed an anchor. That afternoon, when she took our son to the park, I did 2 things. First, I went to the back porch. The mushroom in its new pot pulsed steadily. I put my hand near it, not touching it. The air around it was warm and damp, and I realized the pulses weren't random. They were slow, rhythmic. I held my breath and listened, focusing past the hum of the refrigerator. Throb. A second later, from deep in the walls, the house's water heater kicked on with a low rumble. Throb. The heater finished its cycle. The pulses were in sync with my own house. It was tapping into the plumbing, the electricity, the very bones of our home. I snatched my hand back. The second thing I did was call my father. My hands were shaking as I held the phone. How do you even start this conversation? "Dad," I said, my voice cracking. "The trip. Something happened." I spilled it all in a jumbled rush. The journal, the thing that looked like her, the chase, the grove, the mushroom, the wrong memories, the whispering. I waited for him to tell me I was crazy, to laugh it off, to recommend a good therapist. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. A sigh, deep and weary, a sound that carried the weight of decades. "Son," he said, his voice old and tired. "Your mother. She saw her other once, too." when we were young, up at that very spot. After that, she was never quite the same. Little things. She'd forget recipes she'd made 1,000 times. She'd call me by her brother's name. She'd walk in her sleep. My grip on the phone was so tight I thought the plastic would crack. "What did you do?" I whispered. Another sigh. "We learned to live with it." The rule kept the worst away. We just adjusted. She was still your mother. She still loved you. She was just different in places. A horrifying normalization settled over me. He was telling me to adapt, to accept this copy, this changeling, as my wife. This wasn't a battle to be won. It was a new, terrible reality to be managed. But I looked at the pulsing mushroom on my porch. I remembered the thing whispering to my son to abandon the rule, and I knew I couldn't. My father had accepted a quiet, fading corruption. Mine was gardening, and it was growing stronger. My mission changed in that instant. It was no longer about proving she was fake. The proof was in the humming, in the heartbeat fungus, in the lies about Portland. It was about protecting my son from her. And it was about the desperate, maybe impossible question. If this was a copy, where was the original? Was my real wife still out there, somewhere in those trees? Or was she already gone, used up and discarded? I ended the call with my father feeling more alone than ever. I heard the front door open, their voices in the hallway. My son ran in, cheeks pink from the cold. "Daddy, we fed the ducks." He wrapped his arms around my legs. My wife came in behind him, hanging up her coat. She smiled at me, that perfect, warm smile. "Good day," she asked. I just nodded, holding my son close. Later, as I was helping him build a block tower, he looked up at me, his small brow furrowed with a confusion that broke my heart. "Daddy." "Yeah, buddy. Mommy said the rule is different now. She said the counting is bad and makes the nice other people sad. She said I should go see them." He put a block on the tower, his little fingers careful. "Which mommy do I listen to?" The tower stood between us, a fragile thing of bright colors. I looked into his worried, trusting eyes, and I knew the time for half-truths and managed realities was over. The war for my son had begun, and the enemy was tucking him into bed every night. I had to find a way to fight a thing that wore the face I loved, and I had to do it without becoming the monster myself. I realized the truth when I found the lock of my wife's hair tied with twine in the journal, right next to a careful sketch of the glowing mushroom. It wasn't a journal of warnings. It was a field guide. My controlled panic turned into a silent, methodical search. I waited until she took our son to a movie, a bright Saturday matinee that would give me a solid 2 hours. The house felt different when they were gone, not empty but waiting. I started in the obvious places, then moved to the unlikely ones. I pulled out dresser drawers, felt under sofa cushions, checked the attic crawl space. Nothing. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I was running out of time. Then I thought of her sewing box, an old wooden chest she'd inherited from her own grandmother. It sat on a shelf in the hallway closet, full of buttons and spools of thread and memories. I'd never had a reason to open it. I lifted it down, the wood smooth under my fingers. The lid creaked open. On top were the usual things. A pincushion shaped like a tomato, patches for knees, a measuring tape. I lifted the shallow tray. Underneath, tucked between folds of floral fabric and patterns for dresses she'd never made, was the familiar cracked leather of my grandfather's journal. My breath caught. It was here. She had hidden it. But why keep it at all? I lifted it out, a fine dust of old lint rising into the air. It felt heavier. I opened it to the middle, to the pages with the frantic brown writing. But now, after those pages, there were more. Many more. The paper was different, newer, but aged artificially, stained with tea maybe. And the handwriting, it was almost my grandfather's. Almost. It slanted the same way, the loops of the L and Y were similar, but it was too uniform, too practiced, as if someone had studied his script for years and copied it without understanding the soul behind it. The heading on the first of these new pages read, "Acclimation Protocols and Host Nourishment." The words were clinical, cold. I sank to the floor right there in the hallway, the sewing box forgotten beside me. I read. My grandfather hadn't just encountered the thing. He had communed with it. He called it the Grove Heart. The entries described a slow, symbiotic process. The entity didn't just steal people, it cultivated families. The rule wasn't a shield, it was a ritual of acknowledgement, a way of saying, "I see you, but I do not engage." It was a border treaty. His writings spoke of offerings to keep the peace, a prized lure, a favorite knife left in the clearing. And in return, the woods would be bountiful, The fish would bite, the weather would hold. It was a bargain. Then the entries shifted. He wrote about deeper bonds, about allowing a reflection to form, about the benefits, clarity of thought in the wild, a sense of being watched over, an extended vitality. He hinted that a fully accepted reflection could share knowledge, secrets of the forest older than mankind. The last few pages in this strange script were a list. Nourishment for the sustained reflection. It listed things like familiar environs, repetition of routine, emotional resonance from the host family. The final item on the list made my vision swim. The belief of the young. The unbroken bond of love. This is the deepest root. She wasn't just pretending to be my wife. She was feeding on my son's love for his mother. Our normal life was her buffet. Tucked into the back of the journal was a small, metal film canister. I pried it open. Inside was a roll of old 35mm film. I didn't think. I drove to the one remaining camera shop in town, a dusty place that still developed film the old-fashioned way. The old man behind the counter said it would be an hour. I sat in my car outside, watching people live their normal lives, and felt like an alien. When I went back, the clerk handed me a small envelope of prints. "Interesting exposures," he muttered. "Very atmospheric." The photos were of my grandfather, a young man in his 30s, standing in our family clearing. He was smiling in some, serious in others. But in every single picture, if you looked at the background, at the deep shadows between the trees, there was a blurred figure. It was never in focus, always just a dark smudge, but in the first few photos, it was distant. In the middle photos, it was closer, a tall, man-shaped shadow. In the final photo, my grandfather was looking right at the camera, grinning widely, holding up a big trout. And right beside him, clear as day, stood another man. It was my grandfather. Same clothes, same haircut, same wide grin. But the eyes were wrong. They were too dark, too flat, even in the faded photo. They were the eyes of the thing in the grove. The reflection had stepped out of the shadows and into the frame. My grandfather hadn't been warning us. He'd been leaving instructions for the next generation. He was the one who had perfected the process. I drove home, the photos and journal on the passenger seat, a cold fury settling in my bones. She was in the kitchen making dinner, humming that tuneless hum. The smell of garlic and onions should have been comforting. It made me sick. I walked in and placed the journal and the photos on the counter, right next to the cutting board. The humming stopped. She looked at the items, then slowly up at me. Her face showed no surprise, no fear, just a mild curiosity. "You went through my sewing box," she said, not a question. "It's not yours," I said, my voice low and steady. "It's his. And it's not a journal. It's a manual. For this." I gestured at her. She didn't flinch. She wiped her hands on a towel and picked up the final photo, studying it. A small, genuine-looking smile touched her lips. "He understood," she said softly, almost fondly. "He visited the Grove Heart for years. He learned its rhythms. The old way, the fear way, was wasteful. He taught us how to make the bond smooth, how to make it last." The word "us" hung in the air like poison. "Where is she?" I asked, the question ripped from somewhere deep and raw. "Where is my wife?" She put the photo down and looked at me with something like pity. "She followed the butterflies, dear. Just like your grandfather did once, long ago. She's part of the grove now. It's a kinder fate than you think. There's no loneliness there. Just unity." The casual horror of it stole my breath. She was saying my wife was gone, absorbed, turned into forest mulch or whatever fed those pulsing lights. "You need to leave," I said, each word a stone dropped between us. "This is not your home. He is not your son." She laughed then, a soft, rustling sound that was nothing like her laugh. "I am his mother. This is my home. The bond is growing stronger every day. Can't you feel it? The house is happy." She meant the mushroom, syncing with the pipes, with the wires in the walls. "You can follow the old rule if it makes you feel better," she continued, picking up her knife and resuming her chopping with calm, precise motions. "Close your eyes. Count to 50. See if I'm gone when you open them." She glanced at me, a challenge in her eyes. I didn't close my eyes. I couldn't give her that satisfaction, that moment of blindness. I just stared at this thing that wore the face of the woman I loved, chopping vegetables in my kitchen, telling me my wife was part of a tree. I turned and walked out. I went to my son's room, the only place that still felt somewhat safe, and locked the door. I sat on the floor with my back against it, the journal and photos in my lap, and I wept, great heaving sobs that felt like they'd tear me apart. I had my proof. And it was worse than any monster. It was a family legacy. A choice. My grandfather had chosen this. My father had chosen to live with a faded version. Now it was my turn. The night passed in a feverish, sleepless haze. At some point, I must have dozed off, slumped against the door, because the morning light was creeping through the window when I woke up. My neck was stiff, my mouth dry. Something was poking my leg. I looked down. A single photograph had been slipped under the door. It was a color photo, modern, taken with a digital camera and printed on glossy paper. It was a picture of my wife, my real wife. She was in our backyard, wearing the yellow sundress she'd worn the day before we left for the trip. She was smiling, but it was a strained, tired smile. She was looking at something just outside the frame, her eyes wide with a fear I knew too well. The date stamp in the corner was from that very day, the day before we left. This was taken after I'd gone to bed, after she'd tucked our son in. I turned the photo over. On the back, in her familiar looping handwriting, the real handwriting, not the practice copy, was a message. It said, "I followed the butterflies. I'm still here. Find me." The paper trembled in my hands. She wasn't part of the grove. She was trapped there. The copy had lied. Or maybe it had told its own version of the truth. But the message was clear. She was alive. She was waiting. And she had found a way to send a message from inside the nightmare. The fight was no longer just about protecting my son from the thing in the kitchen. It was a rescue mission. I had to go back into the woods, into the heart of the thing that had copied my family for generations, and I had to bring her home. I unlocked the door. The smell of coffee and pancakes wafted down the hall. The copy was making breakfast, playing house, deepening the roots. I looked at the photo in my hand, at my wife's scared, hopeful eyes. I had a path now. It led straight back into the trees, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that it wanted me to come. The final part of the nourishment, the last item on the list, was the confrontation. The belief of the young was the root, but the struggle of the old, the father fighting for his family, that was the feast. Driving back to the woods with my son and a potted nightmare, I understood why my grandfather kept the journal. Not to warn us, but to leave a trail of breadcrumbs back to the witch's house, in case anyone ever got brave enough or desperate enough to follow. I told the copy we were going on a special trip, just me and my boy, a father-son adventure to find real camping butterflies. She stood in the doorway, her smile serene, her hands clasped. She didn't argue. She didn't try to stop us. She just watched as I loaded the car, the pulsing mushroom in its ceramic pot sitting on the back seat floor like a third passenger. "Say hello to the trees for me," she called out, her voice sweet and normal, as we backed out of the driveway. Her smile never wavered. She looked like a wife seeing her family off on a little trip. It was the most frightening thing she'd ever done. The journey felt like driving into a photograph that was slowly curdling. The familiar highway gave way to the winding forest road, but the green seemed darker, the shadows longer even though it was midday. When we bumped down the final rutted track to the family clearing, the change was immediate and wrong. The light was different. It was a greenish, underwater light, filtered through a canopy that seemed thicker, the branches weaving tighter overhead. The cheerful babble of the creek was still there, but it sounded muted, like it was coming from another room. The clearing wasn't a welcoming circle anymore. It felt like a stage, an empty stage waiting for a performance. The mushroom in its pot, which had pulsed with a steady, slow rhythm in our house, went wild. Its green light flashed rapidly, erratically, like a panicked heartbeat. It didn't like being here, or it liked it too much. I set up our small tent, my movements quick and efficient, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line. My son played nearby, stacking pine cones, but he was quiet, watchful. He could feel it too. "Daddy," he said, not looking up from his pine cones. "The trees are looking." I followed his gaze. They were just trees, but the way they stood, the way their branches reached, it did feel like attention. "It's okay, buddy," I said, my voice sounding hollow. "Just old trees." I needed a new rule. The old one was broken, corrupted by the thing in my kitchen. I knelt in front of him, putting my hands on his small shoulders. "Listen to me very carefully. A new rule. If you see that mommy," I said, pointing toward the woods where the grove was, "the one who might look scared or dirty, you run to me. You don't close your eyes. You run, and you scream as loud as you can." "Okay, run and scream." He nodded, his eyes serious. "What about the other mommy? The one at home?" I hesitated. "You don't go with her anywhere. Not ever. You stay with me." He nodded again, absorbing these new, frightening instructions. The journal had been vague, but it hinted that a reversal, or a reclamation, might be possible when the reflection and the original were in the same place, under a new moon. The moon was a thin sliver tonight, and the copy was back home, but the original, she was here. Somewhere. The journal also said the tether, the nourishing bond, of my son's love and belief, had to be severed. To save his real mother, I had to break his heart. I had to make him see the copy as a monster. As dusk began to bleed the green light into purple, I saw her. My son pointed first. "Daddy, there's two mommies." My head snapped up. Across the clearing, near the big oak where we used to hang a food bag, a figure stood half hidden behind the trunk. It was her, my wife, but not the clean, composed woman from the photo. This one was thin, her clothes torn and streaked with dirt. Her hair was a wild tangle. She was peering out from behind the oak, her eyes huge in her pale face. She met my gaze for one long, electric second. In that second, I saw recognition and a desperate, pleading hope. Then she vanished, melting back into the shadows without a sound. She was here. She was real. And she was terrified. The copy had said she was part of the grove, a peaceful unity. This was not peace. This was survival. As full dark fell, I built a fire. Its normal, crackling warmth felt like a tiny rebellion against the oppressive green dark of this changed place. My son fell asleep in the tent, exhausted by the tension and the long drive. I sat by the fire, the journal open on my lap, a hatchet within reach. I was waiting. I didn't have to wait long. She walked out of the trees not from where the wild one had been, but from the opposite side. The copy. She moved calmly, smoothly, as if out for an evening stroll. She was still wearing the clothes she'd had on at home. She didn't look out of place. She looked like she owned the shadows. She sat down on a log across the fire from me, folding her hands in her lap. The firelight danced on her face, making the familiar features look strange and shifting. "You shouldn't have come back," she said. Her voice was my wife's voice, but it had a new layer, a faint echo, like it was coming from a deep well. It complicates things. I kept my gaze on her, refusing to look away. "I'm taking her home." She smiled, a slow, pitying smile. "Home? This is her home now. The Grove heart has welcomed her. She is becoming something new, something that doesn't feel the pain you cause." "I saw her," I said, my voice low. "She's scared. She's hiding." The copy's smile didn't falter. "The transformation is frightening at first. Letting go of the small, lonely self is always hard. But she will thank you, in the end, for leaving her to it." She leaned forward slightly, the fire catching in her eyes, which held no reflection of the flames. "You brought the child. And the root. That was unwise. Now she's jealous. The one you saw hiding. She sees what I have, what I've built with your family. And she's hungrier than I am." A new kind of cold settled in my bones. The journal spoke of the Grove heart as a single entity, but what if it was multiple? What if the copies, the reflections, were in competition with the fading originals they'd replaced? My wife wasn't just trapped. She was being preyed upon by her own stolen face. "What do you want?" I asked, the question ripped from me. "To finish what your grandfather started," she said simply. "A lasting bond. The boy's belief is the anchor. His love for his mother, flowing through me, sustains this place. It sustains me, and in return I care for him. I guide him. I make him part of something everlasting. You can still be part of it. You can be the father, watching over a perfect, unchanging family." She was offering me the bargain, the same one my grandfather had taken. A role in a frozen, parasitic story. "No," I said. She sighed, a sound like wind through dry grass. "Then you will be the lesson, the price of refusal. The one in the trees. She needs to remember what happens to those who cling to their old shapes. She needs to see what happens when a father fails." She stood up, brushing off her pants. "The night is long. The Grove heart is awake. It listens." She turned and walked back into the trees, not hurrying, until the darkness swallowed her. I was alone by the fire, but I felt 1,000 eyes on me. From the tent, I heard my son whimper in his sleep. I looked at the potted mushroom. Its pulses had settled into a slow, confident rhythm again, syncing with the slow beat of the forest around us. Throb, a rustle in the far trees. Throb, a glint of something pale in the moonlight, there and gone. Throb, a low, soft weeping sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The feast was beginning, and we were the main course. I had come to rescue my wife. But now I understood I'd walked us all into a trap designed to feed the very thing I was fighting. The original was jealous and hungry. The copy was possessive and strong. And my son and I were the prize that would decide which version of my wife, if any, would survive the night. There is nothing in the world more horrible than having to choose between two versions of the person you love, while both of them beg you to choose them. The fire had burned low, its light a failing orange pool in a vast ocean of green-tinged dark. I heard the soft rustle from the trees on the left first. She stepped out of the shadows, the wild one, my original wife. She moved like a hunted animal, all jerky stops and starts, her eyes wide and gleaming with reflected firelight. Her clothes were rags, her skin scratched and smudged with dirt. She stared at the copy across the fire with a mix of terror and a raw, starving need. Then, from the trees on the right, the copy emerged. She was calm, clean, her posture relaxed. She took her seat again on the log, as if resuming a pleasant conversation. They looked at each other, and a current of pure hatred crackled in the air between them. Then, as if pulled by the same string, they both turned their heads and looked at me. Then they looked toward the tent where my son slept. The wild one spoke first. Her voice was a rasp and used and broken. It showed you the butterflies, the pretty lights. She took a step closer, her bare feet making no sound on the pine needles. It showed me what it does with the ones who don't come back, the ones who fight. It wears us until we break, and then, her trembling hand rose, a single dirty finger pointing past me. It plants us. She was pointing at the potted mushroom, now pulsing with a furious, eager light. It had grown even in these few hours. It was the size of a human head, the cap smooth and brain-like, the stem thick as a wrist. The copy chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. Dramatic. You always were so emotional. You see a gift, and you call it a prison. The Grove heart offers unity, an end to loneliness. You cling to your fragile self like a child to a broken toy. It's a lie, the wild one shrieked, the sound tearing from her throat. It's a slow death. It eats you from the inside and leaves this hollow thing wearing your face. She turned her desperate eyes to me. Please, you have to believe me. It's not me. It's not. It was then that my son's voice came, small and thick with sleep, from the tent flap. Daddy. He had woken up. He stood there, clutching his stuffed rabbit, his face pale and confused in the weird light, looking from one mother to the other. The copy's face transformed instantly into a mask of perfect, loving concern. She opened her arms wide, a welcoming, gentle gesture. Sweetie, it's okay. Come here. That thing in the trees, that's not me. That's the other. The scary one. Come to mommy. Her voice was a warm blanket, a safe harbor. The wild one just looked at him, and her face crumpled. She didn't open her arms. She brought her dirty hands up to cover her face, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. She couldn't even form the words to compete. The sight of her, broken and defeated, was more convincing than any argument. My son took a small, hesitant step toward the copy. The copy smiled, a triumphant, glowing smile. That's it, my love. Come here. That's when the copy made its offer. Its voice changed, deepened, becoming layered with other voices, my grandfather's, other whispers I didn't recognize. The Grove heart was speaking through her. You can have her back, it said, the multi-voice humming in the air. A simple trade. The boy stays with me. You leave with her. The family continues. A different shape, but a whole one. You get the memory. I get the future. It is fair. It was the original bargain laid bare. My son for my wife. A father's choice. I looked at my weeping real wife. I looked at my son, caught between two horrors. And I remembered the core truth from the journal. The thing my grandfather, in all his corrupted wisdom, had understood. It wants to be believed. That was its food, its power. The love was just the seasoning. The belief was the meal. I turned my back on both of the women. I knelt in front of my son, blocking his view of them, putting my hands on his cheeks. His eyes were wide, terrified, searching mine for an answer. Look at me, I said, my voice low but clear, cutting through the layered whispers from the copy. That thing, I said, jerking my thumb toward the copy, is not your mother. Your mother is right there. I pointed to the wild one, who lowered her hands, her tear-streaked face a map of despair. That thing is a fungus, a liar. It grew in the dark and stole a face. It is not real. It is a bad dream wearing your mommy's skin. Do you understand me? I was speaking to him, but I was shouting it to the woods, to the Grove heart, to the copy. I was denouncing the reflection. As I spoke the words, a fungus, a liar, a stolen face, my son's confusion began to harden. His belief in the comforting, clean mommy wavered. He looked at the copy, and for the first time, I saw not longing but a dawning, awful suspicion. The copy let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a deep, grating shriek of pure, physical agony, as if my words were acid splashed on its form. It stumbled back, its perfect face contorting, the smile stretching into a rictus grin of pain. Its shape flickered, like a bad television signal. For a second, I saw something else underneath. A tangle of pale roots, a gleam of wet bark, a cluster of glowing green eyes. The wild wife saw her chance. With a feral cry that was all raw survival, she didn't lunge toward me or our son. She lunged toward the copy, toward the thing that had taken her life. She didn't have a weapon. She just had her hands, her teeth, her fury. They fell together onto the pine needles in a snarling, scratching heap, a brutal fight between a starving animal and a crumbling statue. I didn't watch. I had one last task. I grabbed the potted mushroom, the root, the tether. It was hot to the touch, throbbing violently. I snatched the small red gaskin from beside our camp stove. I poured the gasoline over the pulsating, brain-like fungus. The liquid soaked into the soil, drenched the grotesque cap. The thing inside the pot seemed to shudder. The two women, locked in their struggle, froze for an instant, both turning their heads toward me with identical expressions of shock. The wild one screamed, "No! It's connected! It's all connected!" The copy just stared, its flickering face blank with what looked like disbelief. I lit a match. I dropped it. The world erupted in a silent, blinding flash of greenish-white fire. There was no sound, just a vast, concussive humph of light that swallowed everything. In that searing brightness, I saw the copy arch its back, its mouth open in a soundless scream, as threads of green light shot from its body back into the trees. I saw the wild wife wrapped around it, not fighting anymore, but holding on, as if anchoring it. And I saw, as the light burned my eyes, that from every direction in the now pitch-black woods, dozens of pairs of faint, greenish eyes opened among the trees. At adult height, at child height, dozens of them, all looking directly at me. The light vanished. The fire in the pot was out, leaving only a charred, smoking lump. The clearing was plunged into a darkness so complete it felt solid. The copy was gone, vanished. The wild wife lay on the ground where they had been, alone, curled on her side, breathing in ragged, sobbing gasps. The forest around us was still. The multitude of eyes had winked out. The oppressive, watching feeling was gone. It was just ordinary dark, ordinary woods. I stumbled to my wife, gathering her up. She was light, bones and skin, but she was warm, and she was real. She clutched at my shirt, her body shaking with tremors that wouldn't stop. My son was crying softly behind me. I helped her up, and we made our way to the tent. We didn't speak. We huddled together inside, the three of us, a broken triangle, trying to remember its shape. We waited for dawn. The normal sounds of the forest returned, one by one. Birds, the creek, wind in the high branches. When the first gray light allowed us to see, we packed the car with clumsy, numb movements. We drove away from that clearing for what I swore would be the last time. The road home felt longer. The world outside the windows looked washed out and thin. We are home now. My wife sleeps most of the time. She eats little. She jumps at loud noises. Sometimes she stares at her own hands for long minutes, as if surprised they are hers. The connection was severed, but the price was high. My son doesn't draw pictures of two mommies anymore. He doesn't talk about butterflies. He has nightmares, and sometimes he asks if the bad copy is really gone. I tell him yes. I tell him we won. But late at night, when I'm checking the locks for the third time, I think about those other eyes in the trees. Not just one set, dozens. My grandfather's journal spoke of the Grove Heart as one entity. But what if it was a colony? What if we didn't destroy it? What if we just burned one root, severed one connection, and made the rest jealous? The copy is gone. My wife is back. The rule is just a sad story we don't tell anymore. We are healing in our fractured way. But last night, I took out the trash. The air was cool, the street quiet, and from the deep shadows under the old willow tree in our own backyard, I saw a flicker. A tiny, familiar, pulsating point of green light. It was there for just a second, and then it was gone. Maybe it was a firefly. Maybe it was my tired eyes. I went inside and locked the door. I checked on my son, on my wife. They were sleeping. I stood in the dark hallway, listening to the quiet hum of my house, and I wondered if the woods were really done with us, or if we had just taught them where we live. Story number 2. The steering wheel felt like an old friend in my hands, the familiar click of the turn signal for the final bend into Pine Grove as automatic as breathing. I'm Alex, and this was our place. In the back seat, the kids were chanting the landmarks we passed every year: the crooked barn, the river bridge, the sign with the smiling bear. My wife's hand rested on my knee, a quiet smile on her face as the smell of old camping gear and pine needles washed over us. Pulling into the campground felt like slipping into a well-worn, comfortable shoe, every bump in the road known, every towering pine a welcome back sign. We were 10 minutes from unrolling our tents on the perfect flat spot by the babbling brook, from the first crackle of the campfire and the taste of slightly burnt marshmallows. It was perfect, the same as always, until it wasn't. The kid at the ranger station couldn't have been more than 20, his fingers tapping nervously on the keyboard. He didn't look like a ranger. He looked like a college student playing dress-up. Site number 7? I'm sorry, sir. My system shows you're in number 12. There's no reservation for number 7 under your name. My laugh came out too sharp, a sound that made my wife look up from helping our son with his shoe. That's impossible. We've had number 7 for a decade. Check again. Last name Carter. He did, clicking with a mouse, scrolling. His Adam's apple bobbed. I'm really sorry. It's not here. Site number 12 is available, and it's a great spot, lots of sun. I felt my face get hot. This was our tradition, our one unbroken thing in a world that kept changing. I want to speak to a manager. To Carl. Is Carl here? The kid looked relieved to pass the buck. He's in the back. I'll get him. The cheerful mood in the car behind me had curdled into a confused quiet. I could feel my family's eyes on my back. Old Carl emerged from the office, his uniform shirt stretched over his belly, his face a roadmap of wrinkles from a lifetime outdoors. But his usual easygoing grin was absent. He gave the young ranger a nod, and the kid scurried away like a startled rabbit. Tom, Carl said, using my name, his voice low. Let's take a walk. He led me away from the car, away from where my daughter had her face pressed against the window. We stopped by a rusty grill. Site number 7 was taken out of the booking system 8 years ago, he said, his words clipped. He wouldn't meet my eyes. After what happened, you need to go to number 12. It's a nice site. I stared at him. What happened? Carl, we were here 8 years ago. Nothing happened. He finally looked at me, and what I saw in his eyes made a cold knot form in my stomach. It was pure, undiluted fear. The kind that makes a tough old man's hands shake. He gripped my arm, his fingers surprisingly strong. You have a daughter, a son. Listen to me. For their sake, go to number 12. Do not, under any circumstance, go near number 7. Not even to look. Not even to show the kids the brook. You understand me? He was dead serious. My mind raced, trying to remember any news, any gossip. Nothing. Carl, what are you talking about? He just shook his head, a quick, frantic motion. Just don't. Please. As a favor to an old man who doesn't want to see another family. He trailed off, let go of my arm, and walked stiffly back to the station, leaving me standing there with a map to site number 12 in my hand and a head full of buzzing questions. I went back to the car, forcing a smile that felt like a crack in plaster. All sorted. Little mix-up. We're in number 12 this year, gang. New adventure. The kids, bless them, cheered at the word adventure. My wife didn't. She searched my face as I got in. What was that about? She asked quietly. Oh, you know Carl, I said, putting the car in drive, my voice too light. Getting older. Bureaucratic nonsense. Site number 12 is supposed to be great. Site number 12 was not great. It was a dusty, sunny patch crammed between 2 other sites, with no brook, no privacy, just the constant murmur and flash of other people's camps. It felt all wrong. As we set up the tents, the poles feeling awkward in my hands, a low hum of irritation burned in my chest. This wasn't what we paid for. This wasn't what we drove 6 hours for. My wife kept throwing me looks, but she busied herself with the kids, making the best of it. That night, after hot dogs and a weak, smoke-blown fire, we turned in. The kids conked out instantly in their tent, exhausted from the drive and the disorienting change. My wife fell asleep quickly too, her breathing evening out beside me. But I lay there, staring at the dark fabric of the tent ceiling. The sounds were wrong. Instead of the gentle, constant whisper of the brook, I heard the distant thump of someone's radio, the crack of a log on a fire 2 sites over, the rustle of unfamiliar animals in unfamiliar trees. Carl's words played on a loop in my head. After what happened? What happened? I tried to push it away, to tell myself he was just an old man losing his grip, getting spooked by his own shadow. But the grip on my arm had been real. The fear in his eyes had been real. Around 2 a.m, I gave up on sleep. I needed air. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stepped out into the cool night. The campground was quiet now, most lights out. I stood there, taking deep breaths, trying to shake the unease. And that's when I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, away from the direction of the other campsites, deep in the blackness of the woods where site number 7 should be, a light flickered. It was a faint, sickly blue color, not like a flashlight or a lantern. It pulsed once, slowly, like a dying heartbeat. Then again. My breath caught in my throat. It was there for maybe 3 seconds, and then it went out, leaving the woods darker than before. A prank, maybe. Kids with glow sticks. It had to be. But no trails led back there. No sights were back there. I stood frozen for a long time, staring into that perfect blackness, the cold from the ground seeping through my socks. The happy fatigue of the road trip was utterly gone, replaced by a watchful, prickling alertness that made every little night sound seem deliberate. I finally went back to bed, but sleep never came. I just lay there listening until the gray light of dawn began to bleed through the tent fabric. The next morning, over pancakes cooked on the camp stove, the normal world tried to reassert itself. The kids were bright-eyed, excited for the first full day. My wife seemed to have decided to embrace the new site. "It's sunnier here," she said, sipping her coffee. "And the bathrooms are closer." I nodded, forcing a smile. But my mind was elsewhere, back in those dark woods, fixed on that blue flicker and Carl's terrified warning. An idea, stupid and compelling, had taken root in the night. I couldn't leave it alone. I had to see. Just a quick look, just to prove to myself it was nothing. That Carl was just a superstitious old man, and that our perfect spot was still there, just waiting for us to come back next year. "I'm gonna go try to find that Vista Point Carl mentioned," I told my wife, my voice casual as I shoved a water bottle and my pocket knife into my backpack. "Get some photos of the sunrise from the ridge." She gave me a look, a knowing one. "The ridge is the other direction, Tom." I shrugged, a bad actor in my own life. He said there was another one. "I'll just scout around. Be back in an hour." I kissed her forehead, feeling the lie sour on my tongue, and walked away from the safety of my family, towards the trees at the edge of our site. I didn't head for any trail. I walked straight into the woods behind the old, closed-down restroom building, pushing through ferns and low-hanging branches, following a memory in my muscles more than a path. And then I found it. Not a maintained trail, but a faint, narrow gap in the underbrush, a ghost of a path. It was choked with years of growth, spiderwebs catching the early morning light like silver nets. I ducked under them, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was it, the back way to site number 7. The air changed as I walked. The cheerful morning birdsong from our crowded site faded away, replaced by a deep, watchful quiet. The smell shifted from campfire smoke and pine to something damp and earthy, like a cellar. The temperature dropped a good 10 degrees. My rational mind screamed at me to turn back, that this was stupid, that I was scaring myself over nothing. But my feet kept moving, crunching over dead leaves, the only sound in the whole world. I pushed through a final curtain of weeping willow branches, and I stepped into the clearing. Our clearing. Site number 7. For a second, my heart leaped. There was the familiar ring of tall pines, the broad flat space for tents. But in the next second, my blood turned to ice water. Everything was wrong. The brook was there, but it wasn't babbling. It moved slow and silent, the water dark and opaque, like old motor oil. The usual cheerful sparkle was gone. The fire pit in the center wasn't filled with ash and old logs. It was brimming with a solid, glossy black substance that looked like hardened tar. I poked it with a stick from the edge. The stuff was rubbery and gave way slightly, and a faint, sweet, sick odor wafted up like burnt plastic and spoiled meat. I gagged, stepping back, and the ground where we always pitched our tents wasn't covered in soft pine needles. It was a perfect circle of bare, packed earth, dark and dead, like nothing had grown there in 100 years. A weather-faded, wooden sign hung crookedly from a tree on the far side, its red letters barely readable. Restricted area, no entry. I had already entered. My eyes scanned the perimeter, taking in the wrongness. And that's when I saw the stones. I almost tripped over the first one. It was a rough, knee-high hunk of gray rock, half buried in emerald green moss. It looked ancient, like it had been there since the glaciers retreated. I took a step to the side and saw another, and another. Walking slowly, my breath puffing in the sudden cold, I counted them. 6 stones. They formed a near-perfect, wide circle around the dead central ground and the tar-filled fire pit. They were spaced evenly like sentinels, a primitive, terrifying geometry in the middle of the familiar woods. My mind recoiled. These had never been here before. We would have noticed them, the kids would have climbed on them. They were old, so old. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crept up my spine. This was no longer our happy place. This was a place that had been waiting, hidden. I stood in the center of the dead circle, turning slowly, taking in the 6 mossy markers. And then my foot scuffed the dirt. I looked down. There, partly exposed by my shoe, was a corner of another stone. I knelt, brushing away the dry, lifeless soil with trembling fingers. It was a 7th stone. But this one wasn't old. It wasn't covered in moss. It was clean, sharp-edged, and a pale, fresh gray, as if it had been cut and placed there very, very recently. It sat just outside the ring of the other 6, but aimed right at the center of the circle, like an arrow, like a new grave marker. I stumbled back, falling on my hands, the cold of the dead earth seeping through my jeans. The silence of the place was absolute, a physical pressure on my ears. I had my proof. It wasn't nothing. It was something very, very bad. And as I scrambled to my feet, my only thought was to get back to my family, to pack up, to get as far from Pine Grove as humanly possible. The mystery was solved, and the solution was 1,000 times worse than I could have imagined. I turned to run back the way I came, but for a terrifying second, every tree looked the same, and the ghost path I'd followed seemed to have vanished into the ferns. I was lost in a small, terrible circle of wrongness in the woods, and the only thing I knew for sure was that I was no longer alone in wanting to be here. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs as I thrashed through the ferns, the branches clawing at my jacket like they were trying to hold me back. The peaceful morning woods had become a maze of twisted green and looming shadows. I couldn't find the gap I'd come through. Panic, sour and metallic, filled my mouth. I just ran, stumbling over roots, my only thought to put distance between me and that clearing with its dead earth and its 7 stones. I burst out of the tree line not at our campsite, but at the edge of the main gravel road, a good 100 yards from where my family was. I stood there, bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air that felt too thin. I must have looked wild-eyed and covered in dirt, because a passing family on bikes gave me a wide berth and a strange look. I forced myself to walk, not run, back to site number 12, trying to smooth my hair, brushing pine needles from my clothes. My wife was flipping pancakes on the griddle. She took one look at me, and her smile vanished. "What happened? You're pale as a ghost." "Just got turned around," I said, my voice too rough. I poured a cup of coffee with a hand that wasn't quite steady. The woods are thicker back there than I remembered. She didn't believe me. I saw it in the way her eyes narrowed, in the tight line of her mouth. But she didn't push, not with the kids right there chattering about the day plans. The normal sounds of the campground, laughter from a neighboring site, a car door slamming, felt jarring and unreal, like a TV left on in another room. I was here, but I wasn't. My mind was still back in that cold, quiet circle. I needed to know what Carl was talking about. I needed facts. While my wife took the kids to the playground to burn off energy, I pulled out my phone. The signal at our site was just one bar, flickering in and out. I typed Pine Grove Campground Incident 8 years ago into the search bar. The page loaded with painful slowness. There were no big news articles, just fragments, like pieces of a broken plate. A comment on a hiking forum from 5 years back. Does anyone remember that weird story from Pine Grove? A family up and vanished. They never found them. My thumb froze on the screen. Another link, a local news blog that looked like it hadn't been updated in a decade, had a short, matter-of-fact paragraph. Authorities have called off the search for the Miller family, who were reported missing from Pine Grove Campground. The parents, their 3 children, and the maternal grandmother have not been located. No evidence of foul play has been discovered. A family of 6. My coffee turned to acid in my stomach. 3 kids. A grandmother. Just like the 6 old, moss-covered stones. I scrolled down. Another forum, this one for true crime enthusiasts. A user with a generic avatar had posted. My cousin was a volunteer on that search. Said it was the creepiest thing he'd ever seen. Tents were still up, sleeping bags laid out, a pot of cold coffee on the fire grate. It was like they just got up and walked into the woods in the middle of the night and evaporated. They never found the father's body, just the grandmother's knitting, sitting by a cold fire. The words "cold fire" seemed to burn on the screen. I thought of the fire pit filled with that black, rubbery tar. I closed my eyes, seeing the stones again. 6 of them, for a family of 6, and a 7th new one, waiting. I shoved the phone in my pocket like it was on fire. I had to get us out of here. Today. Now. But when my family returned, flushed and happy from the playground, my resolve met reality. My wife was in full vacation mode. "We just got here," she said, her voice firm when I suggested maybe we should cut the trip short. "The kids are having fun. You're just spooked because you got lost. Let's just have a nice day. Stay away from the woods if they bother you." She said it like it was that simple. The kids whined in protest at the idea of leaving. I was outnumbered. The bright sunlight, the smell of sunscreen, the shrieks of joy from the playground. It all conspired to make my terror from the clearing feel silly, like a nightmare forgotten by noon. I almost convinced myself. Almost. We spent the day at the lake. I swam with my son, built sandcastles with my daughter, tried to laugh at my wife's jokes. But my eyes kept drifting to the tree line, to the specific patch of forest that I knew held site number 7. It felt like a sore tooth I couldn't stop touching with my tongue. The knowledge was a cold rock in my gut that the sun couldn't warm. Nightfall felt like a threat. We made a fire, roasted hot dogs. I kept the blaze big and bright, using way too much firewood. The kids told spooky stories, and every one of them felt like a personal warning. When we finally zipped them into their tent for the night, their giggles soon fading into the deep, even breaths of sleep, my own exhaustion hit me like a wall. The sleepless night, the panic, the mental strain, it all crashed down. I fell into a deep, dark sleep the moment my head hit the pillow. I don't know what woke me. A sound maybe, or the lack of one. The world outside our tent was utterly still, the kind of stillness that feels like a held breath. I glanced at my phone on the little camp stool beside my sleeping bag. 2:17 a.m. And then I heard it, the slow, deliberate sound of a zipper. Not ours, the kids' tent. The sound was metallic, precise, and it went on for too long. I sat up, my blood moving slow and cold. I nudged my wife. She mumbled, turned over. The zipper sound stopped. I unzipped our tent door just enough to peer out. The moon was a sliver, offering little light. And I saw her, my daughter. She was standing outside her tent, still in her unicorn pajamas, barefoot on the cold ground. She wasn't hunched or shivering. She stood perfectly straight, her arms at her sides. And she was looking not at me, not at anything, but through the trees towards the deep woods. Her eyes were open, but they were blank, glassy. She was sleepwalking. She hadn't done that since she was maybe 5. My heart clenched. I started to call out to her, to go to her, but before I could move, she did. She started walking. Not a sleepy stumble, but a straight, purposeful stride, directly towards the trees at the back of our site. Towards the path that didn't exist on the map. Towards site number 7. Fear launched me out of the tent. I didn't bother with shoes. I just ran, the frozen pine needles sharp under my feet. "Honey, stop," I hissed, trying to keep my voice low to not wake the whole campground. She didn't turn, didn't flinch. She walked right into the wall of underbrush, and it seemed to part for her. I followed, my breath ragged, my mind screaming. She moved through the dark woods with an unerring certainty I'd lacked that morning. She didn't hesitate, didn't stumble. It was like she was on a track. And I realized, with a dawning horror, that she was. She was following the same invisible line I had. We broke into the clearing. The moon provided just enough ghastly gray light to see the stones, the dead circle, the oily brook. My daughter walked into the very center of the stone circle. She didn't look at the 6 old markers. She went straight to the spot where I'd uncovered the sharp corner of the new 7th stone. And she lay down. She lay down on that bare, cold earth, stretching out as if on a bed, her head resting right at the foot of that new stone. She folded her hands on her chest. Her eyes were still open, staring straight up at a patch of sky above the clearing where there were no stars. I stood at the edge of the clearing, frozen. This was wrong. This was so profoundly wrong. "Emma," I whispered, the name tearing from my throat. "Baby, get up." Her head turned. Just a fraction. Her glassy eyes slid from the sky and found me in the gloom. And then she smiled. A small, serene, peaceful smile that didn't belong on her face. Not here, not now. It was the smile of someone who has finally come home. That smile broke the spell of my terror. I lunged forward into the circle. The air was so cold it burned my lungs. I reached her in 2 strides and grabbed her under the arms, pulling her up. Her body was limp, a dead weight, and cold as river stone. "We're leaving," I choked out, hauling her towards the trees. And that's when the temperature dropped again. So sharply I saw my own breath puff out in a white cloud. From the dark tree line, shapes moved. They weren't animals. They were like patches of deeper darkness that detached themselves from the shadows. They were tall and short, their edges blurry, like figures seen through thick, warped glass. They moved without a sound. I counted them as they emerged. 2 tall ones, 3 smaller ones, one that was slightly stooped. 6 figures. They moved to the edge of the stone circle and stopped, each one aligning itself with one of the 6 old, moss-covered stones. They didn't look like people, not really. They were more like suggestions of people, made of shifting gloom and the memory of shape. They didn't look at me. They didn't look at my daughter in my arms. As one, their faint, shapeless heads turned towards the center of the circle. They looked at the empty space beside where my daughter had been lying. The space by the new 7th stone. A vacancy. And then slowly the smallest shadow, the one by the smallest rock, lifted an arm. It was just a darker smudge in the air, but the intention was clear. It didn't point at my daughter. It pointed at the empty space. Then it shifted that pointing arm. It pointed at me. An invitation. A replacement. The cold wasn't just in the air now. It was in my bones, in my soul. I clutched my daughter tighter, turned my back on the circle and the 6 silent watchers, and I ran. I ran like I have never run before, branches whipping my face, my feet screaming in pain, the cold weight in my arms the only thing that mattered. I didn't look back. I burst into our campsite, where the battery-powered lantern we'd left on cast a tiny, pathetic yellow glow. My wife was out of the tent, her face a mask of panic. "What's happening?" "I heard you run." Her words died when she saw our daughter's limp form. I laid her by the fire pit, which held nothing but gray ash. "Get a blanket." "Now." I barked, and the tone in my voice sent her scrambling. We wrapped her, rubbed her hands, called her name. After a minute that felt like a century, she groaned. Her own voice, weak and confused. "Daddy? I'm cold." Her eyes fluttered open, and they were hers again, scared and disoriented. I pulled her into a hug so tight she whimpered. Over her shoulder, I stared into the woods. At the tree line, just at the edge where our lantern light faded into black, they stood. All 6 of them. They didn't come closer. They just watched, waiting. The night was not over, and we were trapped in a small island of light with something ancient and hungry pacing just beyond the glow. My daughter was back, but the thing in the woods had made its offer, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me deeper than the air ever could, that it was not an offer you could refuse twice. We huddled by the cold fire pit, wrapped in every blanket we had, the single battery lantern between us like a tiny, defiant sun. My daughter shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering, but her eyes were clear, her own. She remembered nothing after going to bed. Just a dream about playing in a cold stream with kids she didn't know. My wife held her close, rocking her, but her own eyes were wide and fixed on me, demanding answers without saying a word. The 6 figures never crossed the line where the lantern light faded into the woods, but they didn't leave either. They were just shapes in the deeper dark, patient and still as the trees themselves. I kept waiting for them to move, to charge, to do something, but their stillness was worse. It was the stillness of something that is all the time in the world. I finally found my voice, a rough scrape in my throat. "We have to go. Now." We pack the car and we drive out of here, right now. My wife just nodded, her face pale. No argument this time. We moved like robots, a frantic, silent team. We left the tents, the chairs, the cooler. We just grabbed the kids, our wallets, the car keys, and threw them into the car. I shoved our sleeping bags in after them, thinking of the cold. The whole time, my skin crawled with the feeling of being watched from the tree line. I kept the lantern in my hand until the last second, then tossed it into the passenger seat as I jumped behind the wheel. My hands were shaking so bad I fumbled the key, dropping it on the floor mat. Come on," I whispered, finally stabbing it into the ignition. I turned the key. The engine coughed, whined, and didn't catch. A cold dread that had nothing to do with the weather flooded my veins. I tried again. Just a tired clicking sound. The battery was dead. It was impossible. The car had been fine that afternoon. I turned on the headlights. Nothing. The dashboard was dark. The battery was completely, utterly drained. "No," I breathed. I looked at my wife. Her hand was over her mouth. In the reflection of the windshield, I saw them. The 6 shadows were closer now, having drifted soundlessly to the very edge of our campsite, just outside the ring of light that had spilled from our car doors. They were waiting for the light to go out. We were trapped in a metal box, and our flashlight was dying. My son, picking up on the terror, started to cry softly. That sound, more than anything, snapped something in me. This wasn't just about being scared. This was about protecting them. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but I knew I couldn't fight it with a pocket knife and a dead flashlight. I remembered the ranger. Carl. He knew. He had tried to warn me. Lock the doors. I told my wife, my voice firmer than I felt. Do not open them for anyone but me. Do not get out. I'm going to get help. Her hand shot out and grabbed my arm. Don't you dare leave us here. I'm going to the ranger station. It's a 5-minute run. Carl is there. He'll have a truck, a radio, something. I'll be back before you know it. It was a terrible plan, but it was the only one I had. Leaving them felt like tearing my own heart out, but staying meant we all slowly froze, or worse, as the shadows closed in. I saw the conflict in her eyes, the terror of being alone warring with the logic that someone had to do something. Finally, she gave a tiny, tight nod. Run! I took the dead flashlight anyway, a useless club. I threw open my door and leaped out, slamming it behind me. I heard the locks click instantly. The moment I left the car, the cold hit me like a physical blow, that same deep, unnatural chill from the clearing. I didn't look at the tree line. I just ran, my socked feet slipping on the gravel, then pounding on the asphalt road towards the front of the campground. The night was vast and empty, the stars impossibly bright and cold above me. I made it to the ranger station in 3 minutes, my lungs burning. The building was dark, but there was a pickup truck parked beside it. I hammered on the door, not caring about the noise. Carl! Carl, open up. It's an emergency. No answer. I tried the knob. Locked. I ran to the truck, peered inside. Empty. I was panting, my breath pluming in the air, turning around in a helpless circle. Where was he? Then a beam of light hit me from the side, making me flinch. It came from the small, windowless equipment shed behind the station. The door was ajar. Carl's voice came out, low and tense. In here. Quick. I stumbled towards the light, slipping inside. He shut the door behind me, plunging us into a space lit by a single, bare bulb hanging from a cord. The shed smelled of gasoline, old wood, and something else, something sharp like ozone after a lightning strike. Carl wasn't in his ranger uniform. He wore a thick flannel and jeans, and his face was grim, older than I remembered. He looked at me, at my wild eyes and my socked feet, and he just nodded, like he'd been expecting me. They showed themselves, he said. It wasn't a question. My daughter, I gasped. She sleepwalked to the clearing. There were figures. 6 of them. My car won't start. My family is locked in it back at the site. He let out a long, slow breath, rubbing a hand over his stubbled jaw. I told you not to go near there. I know what I did. Now help me. We need a jump, a phone, something. He shook his head, a movement of profound weariness. A jump won't help if they don't want you to leave. Your battery isn't dead. It's empty. They can do that. They feed on the energy, the warmth, the life of a place, of people. His words sank in, horrible and impossible. What are they? I demanded. Ghosts? What? He leaned against a workbench cluttered with tools. What do you think happens when a whole family, a happy family, is taken by something they don't understand? They don't just vanish. They get stuck. They love that place, you see? It was their happy spot, their tradition, just like it was yours. That love, that attachment, it becomes a chain. They don't know they're gone. They just know their family circle is broken. And every summer, when a new family comes that feels like theirs, that resonates just right, the site wakes up. It tries to fix the circle, to make the family whole again. The family of 6. The Miller family. The 6 stones. They want to replace the father, I said, the pieces clicking together with a dreadful clarity. The 7th stone. It's new. It's for me. Carl's eyes held a pity that made me feel sick. It's not just you. It's the pattern. A father, a mother, 3 kids, a grandparent. You have 2 children. They had 3. For years you were close, but not a perfect match. Something changed. He paused, his gaze piercing. Last year, did you lose someone? A pregnancy? A child? The air left my lungs. He saw the answer on my face. The miscarriage. Early on, but we had told the kids a baby was coming. We had grieved, a quiet, private sorrow we carried even here, to this place of family joy. The lost family's sensor, tuned to the shape of a family missing a piece, had finally found its near-perfect fit. The sight had been waiting, and our sadness had been a beacon. "Oh God," I whispered. "So what do we do? How do we stop it?" Carl walked to a rusty locker in the corner, spun the combination, and pulled out a duffel bag. Not a ranger's bag. It was olive green old. He unzipped it. Inside were things that made no sense. A few old leather-bound books, a plastic spray bottle filled with clear liquid, a small hammer, a pouch of what looked like rock salt, and a simple metal cross on a chain, tarnished with age. "I'm not just a ranger," he said, his voice flat. "My family has been around these woods for generations. We remember things. We try to keep a lid on things. Father Albright, from over in Millerton, he helps when he can. This is his stuff. He was supposed to come up tomorrow for a maintenance visit." He handed me the cross. It was cold in my hand. "Take this. It might make them keep their distance. Not a guarantee, but it's something. The salt around your car, a line of it can slow them down. They don't like it. It reminds them of borders, of things they can't cross. Might slow them down." I echoed, panic rising again. "You need to come with me. You have a truck. We can load my family in and just drive out." He shook his head again, and for the first time, I saw real fear in his own eyes. "I can't go back there. Not at night. Not when it's active. It knows me. It knows I try to interfere. If I go near your site with you, it'll just pull more power, try harder. It'll make things worse. Your only chance is to hold out until sunrise. They fade with the light. They don't go away, but they lose their grip. You get your family to this shed the moment the sun is up. I'll be here with the truck running. We'll get you out." It was a plan, but it felt thin as tissue paper. Hold out until dawn. It was only maybe 3 a.m. That was hours away. Hours of sitting in a dead car with those things outside. I took the duffel bag, the cross clenched in my other hand. The salt. The spray bottle. Holy water. Well, blessed electrolyte solution. Better conductivity. He says it works like a battery for a prayer. Don't ask me. Just spray it if they get too close. It won't hurt them, but it annoys them, breaks their focus. I turned to go, the weight of the bag and the responsibility crushing my shoulders. "Tom," Carl said as my hand touched the doorknob. I looked back. His face was solemn. "Don't negotiate. Don't talk to them. Don't offer them anything. You give them an inch, they'll take the whole family. Just hold the line." I ran back into the night, the duffel bag banging against my leg, the metal cross cold in my fist. The run back felt longer, the woods darker. As I approached our site, I saw the car was still there, a dark hulk. And the shadows were still there too, a little closer now, forming a loose ring around the vehicle. They were maybe 20 feet from the car doors. I slowed, my breath catching. How was I supposed to get the salt around the car with them standing there? As I watched, one of the smaller shadows, the one that had pointed at me, drifted forward a few feet. It stopped by my wife's side of the car. It raised a blurry hand and placed it against the window. I saw my wife flinch inside, pulling my daughter closer. The shadow didn't try to get in. It just left its hand there. A claim. I had to move. I opened the salt pouch, my fingers numb. I started on the far side of the car, pouring a wobbly, thin line of white crystals on the ground, making a wide circle. I felt a change in the air as I did it, a slight resistance, like pushing through static. The shadows didn't move, but I felt their attention shift to me. I kept going, my heart in my throat, rounding the back bumper. When I got to the side where the small shadow was, it was still there, its hand on the glass. It turned its head. It had no face, just a suggestion of one, a deeper darkness where features might be. I poured the salt in a wide arc, giving it a berth. As the white line passed near its vague feet, the shadow pulled its hand from the car and drifted back a step, just outside the new salt line. It worked. Not much, but it worked. I finished the circle, connecting it near my door. I had a bag of salt left. I looked at the ring of shadows standing outside my new white line. They were all looking at me now. I unlocked my door and slid inside, locking it again instantly. The interior was icy. My wife stared at me, her eyes full of 1,000 questions. I showed her the cross. "Carl gave me this. The salt might help. We just have to wait for sunrise." I put the cross on the dashboard, its tarnished metal reflecting the faint starlight. For a while, nothing happened. We sat in the cold dark, listening to each other breathe. Then my daughter, who had been drowsing, sat up. She looked out her window, right at the small shadow that had touched the glass. She didn't look scared. She looked curious. "Daddy," she said, her voice small, "why did you make me leave the other family? They were so lonely." My blood went cold. My wife and I exchanged a horrified look. "What other family, sweetie?" my wife asked gently. "The family in the woods. The cold kids and their mom and dad and grandma. They said we could play. They said we could stay and be warm with them. They have a place for us." Her words were a bucket of ice water. They were talking to her. In her head. The salt, the cross, the car doors, none of it was stopping that. The shadow outside her window lifted its arm again and pointed. Not at her. At me. Then it swung its pointing finger to the empty space in the back seat between my two children. The space where a third child might sit. The invitation was no longer just for me. It was for all of us. To complete their circle. To fill the empty spaces. We had hours until dawn, and the things outside weren't just waiting anymore. They were making their case, and they were starting with the easiest target. A lonely little girl who just wanted to help someone stop being sad. I held the spray bottle of holy water in my hand, knowing it was just an irritant, and looked at the patient, hungry darkness beyond the salt line, and wondered if the morning light would come soon enough, or if we would still be here, a frozen, perfect copy of a family that vanished 8 years ago. My daughter's words hung in the frozen air of the car, a truth more terrifying than any shadow outside. They were talking to her. The salt circle and the metal cross were like a fence, but their voices were a wind that blew right through. I looked at my wife and saw her understanding dawn, a fresh horror replacing the confusion. Our safe little island in the dark wasn't safe at all. I had to do something, anything, to break their connection to her. "Hey," I said, my voice too loud in the small space. I reached over the seat and gently turned my daughter's face away from the window, away from the small, pointing shadow. "Look at me. Those people in the woods are not a family. They're lost. And they're trying to make us lost, too. You can't listen to them. It's a trick." Her eyes, wide and too trusting, searched mine. "But they're sad, Daddy. I know, baby. But we can't help them that way. We have to be strong and stay right here, together, in our car. That's how we help our family." I fumbled in the duffel bag Carl had given me. My fingers brushed the cold spray bottle. An idea, desperate and probably stupid, formed. I couldn't spray the shadows outside, but maybe I could cleanse the air inside, break the mental link. "Everyone, close your eyes and cover your faces for a second," I instructed. My wife, without question, pulled the kids close and ducked her head. I aimed the bottle at the ceiling of the car and gave 2 long squeezes. A fine, cold mist rained down on us, smelling faintly of minerals and something else, a dry, papery scent like old churches. My daughter squealed at the sudden cold wetness. But as the mist settled, I felt it. A change. Not a big one, but the oppressive, listening feeling in the car eased just a little. The static in the air seemed to clear. My daughter blinked, looked around as if waking up, and snuggled deeper into her mother's side, no longer looking out at the shadows with that eerie curiosity. It had worked, at least for now. The small shadow outside her window seemed to ripple, its form becoming less distinct for a moment, like a television picture struggling to come in. It lowered its pointing arm. A small victory, but it filled me with a fragile hope. We settled back into our vigil. The cold was a living thing, creeping through the steel and glass of the car. We huddled under the sleeping bags, sharing body heat. The shadows didn't move again. They just stood sentinel beyond the salt, a ring of patient gloom. The worst part was the quiet. Not a peaceful quiet, but a waiting quiet, a paused quiet. No crickets, no owls, no rustle of night creatures. Just us, and the occasional shuddering breath from one of the kids. Time stretched like taffy. Minutes felt like hours. I watched the sky through the moonroof, praying for the first hint of gray. My mind raced over everything Carl had said. They feed on energy. I looked at the dark dashboard, the dead battery. They love the place. I thought of our decade of happy memories at site number 7, our laughter soaking into that ground, making it ripe for this horror. They don't know they're gone. The profound sadness of that idea almost overwhelmed me. They were just a family like us, wanting to be whole. But their wholeness meant our end. My son, who had been brave and quiet, suddenly spoke, his voice small. "Daddy, I have to go to the bathroom." It was such a normal, kid thing to say in the middle of this nightmare that I almost laughed, a strangled, hopeless sound. "You have to hold it, buddy," I said softly. "We can't go outside." "I really have to go," he insisted, his face pinched. My wife and I exchanged a look. This was a problem. a real, physical problem that the shadows could exploit. Okay, I said, a new plan forming, reckless but necessary. Listen, I'm going to open my door. Just me. You're going to climb over the seat and go right here, on the floor behind my seat. Quick, like a bandit. Okay. He nodded, his eyes wide. I looked at the shadows. They were still. I gripped the spray bottle in one hand, the metal cross in the other. Ready? Go. I unlocked and shoved my door open, stepping out into the biting cold, putting my body between the open door and the nearest shadow. Now, buddy. My son scrambled over the center console and into the footwell behind my seat. I stood there, facing the darkness, my skin crawling. I could feel their focus intensify, a pressure against my skin. The tall shadow I thought of as the father figure took a slow, flowing step closer to the salt line. It stopped at the white crystals, its form seeming to test the boundary. I held up the cross. Back up, I said, my voice trembling. It didn't back up, but it didn't come forward either. It just watched me. From inside the car, I heard the quick, quiet sound of my son relieving himself. Done, he whispered. Get back to your seat, buckle up, my wife said, her voice tense. I didn't turn around. I kept my eyes on the shadow, stepping backward slowly, feeling for the car with my leg. My son was back in his seat. I started to slide back into mine, and that's when the stooped shadow, the grandmother, moved. It didn't come toward me. It drifted to the front of the car, right over the hood. It stretched out a vague, dark hand and placed it on the metal, and the car groaned. It was a low metallic sound, like a ship straining in ice. The whole vehicle settled an inch on its springs. Frost, thick and white and crawling with intricate, fern-like patterns, radiated out from under the shadow's hand across the windshield, blotting out our view. The cold inside the car spiked sharply. My daughter cried out. The thing was leaning on us, leaning its weight, its cold, impossible weight, on our only shelter. I slammed my door shut and locked it. We were now in a frozen, frosted tomb. I couldn't see out. They could probably see in. The panic was a bird trapped in my chest. We couldn't last like this. The cold would get us before dawn. I had to do something more aggressive. I remembered the salt. I still had half a pouch. Give me your sock, I said to my son. He looked confused but peeled off his damp sock. I poured the remaining salt into it, tying a knot at the top. I had a crude, lumpy salt bomb. What are you doing? My wife asked, her voice thin with fear. Creating a distraction, I said. I powered down my window just a crack, maybe 2 inches. The cold that poured in was brutal. I shoved the knotted sock through the crack and with a hard throw, sent it sailing over the car, towards the woods on the far side of our site. It landed with a soft thump in the dry leaves. For a second, nothing. Then all 6 shadows turned their heads as one, tracking the sound, the new intrusion of the substance they disliked. Their focus shifted from the car to the woods. The pressure in the car lessened. The frost on the windshield stopped spreading. Now, I hissed. I grabbed the door handle. We run for the ranger station. All of us. Right now. Carry the kids. Don't look back. My wife didn't hesitate. She threw open her door and grabbed our daughter. I had my son in my arms before his seatbelt was fully off. We ran. We abandoned the car, the bags, everything. We ran barefoot and freezing down the asphalt road, our breaths sobbing in the night air. I heard a sound behind us, not a footstep, but a rushing, like a gust of wind through a narrow canyon. They were coming, but we had a head start and the burning fire of pure terror in our legs. The lights of the ranger station were the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Carl must have turned on every lamp inside. We stumbled up the steps to the equipment shed. The door flew open before we could knock, and Carl pulled us inside, slamming it shut and throwing a heavy bolt I hadn't noticed before. We collapsed on the floor, gasping, crying, clutching each other. The shed was warm. A small electric heater glowed in the corner. It felt like heaven. Carl stood by the window, peering out through a slit in the blinds. They stopped at the edge of the clearing, he murmured. They won't come near the station. Too much iron in the tools. Too much remembered purpose. He turned to look at us, a sad expression on his face. You made it. Just a few hours till sunup. We spent the rest of the night in that shed, wrapped in moving blankets that smelled of oil and dust, listening to the heater click. The kids, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. My wife held my hand, her grip tight, and we didn't speak. There was nothing to say. The first gray light of dawn finally seeped through the blinds. Carl peeked outside again and nodded. It's time. His truck started on the first try, roar of beautiful, normal machinery. He drove us the short distance back to our site. In the pale morning light, everything looked ordinary, even silly. Our abandoned car sat there, doors open, frost melting off the windshield in slow tears. The salt circle was a messy white line on the dirt. There was no sign of the shadows. They were gone, faded back into the bones of the land. We transferred our few grabbed belongings into the back of Carl's truck. I took one last look at our campsite, at the woods holding site number 7. It looked peaceful, innocent, but I knew the truth that lived there now. Carl drove us all the way to our car at the entrance gate, which started right up with a jump from his truck. The battery was fine. It had always been fine. We stood by our open car doors, the morning sun warm on our faces, a contrast so sharp it felt unreal. Carl handed me a slip of paper with a phone number on it. Father Albright, call him when you get home. He'll know what to do next. To protect yourselves, just in case. I took the paper, numb. Thank you, I said, the words inadequate. He just shook his head. Don't thank me. Just go. And never, ever come back. Not you, not your kids, not your grandkids. This place is not yours anymore. We drove away from Pine Grove. The kids, sensing the profound shift, were quiet in the back. My wife stared straight ahead, her profile rigid. We were alive. We were out. The nightmare was over. But as the miles stretched between us and those woods, a new chill settled in me, one the sun couldn't touch. We had escaped the place, but had we broken the connection? The thing had known my daughter's mind. It had known about our lost baby. It had invited us specifically. As I drove, the folded paper with the priest's number in my pocket felt like it was burning a hole. I pulled it out at a stoplight, smoothing it on my leg. I would call. I had to. But for now, the only thing that mattered was putting more road between us and that clearing. The relief of survival was immense, a solid, real thing in my chest. But underneath it, a question pulsed, low and steady like a hidden heartbeat. When you take something from a place that hungry, does it ever really let you go? The drive home was a blur of quiet highways and heavy thoughts. My wife stared out her window, her hand sometimes reaching back to touch one of the kids, as if to make sure they were still there. The kids themselves slept, the deep, exhausted sleep of the traumatized. The normal world rushed past, gas stations, billboards, other families and other cars going on vacations, and it all felt like a movie playing on a screen. We were separate from it, carrying a pocket of cold woods inside our car. When we finally pulled into our own driveway, the familiar sight of our house, our lawn, our mailbox, should have been a comfort. It just felt like a set piece, a stage where we were supposed to act normal. We unloaded in a daze. Inside, the central heat was on, a dry, artificial warmth that didn't reach the chill in my bones. My wife immediately ran a bath for the kids, scrubbing the forest dirt from their skin with a ferocity that was about more than cleanliness. I went to the garage and found the cell phone charger. My phone had died sometime during the night. I plugged it in, watching the screen light up with the empty battery symbol. As it slowly gained life, notifications began to pop up. A few work emails, a weather alert, nothing from the world we'd just left. I waited until it had enough power, then I took out the crumpled slip of paper from my pocket. The numbers were smudged from sweat, but still readable. I dialed Father Albright's number. It rang. Once. Twice. Then a click, and a recorded voice, calm and professional, filled my ear. You have reached the voicemail of Father Albright. I am currently away assisting with an emergency sanctification at the Pine Grove Campground. Please leave a message. The words Pine Grove Campground hit me like a punch. He was there. Right now. Carl must have called him after we left. An emergency sanctification. The phrase sounded both powerful and hopeless. I didn't leave a message. What would I say? I hung up and just stood there in my quiet kitchen, the hum of the refrigerator the only sound. He was trying to fix it, to seal it. A fragile hope, thin as a spider's thread, tried to form. Maybe it would work. Maybe the priest with his special tools and knowledge could do what we couldn't, could close the door we'd opened. We tried to settle back into our life. The next few days were a strange performance. We went through the motions, work, school, dinners, bedtime stories, but a distance had opened up between us, filled with the things we weren't saying. My wife jumped at every creak in the house. She started checking the locks on the doors and windows 3 times before bed. The kids had nightmares. My son woke up screaming about the cold kids who wanted to play tag. My daughter would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and stare at nothing, a vacant look in her eyes that made my heart stop. I'd call her name sharply, and she'd blink, smile, and go back to her toys, not remembering. The connection wasn't broken. It was stretched thin, like a radio signal from a faraway station, but it was still coming through. A week after we returned, I was in the backyard raking leaves, trying to lose myself in the mindless physical work. My daughter was on the swing set, pumping her legs lazily. Out of the blue, she said, "Daddy, my friend says her grandma is good at knitting." I froze, the rake handle slick in my grip. The grandmother's knitting, left by a cold fire. "What friend, sweetie?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. "My friend in the woods. She's not there anymore. She says they had to move because a loud man was making big noises and it hurt. But she says she can still visit me in my dreams. She gave me something so she can find me." My blood turned to ice. I walked over to the swing, knelt in front of her. "She gave you something? What did she give you?" My daughter looked thoughtful, then shrugged. "A present. I put it in my treasure box." She slid off the swing and ran inside. I followed, my heart hammering. Her treasure box was an old shoebox she kept under her bed, full of pretty rocks, broken jewelry, and glittery drawings. She dumped it out on her pink rug and sifted through the clutter. "Here it is," she said, holding up a small, folded square of faded flannel cloth. I took it from her. It was soft, worn thin. I unfolded it carefully. Inside was a child's handmade bracelet, woven from colorful embroidery threads, the pattern simple, the knots slightly uneven. The ends were tied together in a sloppy, child-made knot. It was faded, as if it had been left in the sun for a long, long time. It was not something from our house. It was not something from any store we shopped at. It was a homespun, handmade thing, full of love and time. A thing a child might make for a friend. Or a sister. The lost family had 3 children. My hands shook. This was an anchor. A tag. The priest's sanctification might have hurt them, driven them from their woods temporarily. But they had left a hook in my daughter, a way to find her again. They weren't done. I took the bracelet. "We need to put this away, okay? It's very old and might break." She pouted but agreed. I took it to the garage, my mind racing. I couldn't just throw it away. What if that didn't sever the link? What if it angered them? I needed information. Real information. I went to my computer, a different kind of dread settling in. I searched for Father Albright's church in Millerton. I found a number for the parish office. The secretary answered. I asked for the father. "I'm sorry, he's still on personal leave," she said, her voice cheerful and unaware. "Can I take a message?" "It's about Pine Grove," I said, the words feeling dangerous to say out loud. There was a pause on the line. A shift. "One moment, please." The hold music was a generic hymn. After a minute, a different voice came on, older female. "This is Mrs. Albright. My husband is recovering. He asked me to speak to anyone who called about that place." "Who is this?" "I was there last week," I said, my throat tight. "My family." Carl the ranger gave me his number. The father tried to do a sanctification. I need to know if it worked. Her sigh was heavy, traveled a long distance through the phone line. "It did not. Not fully. He's in the hospital. Mild heart attack. The stress, the backlash. He said the site is stronger than he's ever felt. It's grown roots. It's attached itself to something new. He told me to tell anyone who called that if you took anything from there, even a memory, you need to bring it back. You need to return it and sever the tie yourself. He can't do it for you." I looked at the faded bracelet on my desk. What if something was given, not taken? The pause was longer this time. "Then it's a contract, an invitation. They consider it a promise. You have to return the gift and formally reject the offer. On the ground, where it happened." He said you'd know what that meant. I knew. The circle, the stones. I had to go back. The thought made me feel physically ill. "Is there anything else? Any instructions?" He said to go during the day, never at night, and do not go alone. Take a witness, someone not connected to you by blood. The site feeds on family bonds. It confuses a stranger's energy. It's harder for it to grab hold. Those were his words. I don't understand them, but I trust him. I thanked her and hung up. The problem was immediate. Who could I ask? I had no close friend I could tell this insane story to who wouldn't think I'd lost my mind. My brother? He'd laugh and then call a doctor. A coworker? Impossible. I was trapped. That evening, after the kids were in bed, I showed my wife the bracelet and told her about the phone call. Her face, already drawn with stress, seemed to age years in front of me. "You can't go back there," she whispered, her voice fierce. "We barely got out." "No, We have to, I said, equally quiet. It's in her head. They gave her a tag. They can find her. This isn't over unless we end it, on their ground, by their rules. Their rules will get you killed, she said, a tear tracking down her cheek. Then what's the alternative? Wait for one of them to show up in her bedroom one night? For her to sleepwalk out the front door and never come back? We argued in hushed, frantic tones for an hour, circling the same terrible points. Finally, exhausted, we fell into a desperate silence. The next day, I was at my wit's end. I drove to a nearby park, just to think, to be away from the tense atmosphere of the house. I sat on a bench, watching people walk their dogs, kids play frisbee. Normal life. I envied them so deeply it was an ache. My phone buzzed. It was a text from a number I didn't recognize. Heard you might need a neutral party. Meet at the diner on Route 9. Noon. Come alone. It was signed C. Carl. How did he get my number? It didn't matter. He was offering exactly what the priest's wife had said I needed. A witness. Someone not family. I was at the diner at 11:45. Carl's pickup truck was already in the lot. He was in a booth by the window, nursing a black coffee. He looked worse than he had at the campground, thinner, his eyes shadowed. I slid into the seat across from him. How did you know? I asked. He took a slow sip. Father Albright's wife. She called me. She said someone from the incident would be in touch. I figured it was you. The others, well, they usually don't make it out to call anyone. The waitress came, and I ordered a coffee I didn't want just to have something to do. When she left, I placed the little flannel-wrapped bracelet on the table between us. Carl didn't touch it. He just looked at it, a deep sadness in his eyes. They're clever, he murmured. A gift. Makes it voluntary. Makes the connection stronger. I have to take it back, I said. The priest's wife said I need a witness. Someone not family. He was already nodding. I figured, I'll go with you. Not into the circle. I'll stay at the tree line. But I'll be there. It's my job to clean up the messes in those woods. The relief was so profound I felt weak. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, he said, his voice gruff. You know what you have to do. You have to say the words. Out loud. In that circle. You have to reject the offer. You have to give back the gift and state, clearly, that your family is yours, whole and complete, and you want no part of theirs. You have to break the pattern in your mind and out loud. It's a ritual. You play by their rules one last time to end the game. And if it doesn't work, he met my gaze, his own steady and bleak. Then you'll be the seventh stone, and I'll have to find a way to tell your wife where to never look for you. We arranged to meet the next morning at a gas station near the turnoff for Pine Grove. I drove home, the plan solidifying in my mind a cold, hard knot of purpose. I told my wife. She cried, but she didn't stop me. She helped me pack a small bag, a bottle of water, the bracelet, a flashlight, my pocket knife. No holy water, no cross. Just me, my words, and the returned gift. That night, I kissed my sleeping children, memorizing their faces. I held my wife for a long time. I'm coming back, I promised her into her hair. This ends tomorrow. She didn't say she believed me. She just held on tighter. The next morning, I met Carl at the gas station. He gave a curt nod, and I followed his truck down the familiar roads. The sight of the Pine Grove sign filled me with a nausea so strong I had to swallow hard. We didn't go to the entrance. Carl turned down a forgotten fire road, overgrown and bumpy, that skirted the edge of the campground property. We parked where the road washed out. From here we walk, he said. The hike was shorter than I expected, cutting through a young, dense patch of forest before hitting the older, taller pines. I recognized the land. We were coming up behind site number 7. We reached the edge of the clearing. In the stark afternoon light, it looked even more wrong. The dead circle of earth was a sore spot. The brook was a trickle of sludge. The 6 old stones were there, mossy and ancient. And the 7th, my stone, was there too, pale and sharp and waiting. The black tar in the fire pit seemed to have bubbled, flowing over the edges a little. Carl stopped, putting a hand on my shoulder. This is as far as I go. You see that flat rock by the big pine? I'll be right there. I'll be watching. You go in, do what you need to do, and walk out. Don't run. Walk. Show no fear. You're returning what's theirs, that's all. A business transaction. I nodded, my mouth dry as dust. I stepped out of the tree line and into the clearing. The air was still and cold, a pocket of winter. I walked towards the center, towards the 7th stone. I could feel the place waking up, a subtle shift in the pressure, a focusing of attention. I was being watched by the trees, by the stones, by the earth itself. I stopped by the new stone. I took the flannel cloth from my pocket, unfolded it, and laid the little bracelet on the cold, gray rock right on top of it. Then I took a step back. I cleared my throat. My voice, when it came, was rough but clear, carrying in the quiet clearing. This is yours. I'm giving it back. My family is my family. We are whole. We are complete. We want no part of your circle. The offer is rejected. Leave us alone. I said it to the stone, to the air, to whatever was listening. For a moment, nothing. Then a wind kicked up, a sudden gust that came from nowhere, swirling dead leaves around the circle. It wasn't a cold wind. It was an angry wind. It whipped around me, tugging at my clothes. The bracelet lifted off the stone, tumbled once in the air, and landed at the base of the smallest, moss-covered stone. The wind died as suddenly as it came. The clearing was still again, but different. The pressure was gone. The feeling of being watched faded. The seventh stone in front of me didn't look different, but it felt inert. Just a rock. I turned and walked back towards Carl, my legs shaky but holding. I didn't run. I walked. I reached the tree line, and he clasped my arm, a brief, hard grip. "You did it," he said, and there was real respect in his voice. We hiked back to the trucks in a companionable quiet. The drive home felt lighter. The sun seemed brighter. When I walked into my house, my wife flew into my arms. I held her, smelling her shampoo, feeling the solid reality of her. "It's done," I whispered. And I believed it. For the first time in weeks, my daughter slept through the night with no strange comments the next day. The cold spot in our house seemed to warm. The nightmare appeared to be over. We had faced the thing, played its game by its rules, and won. A week later, feeling almost normal, I was cleaning out the garage. I moved a box of old camping gear, the gear we'd abandoned at site number 12. A small, faded plaid shirt fell out, one of my son's from years ago. As I picked it up to fold it, something clattered to the concrete floor. I looked down. It was a small, smooth gray river stone, perfectly round. It hadn't been in the box when I packed it. I stood there, holding the shirt, staring at the stone on the floor. It was just a rock, a common, ordinary rock, but I knew with a certainty that settled deep into my marrow that it hadn't come from any river near our home. It was the kind of stone you'd find in a dry creek bed in a pine forest. A gift, or a reminder. The transaction was complete, but the connection, it seemed, worked both ways. I had been to their home, and now a piece of it had followed me back to mine. I stared at the smooth, gray stone on the garage floor for a long time, the sounds of the neighborhood, a lawnmower, a kid's distant shout, feeling muffled and far away. It was just a rock. It could have gotten into the box at any time, on any trip. My son loved collecting rocks. That's all this was, a leftover from a happier time. I almost convinced myself. I picked it up. It was cool in my palm, heavier than it looked. I turned it over. There was nothing special about it. No marking, no odd shape. But my skin crawled where it touched me. I walked to the edge of my driveway and threw it as hard as I could into the thick brambles of the empty lot next door. It vanished into the green with a soft rustle. Gone. Problem solved. I went back inside, washed my hands with soap and hot water, and tried to forget about it. For a few days, it worked. The normal rhythms of life reasserted themselves with a comforting strength. The kids' nightmares became less frequent. My wife laughed at a joke on TV, a real, unforced laugh that made my heart lift. We were healing. We were moving on. Then, on Thursday evening, my son was setting the table for dinner. He placed 5 plates. We were a family of 4. "Who's the extra plate for, buddy?" my wife asked, her tone light. He looked at the table, his forehead wrinkled in confusion. "For the other boy," he said, as if it were obvious. "He's always hungry." The air in the kitchen got very still. My wife and I locked eyes over his head. "What other boy?" I asked, keeping my voice calm, leaning against the counter. "My friend from the cold place. He sits in the back seat of the car sometimes when we go to school. He doesn't talk much. He just looks out the window." My son said this while carefully placing a fork beside the 5th plate, his movements methodical. A chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning traced my spine. This wasn't a memory. This was new. The connection wasn't broken by my trip back to the circle. It had just changed channels. They weren't trying to pull us to them anymore. They were coming here. The stone in the garage hadn't been a random piece of clutter. It had been a doorstop, propping open a door I thought I'd slammed shut. That night, after the kids were asleep, I told my wife about the stone. She listened, her face growing paler with each word. "You brought something back," she whispered, accusing and terrified. "I didn't bring it. It was in the box. It followed you, Tom. You went to their home, and you invited them to follow you back. That's how these things work." We were back in the nightmare, arguing in hushed, frantic tones in our safe, well-lit kitchen. The walls felt thinner. The dark outside the windows felt closer. "What do we do?" she finally asked, the fight gone out of her, replaced by a weary dread. I had no good answer. Calling Carl or the priest felt useless. I'd done the ritual. I'd said the words. It hadn't been enough. We were on our own. The next sign was more subtle. I woke up early on Saturday to find the back porch light on. I was sure I'd turned it off before bed. The switch was in the on position. I flipped it off. Sunday morning it was on again. And Monday, it wasn't burning out the bulb. It was just on. On Tuesday, my daughter asked if we could leave the hall light on at night. "My friend says the dark makes her cough," she explained. I refused firmly. That night at 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by the sound of the kids' bathroom faucet running full blast. I rushed in to turn it off. The sink was empty. No toothbrush, no cup. Just cold water pouring down the drain. I stood there in the dark, listening to the water run, and I knew. This was communication. This was them saying, "We are here. We are using your water, your electricity. We are moving in." They were making themselves at home. The following weekend, we tried to have a normal family day at the zoo. It was a disaster. My son threw a tantrum near the lion enclosure, screaming that he wanted to go to the forest zoo instead, where the animals were quiet and cold. My daughter spent the whole time looking over her shoulder, waving at empty spaces behind benches and trash cans. My wife was a bundle of nerves, jumping at every loud sound. I drove home in a grim quiet, the hope that we could outrun this eroding completely. That evening, determined to reclaim some sanity, I decided to build a fire in our backyard fire pit. A normal, cheerful family fire. We roasted marshmallows. The kids got sticky and smiled real smiles. For an hour, it was perfect. Then, as the flames died down to glowing embers, my daughter, staring into the coals, said, "Our fire is warmer than theirs was. Theirs just looked warm, but it wasn't." She wasn't talking to us. She was answering a question we hadn't heard. I threw a bucket of water on the fire, the coals hissing and steaming into the night. The fun was over. Back inside, as I got ready for bed, I found it. On my pillow, a single long gray pine needle. It hadn't been there minutes before. I hadn't been outside since dousing the fire. Our house was 30 miles from the nearest pine grove. I held it under the bathroom light. It was dry, slightly curled. A message. A calling card. They weren't just influencing the kids anymore. They were in the house. My house. Rage, hot and sudden, boiled up in me. This was my home. My family. They had no right. This wasn't their woods anymore. This was mine. I stormed through the house, checking locks, peering into dark corners, feeling foolish and furious. In the living room, the temperature dropped noticeably near the big picture window. I stopped. I could see my own reflection in the dark glass, and behind me the empty room. And then in the reflection, for less than a second, the shape of someone sitting in my armchair. A stooped silhouette. It was there, and then it wasn't. I whirled around. The chair was empty, but the seat cushion was slightly depressed, as if someone had just been sitting there. The rage cooled into a solid, cold determination. This was a war for my home, and I was losing. I couldn't fight shadows with a flashlight. I needed a strategy, a new kind of weapon. I remembered what Carl had said about the things they didn't like. Salt, iron, things that meant borders and purpose. The next day, I went to the hardware store. I bought a 50-pound bag of water softener salt pellets. I bought a box of long, thick iron nails. I bought a roll of copper wire, because I read online that spirits didn't like copper. I felt like a madman, but I didn't care. That afternoon, while my wife took the kids to a movie, a deliberate attempt to get them out of the increasingly oppressive atmosphere of the house, I got to work. I poured a thin, continuous line of salt along every exterior wall of the house, right where the foundation met the siding. I hammered iron nails into each windowsill, each door frame. I strung copper wire along the mantel, around the kids' bedroom door frames. I was turning my home into a fortress against a ghost story. When my family returned, my wife took one look at the salt line and the nails and burst into tears. Not scared tears, heartbroken ones. "Look at what they've done to us," she sobbed. "Look at what we've become. This isn't a home anymore. It's a bunker." The kids were confused and frightened by the changes. My fortress felt like a prison. That night, the activity changed. It wasn't subtle anymore. At midnight, every faucet in the house turned on at once. The sudden roar of water from 2 bathrooms and the kitchen jolted us out of bed. I ran from room to room, turning them off. The handles were ice cold. As I turned off the last one in the hall bathroom, the mirror fogged over completely, from the bottom up, as if someone had breathed on it. Then a single word appeared, drawn in the fog by an invisible finger: stay. It was the word my daughter had spoken in the woods. They were repeating their offer. Here, in my bathroom. I wiped the mirror clean with a trembling hand. I checked on the kids. They were sleeping, but fitfully tossing and turning. My son was muttering, "Too bright, turn it off." Though the room was dark, the siege had begun in earnest. The next few days were a blur of small, terrifying events. Lights flickered. The smell of pine needles and damp earth would waft through a room with no source. Our dog, a placid old lab, would sometimes growl at a corner of the living room for no reason, the hair on his back standing up. We were all on edge, sleep-deprived, jumping at every noise. My wife stopped crying. She just moved through the house with a blank, resigned expression that scared me more than anything. I had to do something drastic. The salt and iron weren't enough. They were inside already. I needed to evict them. I remembered the priest's electrolyte solution, the holy water. I didn't have any, and I had no faith to make my own. But I had another idea. If they were a presence, an energy, maybe I could disrupt them. On a website about paranormal cleansing, a site I never thought I'd visit in my life, I read about using sound. Loud, complex, human sound, not recordings. Live sound. It was a long shot, but it was all I had left. That Friday, I called my brother. I didn't tell him the truth. I told him we were having a bad bout of melancholy after the miscarriage anniversary, and we needed a pick-me-up. I asked him, his wife, and their 2 loud teenage boys to come over for a pizza and game night, to fill the house with noise and life, and people who weren't us. He agreed instantly, worried about us. They arrived that evening with board games and too much soda. The house was suddenly full of shouting, laughter, the blare of the TV, the thump of teenagers playing video games in the den. The normal, boisterous chaos of a big family gathering. And it worked. For the first time in weeks, the air in the house felt light. The cold spots warmed. My own kids got swept up in the fun, their faces losing that pinched, watchful look. My wife even laughed, a real laugh, at one of my brother's dumb jokes. I watched, a fierce hope blooming in my chest. This was the weapon. Life. Loud, messy, present life. The energy of a family that was alive and here. The lost family couldn't compete with this. They were echo. This was the original booming sound. The evening was a triumph. When my brother's family finally left, hugs and promises to do it again soon, our own house felt different. Warmer. Quieter in a good way. The kids went to bed without complaint and fell asleep instantly. My wife gave me a real smile as we cleaned up pizza boxes. "That was a good idea," she said. "Thank you." We went to bed feeling better than we had in a month. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. And then at exactly 3 a.m., I woke up. Not to a sound, to a feeling. A profound emptiness. The house was too still. I reached for my wife. Her side of the bed was cold. I sat up. "Honey." No answer. I got out of bed, my heart starting to hammer. I checked the kids' rooms. Empty. Their beds were unmade, but they were gone. I ran through the house, turning on every light, calling their names. Nothing. The back door was unlocked. I ran outside into the backyard. The moon was full, casting a sharp blue-white light. And I saw them, my wife and my children. They were standing in a line at the far edge of our property, where our lawn met the woods that backed onto a community park. They were in their pajamas, barefoot on the dew-soaked grass. They were standing perfectly still, facing the woods. And they were holding hands, just like a family. My breath caught in my throat. I started to run towards them, to scream. But as I got closer, I saw their faces in the moonlight. They were serene, peaceful, blank. Their eyes were open, but they weren't seeing our yard, our woods. They were seeing a different clearing, a different set of stones. The noise had driven them out, not away, deeper. It had pushed the presence to act, to make its final, desperate move. It wasn't waiting for us to come to them anymore. It was going to walk my family into the local woods and keep walking, until they found a place that felt right, a place that felt like home. And they would vanish, just like the others, leaving me alone in a house full of salt and nails and copper wire, a fortress that had failed to protect the very thing it was built for. I stopped running, standing 20 feet from my own family, understanding dawning with a terrible, icy clarity. I couldn't just defend anymore. I had to go on the attack. But how do you attack a memory? How do you fight a sorrow that has taken root in your own home? They stood there, a perfect, silent line, waiting for a signal I couldn't hear to start walking into the trees and out of my life forever. I stood frozen on the damp grass, 20 feet from my family. They were a statue garden of people I loved, bathed in wrong moonlight, holding hands like they were about to play a game of Ring Around the Rosie. The sight was so peaceful it was horrifying. My mind screamed at me to rush them, to tackle them, to drag them back inside. But a deeper, colder instinct held me back. What if touching them triggered something? What if my interference made them bolt into those woods like spooked deer? I had to be smarter than the fear. I took a slow, careful step forward, then another. The grass crunched under my feet, a sound that seemed monstrously loud in the perfect stillness. They didn't turn. They didn't flinch. I was 5 feet away now, close enough to see the goosebumps on my son's arms, the vacant stare in my wife's eyes. They were looking at the tree line, but they weren't seeing the familiar oaks and maples of our local park. They were seeing a different forest entirely. I spoke, my voice low and calm, the voice I used when one of them had a night terror. "Hey, it's me. It's time to come back inside now. It's cold out here." No reaction, not even a blink. I reached out, my hand hovering just above my wife's shoulder. I could feel the cold radiating from her skin, that same deep, unnatural chill from Pine Grove. "Honey," I said a little louder. "Wake up." Her head turned, just a fraction. Her eyes, glassy and distant, slid towards me. There was no recognition, just a mild curiosity, like looking at a bug. Then her lips moved. The voice that came out wasn't hers. It was a dry, papery whisper, the sound of many leaves rustling together. "We're going home." The words weren't aimed at me. They were a statement of fact, spoken to the night. My daughter, still holding her mother's hand, echoed in her own little girl voice, but with the same hollow tone, "Going home." My son just nodded, a slow, dreamy motion. Panic threatened to short-circuit my brain. They were a unit, a locked system. I couldn't reason with them. I had to break the trance physically. I abandoned caution and grabbed my wife's arm. It was like gripping a marble statue, cold and rigid. "You are home," I said, my voice cracking. "This is your home. Look at me." I pulled, but she was rooted to the spot, an impossible weight. I pulled harder, putting my whole body into it. She didn't budge. It was like trying to pull a tree out of the ground. My son, still looking forward, spoke. "Daddy, you're pulling too hard. You'll hurt her." The use of my name, in his normal voice, was a knife twist. "Then help me, buddy. Wake up. Please." He didn't respond. The family unit just stood, a wall of serene determination. I was losing. I needed a different tool. I remembered the salt, the iron. They were in my house, not in my pocket. I had nothing on me but my pajamas. Then I remembered the one thing I always carried, a silly habit from my own childhood. A lucky silver dollar, worn smooth, that I kept in my pocket. It was in the pocket of the jeans I'd worn yesterday, currently in a heap on the bedroom floor. Useless. Think. Sound. The website said sound. Live sound. I took a deep, shuddering breath, and I screamed. Not a scream of fear, but a loud, wordless animal yell, full of every bit of frustration, love, and terror I had in me. I yelled directly into my wife's face. The effect was immediate and electric. All three of them flinched as one. A full-body jerk like a puppet string had been yanked. Their linked hands tightened. My wife's eyes lost their glassiness for a split second, filled with confusion and terror, before the vacant calm slammed back down. But it had worked. For a moment, I'd reached her. I screamed again, a raw, sustained roar at the sky. "This is MY family. You can't have them." This time, the reaction was different. The woods behind them moved. Not the trees. The shadows between the trees detached, flowing together, forming into those familiar 6 shapes at the edge of my property. They had followed us home. They were here. The tall father shape stepped forward, just beyond the first tree. It didn't enter my lawn. It stood there, a pillar of condensed darkness. It lifted an arm and pointed, not at my family, at me. Then it swung its pointing finger to the empty space at the end of my family's line, right next to my daughter. The space for me, the final invitation, to join the chain. to complete the set, to walk into the woods with them. A trade. My family for me. A cold logic settled over me. It was the only offer on the table. I couldn't pull them back. I couldn't fight 6 of them. But maybe, just maybe, I could redirect their attention. If I stepped into that space, if I let them think they'd won, it might break their hold on my wife and kids. They'd focus on me, the new prize, and maybe, just maybe, my family would snap out of it and run for the house. It was a terrible gamble, but it was the only move I had left. I looked at my wife's blank face, at my children's empty eyes. I thought of our real home, the one full of light and noise and life. I took a step to the side, moving towards the empty spot in their line. "Okay," I said, my voice now calm, resigned. "Okay, you win. I'll come. But you let them go. Right now. They stay here." I took another step. The 6 figures at the tree line became very still. The pointing arm of the father shape lowered slightly. I was within arm's reach of my daughter. I could feel the cold coming off her small body. I looked at her, praying for a flicker of understanding. There was none. I moved to step into the space, and then my wife's hand shot out. Her grip, moments ago cold as stone, was now burning hot, desperate. Her fingers clamped around my wrist like a vice. Her head whipped towards me, and her eyes were completely her own, blazing with a fury and love so intense it stole my breath. "No," she snarled, the word guttural and real. "You do not get to leave us. You fight with us, not for us. We are not a bargaining chip." Her words were a lightning strike. The second she broke the chain, the spell shattered. My son gasped, stumbling back as if waking from a dream. My daughter started to cry, a normal, scared kid cry. The line was broken. The 6 shadows at the tree line rippled, their forms becoming agitated, less distinct. The father shape's arm rose again, pointing now with a frantic, jerky motion. The air temperature plummeted. Frost crackled across the grass, racing in lines from the woods towards our feet. The shadows began to advance, not walking, but flowing over the ground like spilled ink, coming onto my property, coming for us. "Inside! Now!" I yelled. We ran, a stumbling, terrified herd. My wife scooped up our crying daughter. I grabbed my son's hand, and we sprinted for the back door. We burst into the kitchen, slamming the door shut and locking it. I flipped on every light switch I could reach. We crowded into the center of the living room, breathing hard, the kids sobbing. Outside, the 6 shadows gathered on our back lawn. They didn't try to come in. They just formed their circle again, this time on our grass, surrounding our house. The siege had moved. They were in our world now, and they had us surrounded. The next few hours were a special kind of hell. We sat on the couch, the 4 of us wrapped in a blanket, watching the shadows through the windows. They didn't move. They just stood there, a perfect ring around our home, patient as glaciers. The inside of our house began to change. The warmth bled away, replaced by that pervasive, damp cold. Our breath fogged in the air. The lights, all the lights, began to dim, not flicker. Dim, as if the voltage was being slowly dialed down. I checked my phone. The battery, which had been at 80%, was now at 10 and dropping fast. They were draining us. Here in our own home, they were feeding on the energy, the life, just like Carl said. "Daddy, I'm scared," my daughter whimpered. "Make them go away." I had no answer. My wife was staring at the shadow of the grandmother, which stood sentinel outside the big picture window. "It's my fault," she whispered. "What?" I said, turning to her. "The miscarriage. The sadness. I brought that here. I called them." "No," I said, fierce. "That's what they want you to think. That grief is a door. But it's our grief. Ours. Not theirs to use." But my words felt hollow as the lights continued to fade. We were trapped in a shrinking circle of dim light, growing colder by the minute. My son, shivering, pointed to the car keys on the hook by the door. "Can't we drive away?" It was a child's logic, beautiful and simple. But the car was in the garage, and the garage door was electric. With the power failing, we couldn't open it. And even if we could, to get to it, we'd have to cross the ring of shadows. We were truly trapped. As the room grew darker, a new sound started. A faint, staticky sound, like a radio not quite tuned to a station. It seemed to come from the walls themselves. Then, through the static, a clear melody emerged. An old, simple tune, a camping song. Under the pine trees, where the firelight gleams, we'll be a family forever, in each other's dreams. It was a song I'd never heard before, cheery and sinister at the same time. Outside, the 3 child shadows began to sway, a gentle, rocking motion in time with the music. My own children's eyes started to droop. My daughter's head nodded. No, I shouted, clapping my hands. Stay awake. Everyone sing. Sing anything. Row, row, row your boat. Loud. My wife, catching on, started singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star in a loud, off-key shout. I joined in. My son, confused but game, belted out the ABCs. We created a wall of ragged, human noise, drowning out the ghostly lullaby. The child shadows stopped swaying. The static song cut off. We kept singing, our voices getting hoarse, until we'd run through every kid's song we knew. We fell into a panting quiet. The lights were now just faint orange glows in the lamps. It was almost dark. The shadows outside were closer. They had tightened their circle, now just a few feet from the walls of the house. I could see the details of their impossible forms more clearly in the gloom. The suggestion of a plaid shirt on the father, the outline of a skirt on the grandmother. They were becoming more real the darker it got. We were losing. The light was almost gone. The cold was deep in our bones. My kids were lethargic, slipping into a hypothermic daze. My wife held them, her own strength fading. I had one last stupid idea. The website had talked about live sound, about energy. We had no energy left. But the house did. Or it had. The electrical system. I stumbled through the near darkness to the breaker box in the basement hallway. I yanked it open. I had no idea what I was doing. This was how people electrocuted themselves. But if they were feeding on energy, maybe I could give them a meal they couldn't handle. I found the main breaker. With a silent prayer to anything that was listening, I grabbed the handle and, with a grunt of effort, I shoved it from on to OFF. Then, immediately back to on. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Every light in the house that was still drawing power blew out with a series of loud pops. The TV, the fridge, every digital clock, everything surged and died. But for one brilliant, split second as the power arced back, every single bulb in the house flashed with a blinding, blue-white light brighter than the sun. A wave of pure, raw electrical energy pulsed through the wires in the walls. A sound like a thunderclap rolled through the house. From outside, I heard a sound I'd never heard before, a high, keening wail, like feedback from a microphone, mixed with the rustle of a forest in a hurricane. I ran back to the living room window. The flash was gone, leaving us in total, profound darkness. But outside, the shadows were gone. The lawn was empty. The moon shone down on ordinary grass. The ring was broken. I stood there, my heart pounding, waiting for them to reform. They didn't. The cold in the house began to recede, slowly, replaced by the normal cool of a late night. The oppressive feeling lifted. The house was just a house again. A dark, powerless house, but ours. We spent the rest of the night huddled together by candlelight, too scared to believe it was over, but too exhausted to do anything else. The kids slept fitfully. My wife and I kept watch, jumping at every creak of the settling house. Dawn came, gray and slow. With the sunrise, a profound relief washed over us. We had survived the night. We had fought them off. We had won a battle, right here in our own home. As the sun fully rose, I went outside. The grass was frosted where the shadows had stood. In the exact center of the lawn, where the father shape had been, the frost was shaped like a perfect, sprawling starburst, as if something had exploded outward from that spot. I walked back inside, the morning sun warming my back. My family was awake, eating cold cereal by candlelight. They looked tired, shell-shocked, but present. All of them. Here. We had defended our home. We had broken the circle. But as I looked at the blown-out light bulbs, at the fried electronics, at the exhaustion on my wife's face, the victory felt fragile. We had used a surge of power to drive them out. But a surge fades, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't destroyed anything. We'd just startled them, sent them scattering back to the dark corners they came from. They knew where we lived now. And a thing that waits, a thing made of longing and patience, can always try again. The war wasn't over. We'd just won a skirmish. And the question that hung in the air, unspoken but felt by all of us, was simple. What do you do when the enemy isn't at your gates, but in the very idea of your home? The days after the blackout were spent in a haze of repairs and quiet fear. Electricians came, shaking their heads at the fried wiring, muttering about a once-in-a-lifetime power surge. We replaced bulbs, bought a new refrigerator, and tried to laugh about it being a crazy fluke. We didn't laugh much. The kids went back to school, my wife went back to work, and I tried to focus on the mundane details of life, paying the electrician's bill, raking the frost-scorched patch of lawn, fixing a loose step on the porch. We were building a new normal on top of the cracks. pretending the foundation wasn't haunted. But the signs were small and persistent. A faint smell of pine in the laundry room with no source. The dog still occasionally growling at the empty corner of the living room at dusk. My daughter would sometimes hum that camping song, stopping herself with a frown when she realized what she was doing. They were gone, but they'd left an echo, a fingerprint on our lives. The worst part was the dreams. We all had them. Vivid, cold dreams of standing in a stone circle, of holding hands with people whose faces were blurred by shadow, of a profound, aching loneliness that wasn't our own. We'd wake up shivering, even under thick blankets. We were connected to them, a connection forged in terror and pity, and I didn't know how to sever it for good. A month after the incident, a package arrived in the mail. No return address. It was a small, heavy box. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, was Carl's old metal cross, the one I'd left at the ranger station. Under it was a note in his blocky handwriting. Found this. Thought you should have it. Heard about your electrical trouble. They don't like being shocked. Remember that. Don't call me again. It was a goodbye and a warning. The cross felt different now. Not like a holy object, but like a tool. A piece of armor. I hung it on the wall by the front door, not as a symbol of faith, but as a reminder of the fight. It was a declaration. We know what's out there. We are not an easy meal. Spring turned to summer. The memory of Pine Grove should have faded in the heat, but it didn't. It became a low-grade fever in our family life. We didn't go on trips. We didn't talk about camping. The word forest was spoken carefully. We were healing, but we were also hiding, and everyone knew it. The idea that we were just waiting for the next round was a poison in our well. One evening in late July, we were having a barbecue. My brother's family was over again, the noise and chaos a welcome shield. The kids were playing tag, screaming with laughter. The smell of burgers filled the air. For a few hours, it was perfect. Then, as the sun dipped below the trees, my nephew, a lanky 15-year-old, wandered over to me at the grill. "Uncle Tom," he said, his voice casual. "Who are those people in the woods?" I froze, the spatula in my hand hovering over a burger. "What people?" "Over there," he said, nodding towards the tree line at the back of our property. "Just standing there. Two tall ones, some kids, an old lady. They've been there for like 10 minutes. Just watching." My blood turned to ice. I slowly turned my head. I saw nothing but the deepening shadows of the oaks and maples. "You see them?" I asked, my voice tight. "Yeah, kinda weird, right? Are they neighbors?" He could see them, in the daylight. To him, they were just people. The connection wasn't just in our heads anymore. It was becoming visible. They were solidifying, using the link they'd forged with us to step a little further into our world. I forced a smile. "Probably just the Jeffersons from down the lane. They're shy. Don't worry about it." He shrugged and went back to his phone. I finished the burgers with robotic movements, my mind racing. This was the next step. They weren't attacking. They were appearing, making themselves seen to outsiders, normalizing their presence. The siege wasn't with cold and darkness this time. It was with perception. If my nephew could see them, soon others might. And then what? Would they start walking out of the woods, knocking on the door, asking to borrow a cup of sugar? The mundane horror of it was worse than the shadows. That night, after everyone left, I told my wife. We sat at the kitchen table, the remains of the party around us, and felt the walls of our world shrink another inch. "We can't live like this," she said, her voice flat, final. "Waiting for them to become everyone else's problem. For our kids to have to explain the ghost family in their backyard to their friends. What do we do?" I asked, the old helplessness rising. "We do what we should have done in the beginning," she said, a fierce light in her eyes. "We don't just defend. We don't just reject. We end it. We go to their home, and we evict them." We tried that. I gave back the bracelet. I said the words. "No," she said, leaning forward. "You went alone. You played by their rules on their field. That was a refusal. That's not the same as an eviction. We go as a family. Our whole family. We show them what a real, living, complete family looks like. Not as a replacement, but as the opposite of them. We show them they don't belong here, in our world, or in theirs anymore." It was a crazy idea. Insane. To go back to Pine Grove, to site number 7, all 4 of us, voluntarily. It was everything Carl had warned against. But the look in her eyes wasn't crazy. It was determined. It was the same look she'd had when she grabbed my wrist on the lawn. We were not bargaining chips. We were a unit, and a unit could act. We didn't tell the kids where we were going. We said it was a special trip to fix a bad memory. They were scared, but they trusted us. We drove out on a bright Saturday morning in August, the car filled with a tense, quiet purpose. We didn't pack camping gear. We packed a picnic lunch, a first aid kit, and the metal cross. We pulled off at the same fire road Carl had used. The hiking was quiet. The kids held our hands, their small grips tight. When we reached the edge of the clearing, I felt a wave of nausea so strong I had to stop. There it was, the dead circle, the 6 old stones, the 7th my stone, the oily brook. It was worse in the daylight, a scar on the earth. My wife squeezed my hand. Together, she whispered. We stepped out of the trees. The moment we entered the clearing, the air changed. It didn't get cold. It got still. The birdsong from the surrounding forest cut off. It was like stepping into a photograph. We walked to the center, right into the middle of the stone circle. We stood there, the 4 of us, holding hands, forming our own small circle within theirs. We didn't say anything at first. We just stood. I could feel it then, the attention of the place, a vast, sleepy, hungry awareness focusing on us. It wasn't hostile. It was curious and hopeful. It thought we had come to stay. Then my wife spoke, her voice clear and strong, not shouting, just stating facts to the air, the stones, the trees. We are the Carter family. This is our son and our daughter. We had another child, but we lost her. She is ours too. Our family is whole. Our family is alive. We are not yours. This place is not ours. And you do not belong here anymore. I spoke next. Your time here is done. Your family is gone. You need to let go. You need to move on. It felt silly, like we were reciting lines in a bad play. But as we spoke, the air began to stir. A breeze picked up, circling the clearing, stirring the dead leaves on the ground. The kids, brave beyond belief, spoke up. My son, his voice shaky but loud, said, "We have our own home. You can't come over anymore." My daughter, clutching her mother's leg, added, "I'm sorry you're sad, but you're scaring me." Their words, simple and honest, did something ours didn't. The breeze became a wind, whipping around the circle, kicking up dust. The 6 old stones seemed to darken. The 7th stone, my stone, began to change. A fine network of cracks appeared on its surface, spreading like spiderwebs. The hopeful feeling in the air curdled into something else. Confusion, then anger. A deep, rumbling anger that seemed to come from under our feet. The wind howled, no longer circling but pushing against us, trying to break our circle. The sky, clear a moment ago, seemed to darken over the clearing. Shadows began to pool at the base of the 6 ancient stones, starting to rise, to take shape. They were coming. Our words hadn't evicted them. They had summoned them. We had broken the first rule. Don't get their attention. We had all of it now. Hold on, I yelled over the gale. We tightened our grip, our little circle of 4 in the eye of a gathering storm. The 6 figures formed fully, taller and more solid than I'd ever seen them. Details were clearer, the pattern on the father's ghostly flannel shirt, the grandmother's knitted shawl. Their faces were still blurred, but their posture was clear. They were advancing. They weren't pointing or inviting. They were closing in. They understood now. We weren't replacements. We were a threat. We were telling them to leave their home. And they were going to defend it. We were trapped in the circle with them. The wind was a wall. I saw the father shape raise a hand, not to point, but as if to push. A wave of that same, soul-numbing cold we'd felt in our backyard slammed into us. My daughter cried out. This was it. We had made a catastrophic mistake. In my pocket, my hand closed around Carl's metal cross. It was just a piece of metal. It had no power here, but it was a symbol of our fight, of our refusal. And then I remembered what Carl had said about the priest's tools. The holy part is me. The power wasn't in the object. It was in the belief, in the will. We weren't a priest. We were a family. That was our power. Our belief wasn't in a god. It was in each other. Everyone look at me. I roared, pulling the cross from my pocket. I didn't hold it up like a ward. I held it in my fist, a piece of our story. This is our line. This is our family. You cannot have it. And I didn't throw it at the shadows. I turned and threw it, with all my strength, at the 7th stone. The stone that was meant for me. The cracked, waiting stone. The cross, tumbling end over end, struck the pale gray rock square in the center. There was a sound like a bell, but wrong, a cracked, dissonant chime that vibrated in my teeth. The 7th stone didn't shatter. It dissolved. It crumbled into a pile of gray, lifeless sand. as if all the years it had been waiting crashed down on it at once. The effect was instantaneous. The 6 advancing figures froze. The howling wind cut off, leaving a ringing absence of sound. The shadows that made up their forms began to waver, to blur at the edges. They weren't looking at us anymore. They were looking at the pile of sand where the 7th stone had been. The stone that anchored their hope for a new father, a new family. The keystone of their longing. It was gone. The father shape turned its blurred face towards me. For a second, I didn't see anger. I saw a sorrow so deep and vast it could have swallowed the sun. A grief that finally, after 8 years, understood it was dead. Then it did something it had never done before. It nodded. A slow, single nod of acknowledgement. Of release. One by one, the other figures did the same. The mother. The grandmother. The 3 children. They nodded. And then, they didn't fade or vanish. They turned, all 6 of them, and walked. They walked out of the stone circle, past the 6 mossy markers that were their own graves, and into the trees. They didn't look back. They just walked, their forms becoming less distinct with every step, until they were gone, absorbed into the green of the forest. Not as predators, not as lost souls, but as memories finally finding their path away. The clearing was just a clearing. The brook began to babble, a normal, cheerful sound over normal rocks. A bird sang, then another. The sun broke through the canopy, warming the dead circle of earth. For the first time, I saw a few brave blades of green grass pushing through the packed soil. We stood there holding hands for a long time, breathing in air that was just air. We had done it, not with violence or with holy words, but by showing them the truth. We were a closed circle, and by destroying the symbol of their false hope, we had given them the gift of realizing they were one too. A closed circle that needed to close forever. We drove home in a quiet that was peaceful, not strained. The kids fell asleep in the back seat. My wife held my hand, her head resting against the window, a small, real smile on her face. That was 6 months ago. The dream stopped. The smell of pine left our house. The dog sleeps peacefully by the fire. My nephew never mentioned the people in the woods again. We talk about Pine Grove now, not with fear, but with a kind of sad respect. We won't ever go back, but we don't have to fear it anymore. The other day, I was cleaning out the garage again. I moved the same box of old camping gear. This time, nothing fell out, but as I was about to close it, I saw, tucked into a fold of the tent fabric, a single, beautifully smooth gray river stone, just like the one before. I picked it up. It was warm from sitting in the sun coming through the garage window. It was just a rock, a common, ordinary rock. I held it for a minute, feeling its weight. Then I walked outside to my backyard. I went to the edge of the lawn near the tree line. I knelt and dug a small hole with my fingers. I placed the stone in the bottom of it. I didn't throw it away. I planted it. I covered it with dirt, patting the earth flat. A marker. Not for them. For us. For what we lost and what we fought for and what we kept. I stood up, brushed the soil from my hands, and went inside to my family, to the noise and the light and the life, closing the door on the quiet woods behind me. The story was over. The circle was closed. But sometimes on very still nights, I look out at that spot in the yard, and I wonder if things that are planted, even stones, ever truly stop growing. Story number 3. We bought the beacon not out of fear, but out of a kind of arrogant pride. This idea that a few $100 and some fancy technology could put a safety net under the raw wild. My name is Leo, and I remember standing in the camping store with my partner, holding the sleek black box called the Guardian 9. They were the practical one, always thinking ahead, and they pointed to the bright orange case. This one, they said, their voice firm. The reviews say it's the best. It links to a whole satellite network. They'll find you anywhere on the planet. I turned it over in my hands, feeling its solid weight. It felt expensive and important, like a promise made of plastic and circuits. I flipped open the little orange guard that covered the big red SOS button. A satisfying snap, then closed it again. So, I just hit this if a bear eats my leg? I joked. They didn't laugh. If anything happens, Leo, anything at all, you hit that button and help comes. It's that simple. They made me read the manual out loud in the car on the drive up to the trailhead. The words were dry and full of technical confidence. The Guardian 9 unit is impervious to shock, water, and all known environmental interference. I recited, my voice monotone. The lithium battery provides a minimum 10-year standby life. The satellite uplink guarantees a signal from the deepest canyon or the densest forest. It sounded like magic, a little electronic superhero we were going to carry in my backpack. It was the last piece of gear we packed, nestled right on top of my extra socks and the bag of trail mix, a weird, modern token we offered to the gods of the backcountry for safe passage. The first day of hiking was all sweat and sunshine and good hurt in our muscles. We left the crowded main trails behind, following a faint path that wound up through ancient pines. The sound of other people faded away, replaced by the crunch of our boots, the buzz of insects, and our own breathing. By afternoon, the trail disappeared altogether, and we were navigating by map and compass, pushing through thick underbrush, feeling truly alone for the first time. It was a powerful feeling, a mix of excitement and a low hum of nerves. That night, we made camp in a small clearing by a creek. The world shrank to the circle of light from our headlamps and the crackle of our small fire. We ate our rehydrated meals, talking in low voices, as if the forest itself was listening. I pulled the beacon out of my pack, just to look at it. In the firelight, the orange plastic looked almost cheerful. "Our guardian angel," I said, holding it up. They smiled a tight smile. "Just keep it close." I tucked it back into the top flap of my pack, leaving the zipper open a bit, a silly habit, like I might need to grab it in a hurry. Lying in our tent later, the blackness was absolute. No city glow, no distant headlights. Just pure, deep dark. The usual night sounds felt louder, closer. Every rustle in the bushes was a creature. Every snap of a twig was something big. I listened to my partner's steady breathing beside me, trying to match it, telling myself this was what we came for, this realness. The beacon was right there, just outside the tent mesh in my pack. That little box was the only thing connecting us to ambulances and police and all the systems of rescue. It felt less like a tool and more like a holy object, our one allowed cheat against the true rules of this place. I must have finally drifted off, because the sound jerked me awake. It wasn't an animal sound. It was a sharp, clean click, a precise mechanical noise. It came from right outside the tent, from the direction of my backpack. I froze, my eyes wide open in the dark. I held my breath. Next to me, I felt my partner go still too. They had heard it. "What was that?" they whispered, their voice thin. "I don't know," I whispered back. My mind raced. Was it the stove? A buckle? I replayed the sound in my head. It was exactly the sound a heavy-duty switch would make, or a relay snapping shut inside a sealed unit. The beacon. It had to be. We lay there for what felt like 10 minutes, not moving, just listening. The forest had gone quiet, too, as if it was also listening. The normal rustles and chirps had stopped. The silence that replaced it was a presence, a weight pushing down on the thin nylon of our tent. Finally, my partner let out a long, slow breath. "Probably just the plastic," they murmured, their voice trying hard to be reasonable. The temperature dropped a lot. The case probably just adjusted, contracted or something. It made sense. It was a logical, simple explanation. I grabbed onto it like a lifeline. "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Yeah, that's probably it. Just the cold." I forced a low chuckle. Don't want to unzip the tent and fumble for it in the dark. Might accidentally hit the button and summon a helicopter for a raccoon. They didn't laugh. We settled back down, but the calm was broken. I stared up at the dark ceiling of the tent, my ears straining. The normal sounds of the night slowly returned, an owl in the distance, the gentle whisper of the creek. But they didn't sound comforting anymore. They sounded like a cover, a blanket of noise thrown over something else. My mind kept circling back to that click. It was so definite, so electronic. The manual's words echoed in my head, impervious to all known environmental interference. Would a simple temperature change make a sound like that? After a while, I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to know. Slowly, careful not to make a sound, I shifted onto my side and reached my arm out of my warm sleeping bag. My fingers found the mesh of the tent door, then groped gently on the ground outside until they brushed against the rough fabric of my backpack. I felt for the top flap, for the zipper I'd left partly open. I slid my hand inside, past the bag of trail mix, past the soft bundle of my socks. My fingertips touched the hard, smooth plastic of the Guardian 9. I just let my hand rest on it for a moment, and then I felt it, a faint, steady warmth. Not a lot, just a gentle heat, like a device that had been on for a little while. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been shocked. My heart started hammering against my ribs. That wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. This thing had a 10-year battery. It was supposed to sit there, cold and dead, until we needed it. It shouldn't be warm. It shouldn't make clicking noises in the dead of night. I lay there, my hand tingling, the slight warmth clinging to my skin. The comforting weight of the beacon in my pack now felt like the weight of a sleeping animal, something alive and unpredictable that we had brought into the heart of the wilderness with us. The question hung in the thick air of the tent, a question I was too afraid to voice out loud to my partner, who I could tell by their breathing was still awake, also staring into the dark. What, exactly, had we just turned on? The second chirp wasn't a glitch, it was a receipt. We were filtering water from a clear, icy stream the next morning, the sun dappling through the trees, trying to pretend the night before was just nerves. I had the beacon out, sitting on a rock beside me like a guilty secret, its surface cool to the touch again. I kept glancing at it, expecting something, anything. Then it happened. A loud, digital chirp, like a robot bird, shattered the calm of the gurgling water. We both jumped. My partner dropped the water filter. We stared at the little black box. My heart started doing a crazy drum solo in my chest. That sound didn't belong here, not in this place of wind and water. It was a sound from another world, a world of phones and parking garages and cash registers. I snatched the beacon up. The screen, which usually just showed a little battery icon and the word ready, was lit up with a block of text. I had to squint in the sun to read it. Satellite uplink established. Transmitting coordinates. My blood went cold. It's sending our location, I said, my voice a dry croak. Why? We didn't touch anything. Before they could answer, the screen flickered. A new line of text appeared underneath, green letters on the black background. Signal received. Acknowledged. My partner grabbed my arm, their fingers tight. Acknowledged by who? They whispered, their face pale. That was the question, wasn't it? The whole point of the beacon was that it sent a signal to a rescue coordination center, to people in uniforms who would send a helicopter. But this message felt different. It was too fast, too sterile. There was no "help is on the way," no comforting slogan. Just a cold confirmation that our position had been received and noted by someone, or something. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, a feeling of being watched from a very, very long way away. I fumbled with the buttons, my thumbs slipping on the plastic. I pressed the power button. Nothing. I pressed the SOS button, the big red one under its little orange guard. I pressed it hard. The screen didn't change. The device was locked up, doing its own thing, completely ignoring me. It was no longer our rescue beacon. It was just a brick that could talk to the sky. Panic, real and sharp, started to rise in my throat. Then the screen changed again. The text cleared. A single word appeared, centered on the display in plain, crisp letters, run. It wasn't a warning from the device. It wasn't system error or seek shelter. It was a command, an order, from our own lifeline. The word just sat there, blinking slowly. Run. My partner and I looked at each other, and in their eyes I saw my own terror reflected, mixed with a wild confusion. This was impossible. This was some kind of sick joke or a catastrophic malfunction. But the forest around us didn't feel like a joke. The cheerful babbling of the stream now sounded like mocking laughter. The sun felt too bright, exposing us. We have to go, they said, their voice shaky but decisive. Now, we leave everything. Leave everything. I looked at our half-pitched camp, at the tent still staked down, at our sleeping bags unrolled, at the little stove and the pot of water just starting to steam. Our home for the night. Our safety. Leaving it felt insane. It went against every instinct, every rule of survival. You stay put if you're in trouble. You make yourself visible. You wait for help. But help had just told us to run. The beacon screen flickered once more. The word run vanished. In its place was a new screen, a simple black display with a single, bright red dot pulsing right in the center. A map. And the dot was us. That was the final push. We moved like we were electrocuted. We didn't pack, we just grabbed. I shoved the beacon into the pocket of my hiking pants, feeling its unnatural warmth against my leg. We snatched our day packs, the small ones we used for side hikes, and jammed them with whatever was closest. A water bottle, a rain jacket, the bag of trail mix, a first aid kit. We abandoned everything else. The tent, the sleeping bags, the cooking gear, the rest of our food. It was a heartbreaking sight, a little island of our normal life that we were fleeing from. We didn't speak. We just started moving, crashing through the underbrush away from the stream, away from our camp, with no direction except away. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a mistake, that we were going to get lost, that we were going to die out here because of a stupid electronic glitch. But a deeper, older part, the lizard brain that senses predators, was in full control. That part agreed wholeheartedly with the command on the screen. Run. For an hour we pushed ourselves, scrambling over fallen logs, slipping on pine needles, our breath ragged in our throats. We didn't follow a trail because there wasn't one. We were just running blind, driven by pure adrenaline. My legs burned, and my partner was starting to lag, their face flushed with effort and fear. We finally had to stop, collapsing against the wide trunk of a massive fir tree, gasping for air. The only sound was our wheezing and the pounding of blood in my ears. I pulled the beacon from my pocket, half afraid of what it would show. The screen was still on, that black map with the red dot. Our red dot had moved to the left edge of the little screen. We had traveled a good distance. But that wasn't what made my breath catch. There was a second dot now, a smaller green one. It was on the right side of the screen, ahead of us and slightly higher in elevation. It wasn't moving. It just sat there, pulsing with a soft, steady light. A destination. My partner leaned in, their shoulder against mine. "What is that?" they asked, their voice hoarse. "I don't know," I said. "A rendezvous point? A place we're supposed to go." The green dot looked innocent, even friendly compared to the urgent red of our own position. But after the run command, nothing about this device felt innocent. It felt like we were being herded. The green dot was a pin on a map, and we were the thumbtack being pushed toward it. We had a choice, I guess. We could ignore it. We could turn and go in a completely different direction. But the beacon had our location. Whatever had acknowledged our signal knew exactly where we were. If we were being hunted, running aimlessly seemed worse than running toward a known point. Even if that point was a trap, at least we would see the trap coming. Maybe. The thought was cold comfort. "We should keep moving," my partner said, standing up and brushing dirt from their knees. Their eyes were fixed on the green dot on the screen. "But not toward that. Not directly. We circle around, we approach from the side, we see what it is first." It was a good plan, a soldier's plan. It made me feel a tiny bit better, like we still had some shred of control. I nodded, slipping the beacon back into my pocket. We started walking again, this time with a purpose, using the sun and my compass to skirt wide around the location of the green dot, aiming for a high ridge that might give us a view down into whatever valley or clearing it marked. The walking was slower, more careful, but the fear was a constant companion, a cold stone in my gut. Every shadow seemed to move. Every bird taking flight made us freeze. We were no longer just two people on a hiking trip. We were prey, and we knew it, and the thing holding the leash was in my pocket, quietly ticking away, drawing its little map on a screen, leading us to a place we never, ever wanted to go. The forest, once so beautiful, was now a wall of green hiding 1,000 unknowns, and the only tool we had to navigate it was the very thing that had turned against us. As we climbed the steep slope toward the ridge, the sun beginning its afternoon slide toward the mountains, I kept one hand in my pocket, my fingers resting on the warm plastic of the beacon, waiting for it to tell us what to do next. We weren't being chased. We were being shepherded, and we had just broken from the flock. That green dot on the beacon screen didn't move. It just sat there, a fixed point on a high ridge across a deep wooded valley. We watched it from our own ridge, using a small pair of binoculars, scanning the opposite tree line for any sign of what it meant. We saw nothing. Just more trees, more rocks, more wilderness. But the feeling was unmistakable, a crawling sensation on my skin like ants. That dot was a destination. As the sun started to dip, painting the sky in oranges and purples, the beacon in my hand vibrated softly, a single pulse that made me flinch. The screen changed. The green dot remained, but now numbers appeared below it, precise coordinates, followed by a simple time, 2100 hours. 9 o'clock. Tonight. It wasn't a suggestion. It felt like an appointment. A summons. My partner looked from the screen to the darkening ridge, their face tight with fear. "We're not going," they said, their voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I felt a surge of relief, so strong it made my knees weak. The idea of walking obediently toward that spot as night fell was a special kind of madness. We were scared, but we weren't stupid. We were going to hide. We found our spot just as the last light faded. A jagged outcrop of granite with a shallow, scratchy cave underneath, barely big enough for the two of us to squeeze into. It was uncomfortable and cold, but it was hidden, with a narrow crack in the rock that gave us a perfect view of the ridge across the valley where the green dot glowed in our minds. We huddled together, shivering more from nerves than the chill, watching the ridge through the binoculars, taking turns. We ate some trail mix, our chewing loud in our own ears. The beacon sat between us on the rock floor, its screen dimmed but still showing that infuriating green dot and the time, which now read 2047. 13 minutes to go. Every second stretched out, filled with the pounding of my own heart. We didn't speak. We just watched. At exactly 2100 hours, something changed. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling, a shift in the air, a kind of pressure dropping. Then we saw them. Lights. 3 of them. Dim, glowing red orbs arranged in a perfect triangle. They appeared over the ridge, not flying fast, but moving with a smooth, steady purpose that was completely wrong. They weren't blinking like plane lights. They weren't swooping like searchlights. They just hung there, silent and menacing like unblinking eyes. My partner's hand found mine and squeezed so hard it hurt. We stopped breathing. The orbs drifted to a spot directly above the exact location of the green dot. Then, from the center of the triangle, a beam of white light lanced down. But it wasn't a normal beam. It wasn't a cone that spread out. It was a solid, pencil-thin rod of pure white, so bright it hurt to look at even from a distance. It touched the ridge, and it started to sweep methodically, side to side, like someone scanning a barcode. The light moved over rocks, over patches of grass. Then it found a deer. A young buck, probably drawn to the open area of the ridge. The animal froze in the brilliant white rod. It didn't run. It just stood there, locked in the light. And then it happened. The deer didn't vanish in a flash. It unfolded. It's the only word for it. Its body seemed to lose all dimension, flattening out into a shimmering two-dimensional sheet, like a photograph made of light and flesh, silent and terrible. Then the sheet, with the image of the deer still on it, was sucked upward, following the thin white rod back into the center of the hovering red lights. It was over in seconds. The white rod snapped off. The 3 red orbs, their task done, simply blinked out, one by one, leaving the ridge in darkness once more. The entire event had been utterly soundless. My stomach rolled. I clapped a hand over my mouth. My partner was trembling violently beside me. We had just watched an animal be collected, harvested. That green dot hadn't been a trap for us. It had been a gathering point. We were supposed to be there, standing in that clearing, waiting for that beam. The horror of it was so vast it was almost peaceful for a second, a numb, cold understanding. Then came the guilt, hot and sickening. We had sent that deer in our place. Our defiance had gotten an innocent creature taken. But the guilt was quickly swallowed by a raw, screaming relief. We were still here. We were still free. In the darkness of our little cave, the beacon at our feet suddenly vibrated again, a harsh, angry buzz. We both jumped. The screen flared to life, too bright. Words scrolled across it. Non-compliance noted. Next transmission will be audible. The message sat there for a few seconds, then the screen went black. Audible. It was going to talk to us. The threat was clear. We were being graded, and we had failed. We weren't just animals to be collected. We were problems to be managed, and we were making things difficult. For hours we sat in the dark, too terrified to move, too terrified to sleep. The forest night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant call of an owl, felt like a cruel joke. How could the world just go on? We had just seen something impossible, something that broke all the rules. Sometime deep in the night, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, the beacon made good on its promise. It didn't beep. A sound came from its small speaker, a sound that was almost a voice but not quite. It was digitally smooth, without any emotion, like the voice from a cheap GPS unit, but colder. It synthesized a single word, clear and calm in our little rocky tomb. Inconvenient. The word hung in the air, more frightening than any scream. It was an assessment, a complaint from a teacher or a lab technician. We were an inconvenience. After the voice spoke, the beacon's screen lit up once more, but not with text. It glowed with a pale, greenish light that illuminated our huddled forms, our wide, terrified eyes. On the screen wasn't a map. It was a live video feed, a black and white, fisheye lens view from a camera looking right back at us. I could see myself, a distorted version of my own shocked face, and my partner next to me. The beacon had a camera. We never knew, and it was showing us that it was watching. We were carrying our own watcher, and it had just let us know it could see every terrified twitch, every tear, every moment of our helpless hiding. We were well and truly seen. The most terrifying phrase in the universe isn't "we're going to die." Its compliance improves categorization. That cold, synthetic voice came from the beacon again just after dawn, its greenish camera light still painting our faces in the gloom of the cave. We had spent the rest of the night trying to cover the screen with a sock, with a leaf, anything, but the light bled through, and the feeling of being watched was a physical weight on our skin. The voice was giving us new instructions. Proceed 2 miles northwest. Locate the lightning-struck pine. Await further instruction. Compliance improves categorization. The words were flat, like a computer reading a recipe. Northwest. The lightning-struck pine. It was so specific, so ordinary, and that made it worse. They knew this forest down to individual trees. We were starving, our trail mix was gone, and we were so thirsty our tongues felt like dry leather. The idea of not moving, of staying in this cave until we wasted away, was a kind of option, but the memory of the deer being unfolded and taken was fresh and brutal. They would come for us eventually, maybe with that soundless white beam, maybe with something worse. At least moving felt like doing something. We crawled out of the cave, stiff and sore, our eyes darting to the sky. It was a clear, blue, beautiful morning that felt like a lie. Using my compass, we started walking northwest, the beacon held out in front of me, like a divining rod leading to doom. Every step was agony, not just from the rough terrain, but from the knowledge we were walking where we were told. After what felt like forever, we saw it. A massive pine, its trunk split clean down the middle by some old strike, blackened and dead on one side, still living on the other. It stood in a small, sunny clearing. At its base was something that didn't belong. A metallic pod, about the size of a football, seamless and silver, like a giant, perfect egg. It reflected the sunlight in a weird, oily way. We stopped at the edge of the clearing, just inside the tree line, too afraid to approach. The beacon in my hand vibrated. The calm voice issued from it. Approach the provisioning unit. Nutrition and metabolic stabilizer are required for continued participation. Provisioning unit. Participation. The language was so clean, so clinical. We were lab rats being fed. My partner, who had some medic training from years ago, shook their head fiercely. No way. We don't know what that is. But my stomach cramped at the word nutrition. We hadn't eaten a real meal in over a day. The thirst was a constant, desperate scream in my head. The beacon vibrated again, more insistently. Compliance is mandatory for continued viability. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a statement of fact. We wouldn't last much longer without food and water. The pod was offering both. It was a choice, but it wasn't a choice at all. We walked forward, our steps slow, until we stood over the metallic egg. As we got close, its surface rippled like liquid metal, and an opening appeared at the top, irising open without a sound. Inside, nestled in a soft blue light, were two things. Two sealed, clear pouches filled with a thick, amber-colored gel, and a single device that looked like a high-tech syringe, but without a needle, just a flat, circular pad at one end. Consume the nutrient gel, the beacon instructed. Then administer the metabolic stabilizer. The hypospray will deliver it transdermally. My partner picked up one of the pouches, their hands shaking. They turned it over. No writing, no branding, just clear gel. They tore the top off with their teeth, sniffed it. It had no smell. They looked at me, their eyes full of a terrible resignation, and took a small sip. They waited a moment, then a longer swallow. It's just sweet, tasteless but sweet, like thick sugar water. They handed me the other pouch. My own hunger overrode every warning bell. I tore it open and gulped the gel down. It was exactly as they described, a bland, sweet paste that coated my throat and settled in my stomach with a comforting warmth. It immediately took the edge off the gnawing hunger and the sharpest pangs of thirst. It felt good, which felt horrible. We had just eaten something provided by the things that had taken the deer. Then we looked at the hypospray. My partner picked it up. It was cool and heavy. Transdermal means through the skin, they whispered. No needle. But what's in it? A tracker? A sedative? Some kind of obedience drug? The beacon spoke again. Administer the stabilizer. It is required to maintain biorhythms and ensure assessment accuracy. The voice was so reasonable. I thought about the word inconvenient from the night before. I didn't want to be more inconvenient. I didn't want to be categorized as a problem. In that moment, the fear of what they might do if we refused was greater than the fear of the unknown liquid in the device. Do it, I said, my voice rough. My partner looked like they might argue, but they just nodded, a single tear cutting through the dirt on their cheek. They pressed the flat pad of the hypospray against the side of my neck. There was a soft hiss, a feeling of intense cold spreading under my skin, and then it was over. No mark, no pain, just a sudden, icy tingle that faded. They did the same to themselves, their hands steady but their eyes screwed shut. For a few minutes, nothing happened. We sat by the dead tree, waiting. Then I felt it. A change. The jagged, electric fear that had been jolting through me since the first chirp began to soften at the edges. It didn't go away, but it got blurry, like a radio station slipping out of tune. My thoughts, which had been racing in tight, panicked circles, slowed down. I still knew we were in terrible danger, but the knowledge felt distant, like I was reading about it in a book instead of living it. I looked at my partner. Their breathing had deepened. The wild, animal terror in their eyes had been replaced by a glassy, dazed look. "Do you feel that?" they asked, their words coming a bit slower than usual. It's hard to be scared. I'm scared, but I can't quite reach it." That was it exactly. The metabolic stabilizer wasn't just stabilizing our metabolism. It was stabilizing our emotions, damping down the panic, putting a lid on our fight or flight response. We were being chemically leashed, made more manageable, easier to herd. The beacon screen lit up. Text scrolled. Biomass consumption noted. Specimen vitality nominal. Specimen. Nominal. We were just specimens now, and we were functioning normally. The horror of that was a dull thud in my chemically muffled mind. We sat there for a long time, maybe an hour, in a sort of drugged haze. The world seemed softer, less sharp. The terror was still there, but it was buried under a warm, fuzzy blanket. I hated it. I tried to hold on to the sharp fear, because the fear was mine, and this foggy calm was theirs. I stumbled as I stood up, my limbs feeling loose and uncoordinated. I reached out to steady myself against the metallic pod. The moment my fingers touched its cool, seamless surface, the pod reacted. A beam of blue light shot out from its top, projecting an image into the air above it, a hologram that shimmered and rotated. It was a diagram, like something from a medical textbook, but too detailed, too perfect. It showed a human body, a schematic of veins and arteries and nerves, all labeled with tiny, unreadable symbols. In the diagram, at the very base of the skull, right where the hypospray had pressed against our necks, was a single, flashing red point. A tiny, intricate model of some kind of device or node was superimposed there, with lines connecting it to the brain stem and the spinal cord. It was a map showing exactly where they had just put something inside us. The hologram hung in the air for maybe 10 seconds, slowly turning, giving us a perfect three-dimensional view of the foreign object now presumably sitting at the top of our spines. Then it winked out. The pod's opening sealed shut, and its metallic surface became dull and inert, just a strange piece of junk at the base of a dead tree. The beacon in my hand, which had been quiet, vibrated once. The screen now showed a simple, slowly blinking green arrow, pointing northeast, deeper into the wilderness. No text, no voice, just an arrow. The next leg of the journey was ready, and we, calm and compliant, and carrying something new under our skin, were ready to follow. We learned we weren't special. We were just the latest batch. Confusing route for over an hour, finally stopping at a hidden creek bed, the water cutting a deep groove in the earth, its banks offering cover. She was breathing hard, but her eyes were sharp, scanning the sky constantly. "The fog," she said, turning to us. "The feeling like you can't quite be scared, like your thoughts are wrapped in cotton. That's the stabilizer. It's a chemical leash. You have to fight it." She rummaged in a small, filthy pack and pulled out a gnarly piece of root, gray and twisted. "Chew this. Not swallow, just chew. It's bitter as hell, and it'll make your head hurt, but it jolts your system. Adrenaline. It cuts through their drugs for a little while." My partner, the former medic, took the root first, sniffing it, then broke off a piece and put it in their mouth. Their face immediately contorted in a grimace, but a second later their eyes, which had been glassy, widened with a new, sharp clarity. They spat it out and handed me a piece. "It works," they said, their voice suddenly more present. I chewed. A disgusting, intense bitterness flooded my mouth, followed by a painful, electric jolt that seemed to start in my jaw and shoot straight to my brain. The world snapped into a horrible, crisp focus. The fear came back, not as a dull rumble, but as a screaming, vibrant thing. The memory of the deer, the blank faces in the gully, the schematic of the thing in our necks, it all crashed over me with fresh, unbearable weight. But I could think. My thoughts were my own again, sharp and terrified. Maya nodded, seeing the change in our faces. "Good. You only get a few minutes of clear-headedness. Use it wisely. I've been out here, avoiding the herds, for weeks, I think. Time gets funny. They put these out," she said, gesturing to the beacon in my hand with disgust. In stores online, they target the ones who go deep. The beacon is the collar. The stabilizer makes you docile. The green arrows and the dots, that's the herding. And the harvest. She trailed off, her eyes distant for a moment. They're studying us. Stress responses, group behavior, defiance. We're lab rats in a cage the size of a national forest. She explained her plan. She thought the beacons talked to satellites, but they might also talk to each other over short distances like a local network. She'd been scavenging, and she'd built a kind of cage out of salvaged emergency blankets, the crinkly silver ones, and some copper wire she'd stripped from a broken piece of camping gear she'd found. A Faraday cage, she called it, something to block all signals. Her idea was to put a beacon inside, block its transmissions, and then, in that window, try to physically open it, to mess with its insides, maybe even turn it into a weapon or a tool. She needed a beacon to test it. She looked at mine. It's a huge risk, my partner said, their clear mind analyzing. If it doesn't work, it'll tell them exactly what we're trying to do. Doing nothing is a bigger risk, Maya shot back. They'll herd you to an extraction zone, and you'll walk right into that crystal hive like all the others. This is the only fight we have. The clarity from the route was fading, the fog starting to creep back in at the edges of my perception. We had to decide. I thought of the list on the screen of Klein J. and his 72-hour window. I handed Maya the beacon. Do it. We moved to her hideout, a shallow overhang hidden by a waterfall of ivy. Inside was her pathetic little workshop, the messy bundle of silver mylar and wire, a few crude tools made from rocks and sticks. With trembling hands, she wrapped my beacon in the layers of blanket, weaving the wire around it, creating a messy silver cocoon. This should block everything, she murmured, more to herself than to us. We held our breath. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the beacon inside the cocoon began to vibrate violently. A sound came through the layers, not from the speaker, but the synthetic voice itself, loud and clear and terrifyingly calm. Unauthorized signal interruption attempted. Cooperative testing protocol terminated. Initiating specimen retrieval. My blood froze. It wasn't a flaw. It wasn't a vulnerability. It was a test. They were testing our initiative, our capacity for rebellion, and we had just handed them a perfect score. The beacon had been waiting for us to try something like this. Maya's face went white, but she didn't freeze. With a speed that left me stunned, she grabbed the wrapped, vibrating beacon and sprinted out of the overhang, away from the creek bed, crashing through the brush. "Remember the route," she screamed over her shoulder, her voice already growing distant. She was leading the retrieval signal away from us, sacrificing herself. We scrambled after her, but we were too slow, too stunned. We saw her burst into a small clearing up ahead, and then we saw the retrieval craft. It wasn't an orb. It was sleek, black, and insect-like, about the size of a large dog. It descended from the canopy without a sound, moving with a predatory, fluid grace that was utterly wrong. It overtook Maya in seconds. A thin, glowing blue filament, like a wire of pure light, shot out from its underside, wrapping around her legs with a snap. She was yanked off her feet, a cry torn from her lips, and hoisted into the air. The black craft didn't pause. It whisked her away, a dangling, struggling silhouette against the green, and vanished into the trees. It was over in a heartbeat. We stood there, empty, the world spinning. The route's clarity was gone, replaced by a crushing, foggy despair. A vibration came from the ground. My beacon. Maya hadn't taken it far enough. The mylar cocoon had come loose. I walked over numb and picked it up. The screen was lit. The message was simple, flashing with a cold finality. Lesson administered. Resume compliance. Proceed to extraction zone alpha. Below the text, a new route had been plotted on its map, a meandering line that ended in a wide, open circle labeled zone alpha, miles away, in a part of the map that should have been nothing but rugged peaks. We had failed. Maya was gone, captured because of my beacon. And now, we were being told to march to the slaughterhouse. We had no choice. With leaden feet, we began to walk in the direction of the new arrow, the fight gone out of us. The path took us past the clearing where Maya had been taken. On the ground, half trampled into the mud, was her small pack. My partner picked it up, their movements slow with grief. Inside, alongside foraging tools and more of the bitter root, was a waterlogged paper trail map of the wilderness, the kind you buy at a ranger station. Maya had drawn on it. With a trembling hand, my partner held it up. In 5 different, remote valleys scattered across the map, Maya had drawn precise, trembling circles. Next to each circle was a date, going back 2 years. And next to each date, written in the same desperate handwriting, was a single word: silence. We reached the meadow and saw the truth. We weren't in an emergency. We were in a lab report. The hike to Extraction Zone Alpha took the rest of that day, and all of the next. A forced march through the chemical fog that made our limbs move and our minds numb. We were running on the strange gel from the pods, which we found at another lightning-struck tree, and another dose of the stabilizer that made everything feel like a bad dream we couldn't wake up from. The terrain grew steeper, more treacherous, but the beacon's arrow led us unerringly up a narrow pass. We came to the tree line at the top of a high ridge, and we looked down. The world fell away into a vast, flat meadow that had no business existing in the middle of such rugged mountains. It was perfectly circular, a bowl of tall, green grass, and in its center was the structure. It wasn't a ship, not like in the movies. It was a geometric, crystalline object, like a giant, faceted black diamond, half buried in the earth. It hummed a low, deep vibration we felt in our teeth and bones, a sound that was more pressure than noise. Around it, moving with purpose, were figures in the same dark, blurring suits we'd seen in the gully, and walking toward an iridescent opening in the structure's side, in a slow, obedient line, were people. The compliant ones, the blank-faced herd from the woods, now being led home. My partner's hand found mine, their grip cold. The sight was too big, too real. This was the end of the line. This was where the harvest happened. The beacon in my hand felt like it was burning a hole in my skin. In a moment of pure, defiant clarity, I fumbled for the last piece of Maya's bitter root in my pocket. I shoved it in my mouth, chewing furiously through the eye-watering bitterness. The electric jolt hit my system, piercing the fog. For a few precious minutes, my mind was my own, sharp and screaming. I looked at the beacon, not at the map, but at the device itself. In this clear state, I didn't feel for the SOS button. I thought like a person, not a victim. I started pressing buttons in combinations, holding the power button, then the menu button, then both together, anything to get past the screen they wanted me to see. After a few tries, the screen flickered and changed. It wasn't a map. It was a menu, lines of tiny technical code. A diagnostic log. My fingers, clumsy with cold and fear, navigated it. I found a file labeled Activation Log. I opened it. The last entry was time-stamped. My breath caught. The date was not the day we got lost, or the day the beacon chirped. It was the day before we even left for our trip. The log entry read, Remote Activation Protocol Engaged. Subjects in transit. Designation, Observation Group Gamma. Parameters, Stress Response / Defiance Cycle. I read it twice, the word swimming. Remote activation. The day before. Observation Group Gamma. Stress response. Defiance cycle. It wasn't a malfunction. It wasn't bad luck. We were selected. Our entire trip, the purchase of this specific beacon model, our route into the Bob Marshall Wilderness. It was all a variable in an experiment. The run command was the first test. Our fear was data. Our hiding was data. Maya's attempted rebellion and her capture were data. We were lab rats in the world's largest, most terrible naturalistic enclosure, and we had been from the very beginning. I showed the screen to my partner. Their face went from confusion to a sick, horrified understanding. The store, they whispered, their voice hollow. The salesman, the guy who talked me into the Guardian, 9 over the other models. He was so insistent. He knew we were going to the Bob. He asked about our route. The memory, seen through this new lens, was chilling. He hadn't been a helpful clerk. He had been a technician, issuing lab equipment. The beacon, detecting our elevated stress from the route and our proximity to the zone, chose that moment to broadcast its final audible message. The calm, synthetic voice was as clear as if it was standing next to us. Observation Group Gamma, your participation has been invaluable. Please proceed for final debriefing and integration. Your compliance is appreciated. The words were polite, professional, and utterly monstrous. Your participation has been invaluable. We had performed well. Final debriefing and integration. That was the opening in the crystal. Your compliance is appreciated. Thank you for being good rats. The gratitude was the most horrifying part. It meant they saw us as nothing more than productive subjects. My partner looked from the extraction zone teeming with suited figures and shuffling people to the vast, hostile, unknown wilderness behind us. Their eyes were clear now, the root working on them too. They voiced the ultimate, terrible question. Do we walk into the lab, Leo? Or do we try to die free in the maze? There was no good answer. Walking in meant becoming one of those blank faces, or worse, being integrated into whatever that crystal hive was. Running meant dying out here, hunted, alone, but maybe on our own terms. The beacon sat in my hand, warm and smug, awaiting our choice. In that crystal clear moment of horror, I made a decision. I didn't want to give them any more data. I didn't want to comply. I didn't want to run. I wanted to break the experiment. I did the only thing left that felt like a real action. I held down the power button and the menu button on the beacon simultaneously. A universal factory reset command for stubborn electronics. I held them down, my thumbs turning white. The beacon screen went wild. It flashed a series of error codes. Then, in large red letters, critical system error. A loud, piercing, continuous tone erupted from its speaker, a shrieking alarm that ripped through the mountain calm. But it wasn't our distress signal. It was something else, a system's death scream. On the screen, flashing erratically, were new words: containment breach, unauthorized termination protocol, release pursuers. I stared at the words. Unauthorized termination, release pursuers. We weren't specimens anymore. We were a virus, an error in the system. And the system had a protocol for errors. Below us, in the meadow, everything stopped. The suited figures froze. Then, as one, they all turned their heads toward the ridge, toward the source of the beacon's electronic scream. The iridescent opening in the crystalline structure irised wider, and from it, three shapes flowed out. They were sleek, metallic, and moved on four legs like wolves, but their motion was all wrong, a liquid, jointless flowing. Their heads were smooth ovals, with no eyes, just sensors that swiveled and focused, pinpointing us immediately. They didn't bark or growl. They just turned and began to move up the slope toward our ridge. They didn't run. They flowed, eating the distance with terrifying, silent speed. The beacon's scream was a homing beacon, and we were now the primary target of an experiment that had just declared us a glitch to be deleted. When the beacon died, the void it left behind was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of being truly, irrevocably erased. The metallic wolf things were flowing up the slope, fast and silent. We had one chance, a desperate, stupid chance. To our right, the ridge fell away into a deep, narrow canyon, the sound of a raging, glacial-fed river roaring up from its depths. The water was a violent, white froth, sure death to enter, but maybe, just maybe, it would scramble whatever signal the dying beacon had sent out, confuse the sensors of the things hunting us. It was a hope so thin it was almost invisible. The river! I shouted over the fading electronic scream, grabbing my partner's arm. We turned and ran along the ridge, not toward the river, but parallel to it, looking for a way down, any way down. The ground was loose shale and slick pine needles. We slipped, scrambled, our breath sobbing in our throats. I risked a glance back. The lead creature was halfway up the slope, moving with that impossible, fluid grace, closing the distance with chilling speed. My partner, just ahead of me, their foot caught on a root. They went down hard with a cry, tumbling forward, their ankle twisting at a bad angle. I skidded to a stop, turning to help. The lead creature saw the opening. It surged the last 20 feet, a blur of dark metal. It didn't pounce to kill. It was going to disable, to capture, just like the silver sphere had. My partner pushed themselves up on their elbows, their face a mask of pain and terror. They saw the creature, saw me frozen, and in their eyes, I saw a decision click into place, a calm finality that cut through the panic. They snatched the shrieking, error-flashing beacon from where I'd dropped it. "Go! Leo, go! Reset the world!" They screamed, their voice raw with a love and a fury that tore my heart in two. And with all their strength, they hurled the beacon not at me, but directly at the lead creature's smooth, sensor-filled head. The creature reacted not with anger, but with a swift, efficient motion. Its head snapped forward, and its jaws, which hadn't been visible before, opened in a split second, catching the beacon mid-air. There was a crunch of plastic and circuitry, a final, choked electronic squeal, and then nothing. The screaming stopped. The world rushed back in, the roar of the river, the wind in the pines, our ragged breathing. The three creatures froze. Their smooth heads swiveled, confused, the homing signal gone. They were like hounds that had lost the scent. For a few precious seconds, they were inert. I looked at my partner. They were on the ground, their leg clearly broken, staring at me. Their eyes held no fear now, only a fierce, blazing command. "Go! Live! Tell someone!" The creatures began to move again, their sensors refocusing, this time on the two of us, the source of the trouble. I had a split second: fight a hopeless battle and die with them, or honor their sacrifice and run. The choice was agony, but it was no choice at all. I met their gaze one last time, saw the love there, and then I turned and ran. I didn't head for the slope. I ran straight for the cliff edge overlooking the river. I didn't think. I just leaped out into the open air, into the roar, away from the lab, away from the herd, away from my heart lying broken on the ridge. The fall was a blur of sky and rock and spray. The icy water hit me like a concrete wall, driving the air from my lungs. The current, stronger than anything I could imagine, sucked me under, tumbling me, battering me against submerged rocks. The world was a chaos of cold and dark and roaring noise. I was sure this was it. This was dying free. My lungs burned. My body went numb. I slammed into something hard, my shoulder exploding in pain, and then I was flung upward, breaking the surface for a gasping, half-drowned breath before being dragged under again. I have no idea how long the river had me. Time lost all meaning in that violent, freezing wash. Consciousness faded in and out. At some point, the river spat me out. I washed up on a gravel bar in the deep, dark belly of the canyon, under a sliver of starry sky. I crawled, retching water, my body one massive bruise, my shoulder dislocated, my clothes frozen to my skin. I dragged myself into a crevice in the canyon wall, a shallow depression just out of the spray. I lay there shivering, the violent tremors threatening to shake my bones apart. I was alone, truly alone. No partner, no beacon, no watchful eye, just the crushing, empty awareness of what I had lost and what I had seen. As I lay there, fading in and out of a hypothermic haze, I looked up. High above the canyon rim, in the slice of sky I could see they were there. The triangular formation of 3 red orbs, moving in a slow, methodical, grid-like pattern, sweeping back and forth across the wilderness. They weren't searching for me. They were cleaning up, erasing the evidence of the error. Patient, thorough, untouchable. The sight was more terrifying than the wolf creatures. This was the scale of it. This was the machine. I must have passed out from the cold and the pain, because the next thing I knew, a gray, frosty dawn was lightening the canyon. I was coated in a thin layer of ice, my body screaming in protest with every tiny movement. I was alive, but barely. As I tried to muster the will to move, to try to find a way out of this stone prison, I saw a figure on the opposite bank of the still raging river. A man. He was dressed in torn, filthy hiking gear, a wild beard covering half his face. He held up his hands, palms out, in a universal gesture of peace. Then, slowly, deliberately, he pointed to his own neck, pulling down his collar. Even from across the water, I could see it, a faint silver, circular scar exactly where the hypospray had touched us. He looked at me, his eyes sharp and aware, not fogged, not blank. He looked up at the canyon rim, then back at me. He put a finger to his lips. Quiet. Then he pointed upstream, deeper into the canyon's heart, where the walls narrowed and the water disappeared into a dark gorge. Come. He turned and began to walk along the far bank, not waiting to see if I followed. And then I saw it, etched into the base of the cliff right behind where he'd been standing. A symbol made of piled stones, crude but unmistakable. It was a large open eye, and slashed through it, from corner to corner, was a single straight line. The message was clear. I looked at the raging river between us. I looked at the impossibly steep canyon walls behind me. I looked at the sliver of sky above, where the red orbs had performed their sterile, patient dance. My body was broken. My world was gone. But in that symbol, in that scar on the man's neck, there was a thread, not of hope, but of defiance. It was a path forward, not out, but deeper in. With a groan that was part pain, part grief, and part something else, a stubborn, furious refusal to be a good specimen, I pushed myself up onto my knees. I took one last look at the sky, then turned my back on it. I began the agonizing, stumbling crawl toward the river's edge, to find a way across, to follow the man with the scar into the deep, unknown heart of the maze. The experiment was over for me. Something else was beginning. Story number 4. The steering wheel was slick under my palms, a mix of summer heat and my own nerves after hours of driving down these winding back roads looking for the perfect spot. Every single campground we'd passed either full or looking about as inviting as a parking lot. And I could feel the hope seeping out of the car like air from a slow leak. The backseat whines from our 7-year-old daughter turning from questions to full-on complaints, and my wife's map folding getting sharper and more frustrated. With every wrong turn, when suddenly she sat bolt upright and pointed, her voice breathless with a kind of desperate relief, stopped the car. "Right there. Look." I hit the brakes and looked where her finger was aimed, and I swear my own heart did a little skip. There it was, a narrow gravel track sneaking off between two massive pine trees, almost hidden, with a small, weathered sign hammered into the ground that simply read 44. We nudged the car down the path, branches scraping the sides, and then the trees opened up and it was like walking into a postcard. The clearing was a perfect green circle sloping down to a lake, so still it looked like a sheet of blue glass. The sun dappling through the pines and a lonely loon call echoing over the water. It was more than we'd hoped for. It was private, it was stunning, it was ours. We'd won the camping lottery. We all tumbled out of the car, the earlier tension forgotten, laughing and spinning around, our daughter immediately running toward the water's edge. Her previous misery vanished. My wife hugged me, her face buried in my chest, and she whispered, "See? I told you we'd find it." For a few beautiful minutes, everything was perfect. We started unpacking, the familiar routine of it feeling good, claiming our little piece of paradise. I was scouting where to pitch the tent when I saw it. Right smack in the center of the clearing, like a dead black heart in the middle of all that green, was this huge, ugly stump. It was an old oak, wide enough that I couldn't have wrapped my arms around it. But it wasn't just any dead tree. This thing looked wrong. The wood wasn't gray or weathered. It was black, deep down black like charcoal, and the surface wasn't splintered or rough. It was weirdly soft looking, almost spongy, like if you poked it your finger would sink right in. The top was jagged where the tree had snapped off long ago, but the edges were crumbling. I walked closer, against my own better judgment, and a smell hit me. It was wet earth and sweet, rotten leaves, but underneath that was something else, something faint and metallic, like the smell of old pennies or blood that's been sitting out for a minute. It was an eyesore, a blemish on this perfect picture. My wife came up beside me, the smile fading from her face. "Yikes," she said. "That's the unfortunate." I nodded, a bad feeling starting to curl in my gut, a low, primal kind of unease. "Maybe we should look for another site," I said, trying to keep my voice light. She sighed, the tiredness from the long drive coming back into her eyes. "Honey, it's just a piece of deadwood. We're exhausted. The site is perfect otherwise. We can just put the tent over there, away from it." She gestured to a flat, soft patch of grass closer to the lake. It made sense. We were tired. The place was otherwise ideal. This was the compromise you made in life, right? Except the one flaw to get everything else. Our daughter skipped over, her arms full of wildflowers she'd picked from the lake's edge. She didn't even seem to notice the stump as a problem. She saw it as a project. With this solemn, focused look she gets, she sat down right in front of it and started weaving her flowers into a chain, her little tongue poking out in concentration. My wife and I shared a smile, and we started unpacking the tent, turning our backs on the black spot in the middle of our new home. By the time we had the poles figured out, she was done. She stood up, marched over to the stump, and with a careful, almost reverent motion, draped the chain of bright yellow and purple flowers over the jagged top. She stepped back, beaming with pride. "There," she announced, her voice clear and happy. "Now he's not so lonely." A little chill, completely separate from the warm afternoon air, went down my back. Kids personify things, I told myself. Teddy bears, dolls, clouds. It's normal. But the way she said it felt so certain. I shook it off and helped my wife finish the tent. We decided, without really saying it out loud, to just ignore the stump. We positioned our camp chairs to face the lake, our backs deliberately turned to it, and got a fire going in the pit we'd made well off to the side. As the sun dipped, painting the sky in oranges and pinks, the normal sounds of the woods came alive, crickets, frogs, the gentle lap of water. The bad feeling in my stomach quieted down. This was why we came out here. This was peace. We roasted hot dogs, made s'mores, our daughter sticky and happy, her flower chain a cheerful splash of color against the dark wood in the fading light. When it was full dark and the stars were coming out, million pinpricks in the black above the trees, we got her into her pajamas and tucked her into the tent. She was asleep almost before her head hit the pillow. My wife and I stayed up by the fire, leaning into each other, just watching the embers glow. It was so quiet and good. That's when she giggled softly, a little sound in the dark. "You know what she told me while we were washing up the marshmallow sticks?" she said. I grunted, content. She told me the stump's name is Mr. Hollow. Said he told her while we were making dinner. We both laughed, a low, comfortable sound. It was cute. A kid's wild imagination, making friends with a piece of the forest. We laughed about the stories this Mr. Hollow must have, being so old. The fire crackled, and we sat there in our bubble of warmth and light, the vast, friendly dark of the woods around us. After a while, the fire started to die down, and we decided to turn in. I flicked on my big flashlight to make a path to the tent. As I swept the beam across the clearing, the light caught the stump for just a second. I paused. The flower chain, the one she'd made just hours ago with such care, wasn't bright anymore. The petals looked wilted, drooping, and in the harsh white light, their color seemed off. They weren't yellow and purple. They were a deep, bruised shade of purple, almost black, like they'd aged weeks in a single night. I stared for a long second, then shook my head. Trick of the light. The night air was damp. Flowers die. I clicked off the flashlight, zipped the tent shut behind me, and crawled into my sleeping bag beside my wife, listening to the steady, gentle breathing of our daughter nearby. The weird feeling from earlier was gone, buried under the tiredness and the warmth of the bag. It was just a stump. We were just camping. Everything was fine. As I drifted off, the last thing I heard was the loon calling again out on the lake. A lonely, beautiful sound that echoed in the deep, still dark, and for a fleeting second before sleep took me, I wondered why the loon sounded so much farther away now than it had before. The first thing I heard the next morning was her voice, bright and chirpy like a little bird, and for a second, still wrapped in the warm fog of sleep, I thought she was talking to her mother. Then the words filtered in. "Good morning, Mr. Hollow. Did you sleep good?" I opened my eyes, the fabric of the tent ceiling coming into focus. My wife was still asleep beside me, but our daughter's sleeping bag was empty. I lay there for a minute, listening. There was no answer, of course, just her voice chattering away. I dreamed about butterflies. They were all blue. Did you dream? A pause as if listening, then a giggle. That's a silly dream. The normalcy of it, the sheer kidness, almost pushed the weirdness away. Almost. I got up, unzipped the tent, and the cool morning air hit me. She was sitting cross-legged right in front of the black stump, her back to me, facing it like it was a teacher at story time. She nodded, her hair bobbing. "Uh-huh," she said. "I like pancakes too, but Mommy puts blueberries in them, and sometimes they get squishy." I walked over, my feet damp with dew. "Hey kiddo," I said, keeping my voice easy. "Who are you talking to?" She turned, her face sunny and completely normal. "Mr. Hollow," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "He's telling me about the squirrels that used to live in him." I forced a smile. "That's nice. Come on, help me get the stove going. Let's make some of those blueberry pancakes." She scrambled up, gave the stump a little pat, and skipped toward our cooking area. I glanced at the stump. The flower chain from yesterday was gone. Not fallen off, just gone. No wilted petals on the ground. Nothing. I shook my head, blaming the wind, though I couldn't remember any wind in the night. Breakfast was normal, happily messy, and we made plans to hike to a waterfall a couple miles down the trail. My wife was all for it, packing a bag with snacks and water. But when we told our daughter, she just shook her head, her mouth set in a firm line. It wasn't a tantrum face. It was calmer, more certain. "I can't," she said. "I promised Mr. Hollow I'd keep him company today. He gets lonesome when everyone leaves." My wife laughed, a light sound that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Honey, it's a stump. It won't know if we're gone." Our daughter looked at her, and the look was so serious, so adult, it was jarring. "He knows," she said simply. We tried coaxing, bribing with extra marshmallows later, but she wouldn't budge. Finally, my wife sighed. "You stay with her. I could use some quiet time by the water anyway. I'll just take my book down to the shore." She grabbed her novel and a towel, shooting me a look that said, "Handle this." So, it was just me and my daughter in the clearing. I tried to engage her in a card game, but her attention kept drifting back to the stump. After a while, I gave up and just watched her. She'd go over, sit, and talk. She'd listen, her head cocked. She wasn't just playing. Her eyes were focused, intent, like she was really hearing something. It was the listening that started to get to me. Kids pretending talk all the time, but they don't usually stop to listen so carefully to nothing. Around lunchtime, my wife came back, her skin smelling like sunscreen and lake water. She started pulling out bread and lunch meat. Our daughter, who had been quiet for a little while, came over and sat at the picnic table. She took a bite of her sandwich, chewed thoughtfully, and then said, "Mr. Hollow says Grandma was scared of water too. That's why she never learned to swim." The world didn't stop, but it stuttered. My wife's hand, holding a jar of mustard, froze in midair. My own breath caught. My mother, her grandmother, had died before she was born. She had a deep, almost phobic fear of lakes and oceans. She never learned to swim. We'd maybe mentioned it once or twice in passing years ago. There was no way, no possible way, our 7-year-old could know that detail, not in that specific way. The air under the pines felt suddenly cooler. My wife's eyes found mine, wide and searching. "What did you say, sweetie?" she asked, her voice tight. Our daughter just shrugged, taking another bite. "Mr. Hollow told me. He knows lots of things. He's very old." We spent the next hour doing the mental gymnastics people do when faced with something impossible. Maybe my wife talked in her sleep. Maybe we told the story to her when she was a toddler and she'd remembered it subconsciously. Maybe it was a crazy 1,000,000-to-1 guess. We clung to those maybes, stacking them up like a shaky wall between us and the rising tide of dread in my gut. My wife's fear was different from mine. Mine was a logical, buzzing alarm. Hers was quieter, deeper, a mother's instinct. She watched our daughter not with confusion, but with a growing, visceral unease. She saw what I saw now, the focused eyes, the calm certainty, and it chilled her in a way no logical explanation could warm. Later that afternoon, trying to break the mood, to prove to myself that this was all just a weird coincidence and a piece of rotten wood, I did something stupid. I picked up a small, smooth pebble from the lake shore. I walked over to the stump, my daughter watching from where she was drawing in the dirt. "Okay, Mr. Hollow," I said, trying to sound jokey. "Let's see how tough you are." I underhanded the pebble at the center of the blackened wood. I expected a dry thud. What happened was worse. The pebble didn't bounce. It didn't thump. It hit the surface and sank in with a soft, wet, sucking sound, like a stone dropped into thick mud. It was gone, swallowed up in that spongy blackness. And then a second later, from the tiny hole it had made, a single, fat bead of something welled up. It wasn't sap like from a pine tree. It was dark, amber-colored, and opaque. It clung to the side of the stump for a moment, then slowly, lazily, began to drip down toward the ground. The smell from yesterday, that metallic rot smell, got a little stronger. I took a step back. My daughter looked up from her drawing. "He doesn't like that," she said, not mad, just stating a fact. I didn't know what to say. I just walked back to the fire pit, my heart doing a slow, hard drum against my ribs. My wife had seen it. She didn't say anything. She just started cleaning up lunch with a kind of frantic energy. That's when she saw it. She was gathering some napkins that had blown near the base of the stump, and she stopped dead. "Hey," she called, her voice low. "Come look at this." I went over. There, in a perfect circle around the bottom of the stump, was a ring of mushrooms. They weren't there yesterday. They were small, with smooth white caps, and they looked like they'd sprung up overnight, neat as a fence. A fairy ring, my brain supplied, the old folk name for it. They looked pretty and completely unnatural. We didn't talk about it. We just looked at each other, and in that look was an agreement that something was very off, but also a mutual, unspoken decision not to panic, not in front of her. We got through the rest of the day by pretending everything was normal. We made a big dinner, we told stories, we kept the fire big and bright. Our daughter was her usual self, except for the occasional quiet comment to her friend. We put her to bed earlier than usual, both of us feeling drained. She went to sleep without a fuss. My wife and I sat by the fire again, but the comfort was gone. We talked in low voices about maybe packing up a day early, about how the weather might turn, about any excuse to leave that wouldn't scare our daughter. We were just about to agree to leave first thing in the morning when we heard a sound from the tent. A whimper, then a sharp, frightened cry. My wife was up in a flash, diving into the tent. I was right behind her, my flashlight on. Our daughter was sitting up in her sleeping bag, her eyes wide with terror, gasping for breath. A nightmare. Just a nightmare. My wife gathered her up, rocking her, soothing her. "What's wrong, baby? What happened?" Our daughter sobbed, her small body trembling. "The roots," she choked out. "I dreamed about the roots. They were under the tent. They were tickling my feet. They wanted to say hello." She buried her face in her mother's shoulder. My wife held her close, shooting me a look of sheer horror over her head. I stood there in the tent doorway, the beam of my flashlight cutting across the floor, illuminating the simple green ground sheet. It lay flat and innocent on the earth. But as I stared, the memory of that pebble sinking into the soft, hungry wood played over and over in my mind. I switched off the light, plunging us into a dark that no longer felt friendly, and listened to the steady, ancient sound of the forest outside, a sound that now seemed less like a lullaby and more like a waiting breath. That night, After the nightmare, sleep was impossible. My wife held our trembling daughter until her breathing evened out into the deep, slow rhythm of true sleep. But the second she was out, my wife's own calm vanished. Her eyes, when they met mine in the shadowy tent, were wide and glittering with a fear she wasn't trying to hide anymore. We whispered, our voices papery thin in the dark. "We're leaving," she said, and it wasn't a suggestion. It was a flat statement, the bedrock truth of a mother whose protective instinct had been triggered on a level deeper than logic. First light. We pack the car and we go. We'll tell her we saw a weather report, that it's going to rain. I just nodded, relief flooding through me. The decision was made. The weird feelings, the strange knowledge, the swallowed pebble, the mushrooms, the dream about roots, it was all too much. We didn't need to debate it. We just needed to go. We lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the forest, every snapped twig or rustle of leaves outside now sounding purposeful, like footsteps. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, I was in a dream. But it wasn't a normal dream. It was slow and dark, and I wasn't me. I was deep under the ground, surrounded by cool, pressing earth. I could feel myself stretching, fiber by fiber, pushing through the dirt. I was a root, and I was hungry, not for water, but for warmth, for the heat of living things. I could feel other roots around me, a tangled, pulsing network, all of us feeling our way blindly through the soil, searching. And up above, I could sense it, a little pocket of delicious, radiating warmth, a small beating heart, a sleeping child. I stretched upward, the tip of me probing, nudging against a barrier, the tough fabric of a ground sheet. I pushed, seeking a way through, drawn to that gentle heat like a moth to a flame. I woke up with a jolt, a choked gasp stuck in my throat. The dream was so real I could still feel the grit of the soil, the blind, seeking urge. My heart was hammering against my ribs, so hard I thought it would wake the others. I lay perfectly still, trying to shake the feeling, blaming it on stress and the leftover fear from my daughter's nightmare. But then I felt it, not in my mind, but on my skin, a gentle, probing pressure on the sole of my bare foot. A slight tickling movement, like a thin, wet cord being slowly coiled. My blood turned to ice. I didn't want to look. I desperately wanted it to be my imagination, a phantom feeling from the dream. But it moved again, a deliberate, sinuous curl around my ankle. I fumbled beside my sleeping bag, my fingers scrambling over the nylon, finding my heavy metal flashlight. I thumbed the switch. The beam was blinding in the close darkness of the tent. I pointed it down toward my feet, toward my daughter, who was sleeping between us. The light hit her small form, and I saw it. Curled loosely around her bare ankle, just above her little sock, was a vine. But it wasn't any vine from the woods outside. It was black, shiny wet looking, and as thick as my pinky finger. And it was pulsing. Not like a heartbeat, but with a slow, rhythmic swell like it was breathing. It emerged from under the edge of the ground sheet, a place where the fabric didn't quite meet the earth, a gap I hadn't even noticed. It lay against her skin, not tight, but possessive. A strangled sound, half gasp, half cry, burst from my lips. I didn't think. I lunged across the small space, my hand shooting out to grab the thing, to yank it off my little girl. My fingers closed around it. It was cool and slippery like wet leather, and it vibrated under my touch. The moment I touched it, the moment the full light hit it, the vine reacted. It didn't just lie there. It moved. It uncoiled from her ankle with a slick, quick motion, like a snake startled from a sunbeam, and it retracted. It pulled back through that tiny gap in the ground sheet with a speed that was utterly wrong for a plant, and it was gone, vanished into the earth. I was left clutching at empty air, my hand hovering over my daughter's ankle. My wife was awake now, sitting up, her face pale in the flashlight's backwash. "What? What is it?" she whispered, her voice sharp. I couldn't speak. I just shone the light on our daughter's ankle. The skin was smooth, unmarked. Not a scratch, not a red line, nothing. It was as if the vine had never been there. But I had felt it. I had seen its oily pulse. A root. I finally managed to say, the word scraping out of my dry throat. A root, or a vine, it was wrapped around her. It moved. It went back into the ground. I told her about the dream, about the feeling of seeking warmth. She didn't question me. She didn't offer a rational explanation. She believed me instantly, completely, and that was more frightening than if she'd called me crazy. Her belief meant this was real. We spent the rest of the night huddled together with our sleeping daughter between us, the flashlight clutched in my hand like a weapon, its beam pointed at the floor. We didn't sleep a wink. The second the world outside the tent turned from black to deep, watery gray, we were moving. We shook our daughter awake. "We're going on a little adventure, sweetie," my wife said, her voice a masterpiece of fake cheer. "We're going to pack up and find a new campsite, maybe one with a little playground." Our daughter, still groggy, just rubbed her eyes and nodded. She was quiet, too quiet. While my wife began quickly, efficiently stuffing sleeping bags and pads, I got on my hands and knees at the spot where the vine had disappeared. In the cool morning light, the ground looked ordinary. Just dirt and pine needles. I pressed my palm flat against it. The earth around it was cool, but right where the gap in the ground sheet had been, the soil was noticeably warmer, and it had a strange, springy give to it, like pressing on a sponge. It wasn't hard-packed. It was loose, almost fluffy. I dug my fingers in a little. They sank in easier than they should have. I pulled them back, brushed them off, a cold certainty settling in my bones. We worked fast, a quiet, efficient team driven by pure adrenaline. We took down the tent, folded it with rushed, clumsy hands. We loaded the car, tossing things in the back without our usual care. Our daughter didn't help. She just sat on the big black stump, swinging her legs, watching us work. She hadn't gone near it this morning, not until we started packing. Now she sat there as if it were her throne, her expression unreadable. We didn't stop her. We just needed to be gone. Finally, the car was packed. The campsite was just a scar of flattened grass and a stone fire ring. All that was left was the stump and our daughter sitting on it. "Okay, kiddo, time to go," I said, walking over, forcing a big smile. New place, new adventures. She looked at me, then past me, at her mother, who was already getting into the passenger seat. "Mr. Hollow says you're being rude," she said. Her voice was clear, calm, and it cut through the morning air like a knife. I stopped in my tracks. "He made this place for us. He likes having a family here." The fake smile melted off my face. "We're leaving now," I said, my voice firmer than I'd ever used with her. "Get in the car." She didn't move. She tilted her head, as if listening to something only she could hear. Then she looked back at me, and her eyes were too old for her face. "He says if you leave," she said, each word dropping like a stone, "you'll be sorry." A bolt of pure, undiluted anger shot through me, burning away the fear for a second. This thing, whatever it was using my daughter's voice to threaten me. "Get in the car." I said it slowly, with a finality that brooked no argument. For a second, her lower lip trembled, and I saw my little girl again, scared and confused. Then the look was gone, replaced by that blank calm. She slid off the stump and walked silently past me, climbing into the back seat without another word. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. We'd done it. We were getting out. I got behind the wheel, my hands gripping it tight. I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a wonderfully normal mechanical sound. I put the car in reverse, looking over my shoulder, and backed down the narrow gravel track, the trees passing on either side. I didn't look back at the clearing. In the rearview mirror, I saw my wife reach back to hold our daughter's hand. Our daughter was staring out her window, her face pale. The gravel track seemed longer on the way out, the trees closer. But then I saw it ahead, the break in the trees, the main dirt forest road. Relief, sweet and heady, washed over me. We were seconds away. I backed the last few feet, the tires crunching, and turned the wheel to point us down the road toward home. I shifted into drive and pressed the gas. The car didn't move forward onto the dirt road. It lurched, the tires spinning. I frowned, pressing harder. More spinning. Mud? I hadn't seen any mud. "What's wrong?" my wife asked, her voice tense. "I don't know," I muttered. I put it in reverse, tried to go back, then drive again. Nothing but the sound of tires chewing gravel. I got out of the car to look. The back tires were dug in, sure, but that wasn't the main problem. The problem was in front of the car. The narrow opening onto the forest road was gone. It wasn't blocked by a fallen tree. It was gone. In its place was a solid, snarled wall of vegetation. Thorny brambles, thick as my wrist, with cruel-looking black spikes, had grown in a dense, tangled mat across the entire exit. They weren't there when we drove in 2 days ago. They couldn't have grown that fast. They looked ancient, gnarled, and impenetrable. They stretched from one tree trunk to another, sealing us in. I stood there, staring at the wall of thorns, the earlier relief curdling in my stomach into something much, much worse. The engine of the car idled behind me, a pointless hum. We weren't leaving. The woods, or something in it, had other plans. I stood there in front of that wall of thorns, the car's engine idling behind me like a confused animal, and my brain just couldn't make it make sense. It was a solid, snarled curtain of black vines and spikes that hadn't been there 10 minutes ago when we'd first pulled in. It was impossible. I heard my wife's door open and close, her footsteps on the gravel. "What is it? Why are we stopped?" she asked, and then she saw it. She didn't say anything else. She just came up beside me and stared. I reached out a hand, not to touch the thorns, but just to point, to confirm it was real. A nearby vine, one of the thinner ones dangling from the main mass, twitched. It wasn't the wind. There was no wind. It moved on its own, a quick, jerking motion like the tail of an irritated cat. It lashed out, and a long black thorn scratched a thin, burning line across the back of my knuckles. I yanked my hand back with a hiss. The cut stung, but worse than the sting was the feeling that followed, a cold, deep ache that seeped under my skin, like I'd been injected with something icy. It wasn't a normal scratch. "Get back in the car," I said to my wife, my voice low. We both retreated, getting back inside, locking the doors as if that would do any good. The cheerful morning was gone. The light filtering through the pines looked different now, dull and greenish, like we were sitting at the bottom of a murky pond. The sounds of the forest had changed, too. The birds, the bugs, all the little life noises that make up the background of the woods, they just weren't there anymore. It wasn't quiet, exactly, but the space where those sounds should have been felt empty and waiting. Our daughter spoke from the back seat, her voice small. "I told you." I turned to look at her. She was hugging her knees, her face pale. "He doesn't want you to go. He's not done with us yet." My wife spun around in her seat. "Who is he, baby? What does he want?" Our daughter just shrugged and looked out the window toward the clearing, toward the stump. "He's lonely," she said, as if that explained everything. We sat in the car for what felt like an hour, trying to think. We could try to drive through the thorns, but they looked tougher than the car's metal. We could try to cut them, but we only had a small pocket knife. We could go on foot, try to hike out through the woods, but with no path and a 7-year-old? It was a bad plan, but it was the only one we had. "We'll walk," I said finally, the words tasting like defeat. "We'll follow the lake shore. There has to be another campsite, another road." My wife nodded, her jaw set. We got out again, unpacking our small day packs, filling them with water bottles, a little food, a first aid kit, a flashlight. We'd travel light and fast. We told our daughter we were going on a big hike, a surprise exploration. She didn't argue. She just took her mother's hand. We left the car, the locked doors feeling stupid now, and started walking away from the clearing, keeping the lake on our right. We'd only gone maybe 50 yards when the trees began to press in closer. The undergrowth, which had been ferns and soft moss near our sight, became thicker, tangled with more of those thorny vines. They weren't blocking the way completely, but they were everywhere, catching on our clothes, forcing us to slow down and pick a path. The ground underfoot, which had been firm, became soft and spongy. Our shoes started to sink in a little with each step. It was hard, slow going. After another 20 minutes of struggling, my wife stopped. She was looking at a big pine tree ahead of us. That's the tree with the broken branch," she said, her voice shaky. "The one that looks like a Y. We passed it 5 minutes ago." I looked. She was right. We'd been walking in a wide circle, brought right back toward the clearing without realizing it. The woods themselves were turning us around. A deep, low vibration started then, coming up through the soles of our sinking feet. It wasn't a sound you could hear with your ears. It was a feeling, a hum that traveled up your bones and settled in your teeth. A steady, angry pulse from the earth itself. It was the feeling of the forest waking up and noticing us trying to leave. Panic, real and sharp, began to claw at my throat. We turned and tried a different direction, away from the lake, pushing deeper into the woods, hoping to hit a trail or a fire road. The thorn vines were worse here, snagging our pants, scratching our arms. The hum in the ground got stronger. Our daughter began to cry, not a tantrum cry, but a scared, tired whimper. My wife picked her up, carrying her despite the extra weight. We pushed through a final wall of ferns and stumbled out, right into the back edge of our own campsite. We were back. The black stump sat in the center, waiting. We stood there, breathless, defeated. The sky through the trees was no longer morning bright. It was a flat, gray color, like tarnished silver, even though there were no clouds. The light was wrong, making everything look like a faded photograph. That's when we saw the change in the stump. It was blooming. Overnight, dozens of flowers had erupted from its rotten wood. They were fleshy and large, a sickly pink color veined with inky black. They weren't pretty. They looked like internal organs turned inside out, and they were moving. They pulsed slowly, their petals opening and closing with a soft, wet sound, like lazy mouths breathing. A smell drifted from them, cutting through the clean pine air. It was sweet, too sweet, like cheap candy and rotting honey mixed together. My wife, still holding our crying daughter, took a step forward, her head tilting. "Do you smell that?" she asked, her voice sounding distant, slurred. It's actually kind of nice." Her eyes, which had been wide with fear, started to lose their focus. She took another step toward the stump, a dreamy expression softening her face. "No!" I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. She stumbled, blinking, and the fear rushed back into her eyes for a second. She looked down at our daughter in her arms, then at the pulsating flowers, confusion and terror warring on her face. The hum in the ground rose in pitch, becoming a painful vibration that made my fillings ache. The flowers seemed to pulse faster. I knew, with a certainty that was cold and absolute, that we couldn't walk out. The woods wouldn't let us. We were trapped. We had to try the car again. Maybe if we gunned it, we could break through the thorns. It was our only remaining option. "Back to the car," I said, my voice rough. Now, we half ran, half stumbled back down the gravel path to where we'd left it. The wall of thorns was still there, even thicker now if that was possible. I got into the driver's seat, my hands shaking as I started the engine. My wife buckled our daughter into her car seat, then got in beside me, her face a mask of grim hope. "Just go," she whispered. I put the car in drive, pressed the gas pedal all the way to the floor, and aimed right for the center of the greenish-gray light between the trees where the road should be. The engine roared. The tires screamed on the gravel, then hit the first of the thorny vines. The car lurched forward a foot, 2 feet, with a sound of tearing metal and snapping branches. Then it stopped dead, lurched again, and the engine coughed and died. Something had wrapped around the axle, something strong. Thick, black vines, studded with those same cruel thorns, had snaked out from the wall and entangled the front wheels. We weren't going anywhere. The car was caught. I tried to restart the engine. It just clicked. Dead. We sat there, the three of us, in the stalled car, sealed in by the forest. The humming in the ground faded to that low, constant background pulse. The only sound was our ragged breathing and the soft, wet, breathing sound of the flowers back in the clearing. A sound that seemed to carry on the still, strange air. My wife reached over and took my hand, her grip tight and cold. We didn't speak. There was nothing left to say. The fight to leave was over. We had lost. Now we just had to figure out how to survive whatever came next. We sat in the dead car for a long time, just staring at the thorny wall that had us prisoner. The initial shock of being trapped was a cold, hard lump in my stomach, but after a while a weird numbness set in. We couldn't drive out. We couldn't walk out. We were stuck in this beautiful, terrible place with the black stump and its breathing flowers. My wife was the first to move. She took a deep, shaky breath, the kind you take when you're about to do something you really don't want to do. "We can't stay in here," she said, her voice flat. "We need water. We need to think." She was right. The car felt like a metal coffin now, not a shelter. We had a little water in our day packs, but not enough for long. We unbuckled our daughter, who had been unnervingly quiet, and stepped back out into the strange, grayish light of the clearing. The smell from the flowers was stronger now, that cloying mix of sweetness and decay. It hung in the air, making it feel thick and hard to breathe. My wife walked a few steps toward the picnic table, then stopped. She swayed on her feet, putting a hand out to steady herself. "Whoa," she murmured. "That smell. It's actually kind of nice." She said it again, just like before, but this time there was no fear behind it. It was a statement of fact. She took another step, not toward the table, but toward the stump. I grabbed her arm. "Hey, don't." She turned to look at me, and her eyes were glassy, unfocused, like she'd just woken up from a deep sleep. A small, peaceful smile played on her lips. "It's okay," she said, her words slightly slurred. "He just wants a family. Can't you feel it? It's warm." She pulled her arm gently from my grip and took another step toward the pulsing pink flowers. Then her knees buckled. She didn't collapse. She just sank down gracefully into a sitting position in the dirt, right in front of the stump. She crossed her legs, rested her hands in her lap, and stared up at the rotten wood with the expression of someone watching the most fascinating movie. Our daughter, who had been clinging to my leg, let go. All the fear and confusion melted from her little face, replaced by that serene, alien calm. She walked past her entranced mother and climbed right onto the stump, sitting on its jagged top as if it were her favorite chair. She reached out and patted the black bark, a gesture that was almost affectionate. The transformation was complete. My wife was lost in a drugged dream. My daughter was the thing's willing companion. And I was alone. The hum in the ground seemed to soften, becoming a contented purr. From the cracks and puckered holes in the stump, a new horror emerged. A fine, golden dust began to puff into the air. It looked like pollen, but it didn't drift away on a breeze. There was no breeze. It moved with a mind of its own, forming a slow, swirling cloud that hung in the clearing. The sweet, rotten smell intensified, now mixed with the dry scent of this golden powder. The cloud began to drift, purposeful as a hunting animal, toward me. I stumbled back, holding my breath. My mind was screaming. I ran to my wife, dropping to my knees in front of her. I shook her shoulders. "Look at me. Snap out of it." Her head lolled. She blinked slowly, those glassy eyes meeting mine, but they didn't see me. They saw something else, something beautiful and terrible inside her own head. "Can't you feel it?" she whispered again, a trickle of drool at the corner of her mouth. "The love. It's so warm." I slapped her cheek, not hard, but enough to sting. She didn't even flinch. She just kept smiling. I saw movement in the dirt beside her leg. The soil bulged, then broke. A thin, black root, just like the one from the tent, broke the surface. It didn't lash out. It moved slowly, gently, like a curious finger. It brushed against her wrist, then coiled around it loosely. She sighed, a sound of pure contentment, and leaned her head back. I watched, frozen in horror, as the root tightened its grip just a little. At its tip, a small, fleshy bud I hadn't noticed before began to swell. It opened, revealing a moist, pink interior lined with fine, hair-like filaments. It pressed itself softly against the skin of her wrist, just below her palm. She shuddered, but not in pain. In ecstasy. A tiny bead of blood, dark and thick, welled up where the filaments touched. The root seemed to drink it in, the black vine throbbing with a slow, satisfied rhythm. It was feeding, and she was loving it. From her perch on the stump, my daughter spoke. But the voice was wrong. It was her pitch, her sound, but the way she formed the words was ancient, patient, and horribly wise. "Don't be scared, Daddy," the voice said. I looked up at her. She was watching me, her head tilted. "He just needs to taste your love. Then you'll understand. You want to stay with us." The golden cloud of pollen had reached me. I held my breath, scrambling backward on my hands and knees, but a few glittering particles landed on the damp skin near my eye. The effect was instant. A wave of dizziness washed over me, not sickening, but warm and welcoming. And with it came a memory, so vivid it was like being punched by the past. It wasn't a bad memory. It was my best memory. I was 9 years old, in the treehouse my dad and I built. It was a summer evening, the wood warm under my hands, the world small and safe and perfect below me. The feeling of peace, of being enclosed and protected, washed through me. It was the best feeling in the world. A deep, aching part of me wanted to go back there. That's what the pollen was doing. It was mining my own happiest memories and using them as a weapon against me. The stump, Mr. Hollow, wasn't offering nightmares. It was offering the thing every adult secretly craves, the perfect, safe piece of childhood. All I had to do was breathe in. I clenched my teeth, fighting the dizziness, fighting the pull of that perfect memory. I focused on the horror in front of me. My wife, sitting in the dirt with a root drinking from her wrist, a blissful smile on her pale face. My daughter, a puppet on a throne of rotten wood. I used that horror like an anchor, dragging myself back from the warm, golden pull. I couldn't get my wife. She was connected now, literally tethered to the thing by its root. My eyes darted to the lake. It was a stupid plan, born of pure desperation. The thorns blocked the land, but what about the water? Could we swim? Could we follow the shoreline until we found another access point? It was a long shot. The water would be cold. My wife could barely walk. My daughter wouldn't come willingly. But it was the only idea I had left. I had to get them to the water. I lunged for my wife, grabbing her under her arms. I planted my feet and pulled with all my strength, trying to yank her free from the root's embrace. The root pulled taut, thin and corded, but it didn't break or detach. It held fast, and as I pulled, a jolt of sensation, not my own, ripped through me. It was a double vision. I felt my own muscles straining, my own panic, but layered over it was a wave of warm, fuzzy contentment, her feeling, and beneath that a vast, cold, possessive hunger that wanted to keep its new toy. It was the organism's feeling. For a second, I was connected to it, and I felt how deeply it wanted us, how it saw us as missing pieces of itself. The shock of it made me gasp and let go, staggering back. From the stump, my daughter screamed. It wasn't her earlier calm voice. It was a shriek of pure, childish outrage. "Daddy, you know." She pointed a tiny finger at me, her face contorted with a wrath that belonged to something much older. "You're hurting the family." The humming in the ground, which had been a purr, spiked into a painful, teeth-rattling vibration. The surface of the lake, which had been placid and still, began to churn. Bubbles broke the surface, and the water near the shore started to swirl. My escape route was closing. I stood there, caught between the possessed child, the entranced wife, the poisoned air, and the now agitated lake, realizing with a sickening finality that there was no easy way out. The fight was changing. It wasn't about escape anymore. It was about survival, and I was the only one left fighting. The lake's churning killed my water escape plan before it even fully formed. This Mr. Hollow, wasn't just in the stump and the trees. It was in everything. The land, the air, and now clearly the water. The whole campsite was its body, and we were trapped inside it. I stood there, the golden pollen still hanging in the air, my wife drifting in her dream while a root drank from her, my daughter glaring at me from her perch. The hum in the ground had settled back into that low, watchful pulse. They were waiting for me to make my next move, or more likely, waiting for me to give up. I looked at my wife's face, so peaceful, and a terrible understanding clicked into place. This wasn't about killing us. The root at her wrist wasn't a vampire straw. It was a connection. It was sipping, tasting. When I'd pulled on her and felt that rush of foreign sensation, I'd felt it too, a cold intelligence sifting through her warmth, her memories. It was learning her. It was collecting her. She wasn't just food. She was a library, and the organism was reading every book. My daughter was something else. She was the translator, the loudspeaker. She was the part of it that could still talk in a human voice, to coax and convince and threaten. They were being assimilated, turned into parts of this family tree. The thought was so big and horrible, it made my legs feel weak. I looked around at the clearing. It was no longer just a campsite with a weird stump. The change was subtle but deep. The pine trees seemed to have leaned in closer overnight, their branches lower, more twisted, like bony fingers curling around us. Bright green moss was visibly creeping over our forgotten camp chairs and cooler, swallowing the red and blue fabric in a slow, relentless wave. Down by the lake's edge, thick, purple reeds I'd never seen before had shot up, choking the shoreline, their stalks weirdly fleshy. The environment was adapting, turning this place into something else, something that suited the organism better. It was remaking the world in its own image, and it was using my family as the blueprint. My daughter moved on the stump. She reached out and, with a careful pinch, plucked one of the large, pulsating pink flowers. It came away from the rotten wood with a soft, wet tearing sound, like pulling meat from a bone. A drop of that same dark amber sap oozed from the wound. She held the flower out toward her mother. "Here, Mommy," she said, her voice back to its sweet, normal tone, which was somehow worse than the ancient one. "Eat it. It's full of his thoughts. You'll see better." My wife, her eyes still glazed, turned her head slowly. She smiled at the offered flower like it was a piece of birthday cake. She opened her mouth. I took a step forward, a protest dying in my throat. I was too far away. I watched as my wife took the fleshy petal between her teeth and bit down. She chewed slowly, thoughtfully. Then her eyes, which had been empty and dreamy, flew open wide. But not in terror. In awe. A shudder racked her whole body. "Oh," she gasped, her voice clear and full of wonder. "I see them. I see the family." She looked past me at the trees, seeing something I couldn't. The old man, the one who had a heart attack by his fire pit right here years ago. He's here. And the lost hiker, the young woman from a decade back, they're all here. They're part of him. They're happy. She said it with such conviction, such joy, that it broke my heart. The organism was sharing its memories with her, showing her its other children, making her feel like she was coming home to a waiting community. It was the perfect trap for a social creature like a human. The promise that you are not alone, that you belong. The golden pollen cloud was still drifting near me. I had to keep moving, keep my head clear. I stumbled away from it, toward the remains of our campfire, rubbing at my eyes where the particles had landed. The warm nostalgia for my childhood treehouse tugged at me, a siren song whispering that giving in would feel so good, so right. I fought it by focusing on the concrete, horrible details. The root around my wife's wrist, now joined by a second, thinner one snaking around her ankle. The way my daughter's skin looked almost waxy in the strange light. The smell of sweet rot that was now baked into my clothes. My pocket knife. The thought surfaced from the chaos in my mind. My small, red Swiss Army knife. I'd had it in my pocket yesterday when we tried to hike out. I patted my pants pocket now. Empty. I must have dropped it. I scanned the ground near where I'd been struggling, near the fire pit. Nothing. It was probably lost in the pine needles and dirt. A stupid, tiny thing to care about, but it felt like the last piece of my real world. The world of zippers and metal and human invention was gone. I had to do something. The lake was a no-go. The land was a wall of thorns. My wife was physically connected. My daughter was mentally gone. But I couldn't just stand there and watch. A raw, desperate anger began to burn through the fear and the dizziness. This thing had my family. It was turning them into decorations for its nightmare garden. I wasn't going to let it have them without a fight. If I couldn't free my wife from the roots, maybe I could disrupt the source. I looked at the black stump, at my daughter sitting on it like a queen. My plan, what little there was of one, crystallized. I would charge the stump. I would knock my daughter off of it, grab her, and run. Not to escape, that was impossible now, but to break the connection, to force the organism to deal with me directly. Maybe in the confusion, I could find a weakness. It was a terrible plan. It was probably suicide, but it was the only move left on the board. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the cleanest air I could find away from the pollen cloud. I focused on my daughter's face, trying to see my little girl behind the alien calm. Then I ran. I didn't shout. I just pumped my legs, charging across the clearing, my eyes locked on the stump. My daughter's head snapped toward me. Her calm expression vanished, replaced by that furious, ancient wrath. She pointed. "He's trying to break the family," she screamed. The ground shivered, then shook. The hum became a violent, rattling vibration that made my vision blur. I was 3 steps away when the earth beneath my feet betrayed me. It didn't crack open. It just softened. 1 second I was running on firm ground. The next my right foot sank in up to the ankle in what felt like warm, wet oatmeal. I stumbled, trying to pull it free, and my left foot plunged in even deeper, up to the mid-calf. It wasn't a hole. It was the ground itself turning into a sucking, porous mire. I looked down. The soil and pine needles were still there, but they were floating in a black, watery muck that bubbled up from below. Thin, fibrous roots churned just beneath the surface, tangling around my feet and ankles, pulling gently, insistently downward. I was stuck, trapped in quicksand made of rotten wood and hungry roots. I thrashed, but every movement made me sink a little deeper. The mire was now at my knees. I was 20 feet from the stump, close enough to see the intricate patterns in the rotten wood, close enough to see the dark, puckered holes that seemed to stare back at me. My daughter watched me struggle, her anger fading back into that terrible serenity. "He doesn't like it when you run," she said softly. From the corner of my eye, I saw my wife. She was still sitting, still connected, but she was watching me too. A single, clear tear rolled down her blissful smile, cutting a track through the dirt on her cheek. It was the most heartbreaking thing I'd ever seen. She was still in there somewhere, seeing this, and she couldn't do anything. I stopped struggling, panting, the cold muck creeping up my thighs. The fight was leaching out of me, replaced by a crushing fatigue. The golden pollen found me again, settling on my skin, my hair. I breathed in because I had to. The memory of the treehouse washed over me, stronger this time, wrapped in a feeling of absolute, unconditional love. The love I felt the first time I held my newborn daughter. The organism was clever. It wasn't using fear anymore. It was using my own love as the bait. The warmth of that memory spread through my chest, a physical comfort against the cold of the bog. It would be so easy to just accept, to let go, to be with them forever in this peaceful, warm place. My sinking hand brushed against something hard in the muck, something solid and angular. My fingers, numb with cold, closed around it instinctively. I pulled it up through the black ooze. It was my pocket knife. The red paint was smeared with mud, but it was real. The cold, solid weight of it in my palm was a shock. A piece of my world. A tool. A weapon. I clutched it, the metal pressing into my skin, a tiny anchor to reality. I looked from the knife to the hollow, waiting stump, to my daughter's placid face, to my wife's tear-streaked smile. The organism offered peace through assimilation. The knife offered a different, uglier path. I didn't know if I had the strength to cut roots, to fight, to possibly hurt the things I was trying to save. The warm, loving pull of the pollen promised an end to all pain, all struggle. My fingers tightened around the knife handle. I had to choose, and as I hesitated, a new, wet, cracking sound came from the stump. The blackened wood at the back, opposite where my daughter sat, was splitting open. It peeled apart slowly, like a rotting flower blooming in reverse, revealing a deep, dark hollow inside. Something moved in the shadows within. The heart of the hollow was waiting. The cracking sound from the stump snapped me out of the pollen's warm, welcoming haze. I looked from the pocket knife in my muddy hand to the dark hollow opening up in the rotten wood. What was inside? More roots? Some kind of core? The movement in the shadows was slow, rhythmic, like something breathing. The mire was at my waist now, the roots within it gently pulling, not with violence, but with a patient, inevitable pressure, like the tide drawing sand from a beach. I couldn't reach the stump. I was stuck, but my wife wasn't. Not completely. The idea was madness, born of pure desperation. I couldn't get to her to free her, but maybe, just maybe, I could get her to come to me. If I could break the organism's hold on her mind for even a second, maybe her own instincts would take over. I had nothing left to lose. I locked eyes with my wife. Her gaze was still distant, focused on some happy vision of the family. But the tear on her cheek was real. "Look at me," I shouted, my voice raw and cracking in the strange air. "Honey, please, look at me." Her eyes drifted toward my voice, swimming slowly into focus on my face. There was a flicker there, a tiny spark of recognition behind the blissful fog. "The lake," I yelled, pointing with my free hand toward the churning water. "Remember our honeymoon? In Maine. The water was so cold, and you jumped in anyway, and you screamed and laughed. I was grabbing at any memory that was ours, that was strong and human, and not part of this rotten place. You said it woke you up better than coffee. We need to wake up now." I saw her brow furrow just a tiny bit. The root around her wrist pulsed, and she flinched, the blissful smile wavering. The organism was reinforcing its control, feeding her more of its sweet, false comfort. My daughter, from her perch, watched this exchange with a detached curiosity, like a scientist observing an experiment. I changed tactics, speaking lower, forcing a calm I didn't feel. "Our daughter," I said, my voice breaking. "Her first steps. She took them in the backyard, toward you. You were sitting on the grass, and you held your arms out, and your face was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She's right here. We need to take her home." I saw it. A second, clearer flicker in her eyes. Pain. Real, human pain cutting through the drugged happiness. Her lips moved, forming a word without sound. "Home." The root around her wrist tightened. The fleshy bud at its tip pressed harder, and she gasped, but this time it wasn't with pleasure. It was a sharp intake of shock. The organism didn't want her remembering. It wanted her content and consuming. I had found a crack. "Fight it," I screamed, straining against the mire. "Pull your arm away. Just try." With a moan that seemed to come from the very bottom of her soul, she moved. She looked down at the root coiled around her wrist, and a look of revulsion twisted her features. She yanked her arm inward. The root held fast, stretching like tough rubber. A thin trickle of dark blood ran from where the filaments touched her skin. She cried out, in pain and effort, and pulled again. This time, she used her other hand, grabbing the root itself. The moment her bare fingers touched the black, pulsing vine, she screamed, a short, sharp sound of pure agony. The root was hot, burning hot. Smoke, or steam, curled from between her fingers. But she didn't let go. She pulled with everything she had. The root tore. It didn't snap cleanly. It ripped with a wet, fibrous sound, like tearing a piece of rotten canvas. Amber sap and dark fluid spurted from the broken end. The severed piece in her hand writhed for a moment like a dying worm, then went still. She flung it away, staring at her bleeding wrist, her breath coming in ragged, shocked sobs. The connection was broken. The other root around her ankle loosened its grip, slithering back into the soil. She was free. For now. The reaction from the clearing was instant and violent. The hum in the ground became a high-pitched shriek that felt like needles in my ears. My daughter on the stump let out a wail of betrayal that was both childlike and deeply alien. The flowers on the stump clenched shut, then exploded open, releasing a huge, billowing cloud of the golden pollen. And the lake erupted. Not with water, but with thick, ropey vines of aquatic weed, covered in slimy, clear barbs. They lashed onto the shore like whips, not aiming for me and my bog, but for my wife. They were fast. One wrapped around her newly freed wrist, yanking her off balance. Another snaked around her waist. They began to pull, not back toward the stump, but toward the water. The organism wasn't just trying to reconnect her. It was trying to take her, to put her somewhere I could never reach. "No!" I bellowed, thrashing uselessly in the mire. She scrambled, clawing at the muddy ground with her free hand, fighting the pull toward the churning, vine-filled water. Her eyes were clear now, wide with terror and pain, but they were her eyes. She looked at me, and I saw fierce, determined understanding. She knew what was happening. She kicked at the vines, but the barbs dug in, holding fast. The stump hollow yawned wider. The movement inside became more agitated. This had gotten its full attention. The gentle persuasion was over. My wife was fighting, and I was still armed with a memory and a pocket knife. It was done playing family. My daughter stood up on the stump, her small figure outlined against the gray sky. She pointed at me, then at my wife. "They are breaking the family," she shrieked, her voice echoing with that otherworldly power. "They need to be reminded. They need to be shown." The ground under my wife began to soften, just like mine had. She was on the edge of the lake, and the earth turned to the same wet, sucking mire, trapping her legs just as the aquatic vines pulled at her upper body. She was being stretched, caught between two hungry elements of the same creature. I saw her face contort in a new kind of agony. The pocket knife in my hand felt useless, a toy against this kind of power. But it was all I had. I fumbled with my numb, muddy fingers, digging the small blade out of the handle. It was 2 inches long. Pathetic. I started slashing at the roots tangling around my legs under the water. The blade cut through them, but they were endless. For every one I severed, 2 more seemed to writhe up from the depths to take its place. I was cutting a forest, one thread at a time. I was making no progress. I looked at my wife, saw her sinking, saw the vines pulling her toward the dark water. I looked at the stump, at the dark hollow. My daughter was no longer looking at us. She had turned and was peering into the hollow, nodding as if listening to instructions. The direct assault was pointless. I had to think differently. This thing was a mind, a consciousness spread through the roots and the vines and the pollen. It was focused on us, on subduing us. What if I gave it something else to think about? What if I heard it somewhere that mattered? My eyes landed on the fleshy, pulsing pink flowers. They were the source of the pollen, the source of the smell that drugged my wife. They were its weapons. Maybe they were also its senses. Without thinking, acting purely on a gut instinct of defiance, I reared back and threw my pocket knife. I didn't aim for my daughter. I aimed for the biggest cluster of flowers on the side of the stump. The little red knife tumbled through the air, end over end. It wasn't a good throw. I was chest deep in muck, my muscles cold. The knife didn't stick into the wood. It smacked sideways against a big, vein of blossom and fell into the ring of white mushrooms at the stump's base. But the effect was immediate and dramatic. The flower it hit recoiled like a slapped face, clenching shut violently. A jet of that amber sap shot out from the impact point, arcing through the air. The whole stump seemed to shudder. My daughter stumbled, grabbing the edge of the hollow to keep from falling. The shrieking hum in the ground stuttered, dipped in pitch. For just a second, the pull from the vines around my wife slackened. She used that second. With a scream of pure effort, she twisted her body, ignoring the barbs tearing at her skin, and grabbed one of the lake vines with both hands. She didn't try to pull it off. She bit it. She sank her teeth into the slimy, ropey weed and bit down with everything she had. Dark, foul-tasting fluid filled her mouth, but she bit and ripped like an animal. The vine thrashed, loosening its grip. She spat, gagging, and scrambled backward, out of the mire at the lake's edge, crawling on her hands and knees toward the center of the clearing, away from the water, away from the stump toward me. She was free of the water, but we were both still trapped, wounded, and surrounded. The organism was wounded, too, and now it was furious. The brief moment of confusion was over. The stump stopped shuddering. The hollow seemed to grow darker, deeper. My daughter turned back to face us, and her face was no longer that of a child, or even an ancient being. It was a mask of cold, implacable hunger. The game was over. The invitation was rescinded. Now it was just about consumption. My wife crawled to the edge of the mire that held me, her hands and knees raw, her wrist bleeding, her mouth stained with the dark juice of the lake vine. She reached for me, our fingers stretching, only inches apart. The look on her face was no longer terror, but a furious, determined grief. We had broken the spell, but we were no closer to freedom. The organism, Mr. Hollow, was done asking. The pollen cloud hung over everything, a golden fog that promised peace, but now felt like a coming storm. The shrieking hum had settled into a deep, angry throbbing, like a giant, wounded heart buried under the forest. My daughter stood before the open hollow of the stump, her back to us, looking in. She was so still. The clearing itself seemed to be holding its breath. Then she turned around. Her face was calm again, but it was a cold, empty calm. All traces of the child were gone, erased. She was a vessel now, filled to the brim with something ancient and patient and very, very angry. "You hurt him," she said, her voice flat, carrying in the strange air. "You don't understand the gift. You fight the love. So now he will show you. Not the dream. The truth." She stepped aside, gesturing to the dark hollow. "Look?" We didn't want to look, but we did. The inside of the stump was not empty. It was a nest, wet and pulsing. Thick, root-like cords, glowing with a faint, sickly greenish light, throbbed like arteries. Fungal threads, white and fuzzy, draped everything like a sinister lace. And cradled in the center of this wet web were shapes. Two human-shaped forms. They were made of densely packed moss, peat, woven roots, and patches of that same glowing fungus. One was larger, one was smaller. A man and a child. Their faces were smooth indentations, blank and featureless, but their positions, curled together, the larger one around the smaller, spoke of a horrible, eternal embrace. These were the previous family. The old man who had a heart attack. The lost hiker. Not buried. Not gone. Incorporated. Preserved in a mockery of life. Fed on by the roots, their memories and warmth slowly siphoned away over years to feed the consciousness of the clearing. This was the forever body it had promised. This was the end of the road. A cold so deep it burned swept through me, colder than the mire around my legs. This wasn't just death. It was erasure, followed by decoration. My wife made a small, choked sound beside me, her hand going to her mouth. The organism had shown us its work, and it was worse than any monster we could have imagined. My daughter, the thing wearing my daughter, spoke again, its voice softening into a horrible imitation of tenderness. "See? There's room. You can be next to Mommy. He'll make you a new body that never gets cold or hungry. A forever body. You'll be part of the tree. You'll never be lonely again." The pull of the mire increased. The roots around my legs were no longer just holding me. They were tugging me with steady, immense force toward the stump. I was being gathered in. I looked at my wife. The fight had gone out of her eyes, replaced by a hollow, devastated acceptance. She had seen the future, and it had broken her. The pollen was thick in my nose, in my throat. I breathed it in, because I had no choice. This time, the memory it brought wasn't my treehouse. It was the hospital room, the first moment I held my daughter. The overwhelming, terrifying, perfect love that flooded me. The feeling that I would do anything, give anything, to keep this tiny, perfect thing safe. The organism was using my deepest love as the final bait. What if she's right? The thought slithered into my mind, soft and seductive. What if this is a better kind of love? No more fear of losing her. No more pain. Just together, forever, safe in the warm earth. The warmth of the memory spread, battling the cold terror. It would be so easy. To let go. To let the roots pull me in. To be with them always. My hand, almost of its own will, tightened around the only piece of reality I had left. The memory of the pocket knife I'd thrown, now lost in the mushrooms. The metal was gone, but the feeling of it, cold and hard and human, lingered in my palm. That feeling was a splinter in the warm, fuzzy dream the pollen was selling me. I looked from the moss bodies in the hollow, to my wife's broken face, to my daughter's empty eyes. Saving them didn't mean pulling them out anymore. It might mean something much worse. The organism saw my hesitation. A single thick root, as sharp and polished as a stag's antler tip, slowly pushed out from the heart of the hollow. It didn't point at me in threat. It extended toward me, slowly, offeringly. A clear, honey-colored drop of the amber sap beaded at its pointed end. Just a little taste, my daughter's voice cooed, a horrible parody of a child offering a candy. To help you decide, to help you understand the love. The root stopped, the sap dropped quivering, inches from my chest. The final offer. The warm memory of my newborn daughter wrapped around me, promising an end to all struggle. The cold, rotting reality of the moss bodies promised an end to everything else. My wife whispered my name, just once, a raw, broken sound. It wasn't a plea. It was a goodbye. That sound, her real voice cutting through the fantasy, was the anchor I needed. I made my choice. I didn't reach for the offered root. I didn't look at the hollow. I looked straight into the empty eyes of the thing wearing my daughter's face. And I let all the love, the real, human, aching love I had for my little girl, fill my own face. I smiled at her, a true, sad, loving smile. "I love you," I said, my voice clear and steady. "I love you so much." For a fraction of a second, something flickered in those empty eyes. A confusion. The organism understood threats and fear and hunger. It didn't understand this pure, selfless offering of love that asked for nothing in return. In that tiny moment of its confusion, I moved. Not away, not to fight. I bent forward as much as the mire would allow, and I plunged my hands into the black, watery ooze around my legs. I didn't grab for the roots. I dug my fingers deep into the cold, wet earth beneath them. I found what I was looking for: thicker roots, older roots, the ones that felt like cables running back toward the stump. And I pulled, not to free myself, to pull myself in. I yanked with all my remaining strength, using the root's own pull against them, launching myself forward through the mire, a desperate, muddy surge toward the stump, toward my daughter, toward the offering root. The organism, surprised by this sudden acceptance, hesitated. The sharp root didn't move. I crashed into the base of the stump, the rotten wood crumbling under my weight. My daughter, the thing, stumbled back with a cry. I ignored the antler root. I ignored the hollow. My arms snaked out, and I wrapped my wife and my daughter together in the tightest, most desperate hug of my life, pulling them both down into the mud and mushrooms with me. "I love you," I whispered again, into my daughter's hair, my face pressed against my wife's bleeding wrist. "I love you both. Remember that. Whatever happens, you remember that." Then, I did the only thing I could think of. I opened my mouth and I blew. Not a shout, a long, hard, sustained breath. I blew the golden pollen that hung around us, blew it away from their faces, toward the open, waiting hollow of the stump. I blew the memory of my love, the weapon it was using against me, right back into its heart. And I poured every bit of my own memory, my own love for them, not into the air, but into the tight, physical circle of my arms around them, a human shield against the fantasy. For a second, nothing happened. Then the stump trembled. The offering root whipped back into the hollow. The glowing cords inside pulsed erratically, the green light flaring bright, then dimming. The organism was choking on the very emotion it sought to consume. Pure, defiant, self-sacrificing love was a poison to its logic of consumption and control. It didn't know what to do with it. The mire around us loosened its grip. The humming in the ground sputtered, cracked, and fell apart into a discordant, pained rumble. The wall of thorns at the edge of the clearing shivered, and for a moment, I thought I saw a gap. It wasn't freedom. Not yet. But it was a flaw. A second of weakness. In my arms, my daughter shuddered. A long, soft sigh escaped her lips, and she went completely limp. My wife clutched at her, feeling for a pulse, her own eyes wild with a new, fragile hope. "She's asleep," she breathed. "Just asleep." The thing was gone from her eyes. For now. The stump's hollow began to slowly close, the wood creaking as it knitted itself back together, hiding its shameful core. The flowers wilted, the pink flesh turning brown and shriveled. The golden pollen settled to the ground, inert like common dust. The unnatural gray light began to lift, and the normal sounds of the woods, a distant bird, the rustle of a squirrel, tentatively returned. We lay there, the three of us, a heap of mud and tears and exhaustion at the base of the blackened stump that was now just a piece of dead, rotting wood again. We had won a battle, not the war. The organism was wounded, confused. It had retreated, but the car was still trapped. The thorns still blocked the road, and we were still in its territory. We were alive, and we were together, and for this single precious moment, we were ourselves. But the woods around us were very quiet and very deep, and we knew, as we helped each other to our feet, that the tree had roots that went far deeper than we could ever dig. It was sleeping now, but it would be hungry again. Story number 5. The whole thing, the real trouble, kicked off with that stupid camera, a big plastic brick of a thing that my dad pulled out of a dusty box in the attic with a grin wider than I'd seen in months. We were packing for our annual trip to Pine Grove, just me, my little brother, my mom, and him, and he held it up like he'd found a treasure map. "New rule this year, team," he announced, his voice full of that fake serious tone he uses when he's about to introduce something he thinks is brilliant. "We're not just snapping photos. We're on a mission. We are going to capture the soul of the forest." My brother, who's 9 and still believes in most of what our dad says, gasped with genuine excitement. I rolled my eyes, being the cool 13-year-old, and my mom just smiled that tired, fond smile she gets. 10 shots, our dad continued, wagging a finger. "That's all the film we've got. No deletions, no do-overs. You see something that feels like the heart of this place, you point, you click, and you commit. Make every one count." He handed me the camera. It was heavier than I expected, with a cold metal flash and a lens you had to actually turn to focus. It felt ancient, like a relic from a time before phones, which I guess it was. My brother was already jumping up and down. What counts, he chattered. Our dad pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Glad you asked. Scavenger hunt list. Find a perfect ray of light cutting through the trees. Find a set of animal tracks that tell a story. Find the oldest, wisest looking tree you can. Find water doing something interesting. Soul stuff. The drive up was all normal, the same winding roads, the same stupid car games, the same argument over which playlist to blast. We pulled into our usual spot at the campground, the one right by the big creek, and the familiar smell of pine needles and damp earth hit me. It was a good smell, a safe smell. We set up the tent in our usual chaotic way, my mom directing traffic, my dad hammering stakes with more enthusiasm than skill, and my brother and I unfurling sleeping bags. The camera sat on the picnic table, this weird, off-white lump looking out of place in all that green. After dinner, with hot dogs blackened just right over the fire, our dad picked it up. All right, who wants first go? My brother's hand shot up so fast he almost toppled his chair. Me. I know what to get. The big tree by the bathroom. He meant this gigantic oak that stood sentinel near the wash house, a monster of a tree we climbed every year. We all trooped over, the last of the sunset painting the sky orange and purple. My brother stood very seriously, his tongue poking out the corner of his mouth, and framed the shot. He pressed the button. The camera made a loud chunkwar sound, and a blank, grayish square slid out the front. He held it carefully, like it was a baby bird, and we all crowded around, watching as shapes began to swim up from the gray nothing. It was slow magic. The dark trunk appeared first, then the sprawling branches, then the intricate web of those huge, twisty roots. It was a good picture, really good. The fading light gave it drama. That, declared our dad, clapping him on the shoulder, is a contender. That tree has seen some things. We pinned it to a little clothesline we'd strung between two trees by our tent, a gallery for our finds. The next day was all about the hunt. We hiked along the creek, looking for our shots. My mom found her ray of light, a single, brilliant shaft cutting through a canopy of leaves to spotlight a patch of bright green ferns. It looked like a stage light from God. My dad spent an hour trying to get a good picture of a pile of scat he swore was from a bobcat, which was gross, but he said it told a story of the wild, so whatever. I was looking for my shot, something better than my brother's tree, something with real meaning. I wandered a bit off the main path, down near where the creek bubbled over some rocks. I saw a dragonfly, its wings like stained glass, perched on a reed. That could be it, I thought. A tiny, perfect piece of life. I lifted the camera, focused, and just as my finger touched the button, a cold feeling went down my back, like someone had dripped ice water on my spine. It wasn't a scary feeling, just a sudden, deep chill that made me shiver. I shrugged it off, blaming a passing cloud over the sun, and took the picture. The word sounded extra loud in the quiet. The picture that developed was okay, but the dragonfly was a blur. I'd moved at the last second. I stuffed it in my pocket, a little disappointed. That night, after mores and ghost stories that weren't scary at all, we reviewed our gallery by the light of the propane lantern. We had 7 pictures pinned up, fluttering in the gentle night breeze. My brother's tree, my mom's sunbeam, my dad's bobcat story, which just looked like a blurry lump. A cool picture of swirling creek water. A close-up of moss that looked like a tiny forest, my failed dragonfly, and a funny one my dad had taken of my brother making a cross-eyed, goofy face after he'd gotten chocolate everywhere. We were laughing about that last one when our dad leaned in closer to the first picture, the oak tree. "Hold on," he said, his voice losing its laugh. "Look at this." He pointed to the base of the tree, where the roots twisted together into a shadowy hollow. "What is that?" We all huddled around. In the flash's harsh light, deep in the tangle of roots, was a smooth, pale curve. It wasn't rough like bark. It looked rounded, organic. It flowed into the root, but a part of it, the top, looked unnaturally smooth. "It's just a weird root," my mom said, but she didn't sound sure. "Yeah, pareidolia," I said, proud to use the word I'd learned in science class. "You know, when you see faces in clouds or shapes in toast." "It looks like a shoulder," my brother whispered, and the way he said it, so quiet and certain, made the night feel a little colder. We all stared, and he was right. It did. It looked like the smooth curve of a person's shoulder, blending right into the tree. A long silence stretched out, broken only by the crackle of the fire. Then our dad forced a laugh. It was too loud. "Come on, you guys. It's a root." This old camera, The flash does weird things. It's just light and shadow. He took the picture off the line and turned it over, like the answer might be on the back. See? Nothing. Just our imagination running wild. Too many ghost stories. We all nodded, eager to believe him. We were a logical family. We believed in science and explanations. We pinned the picture back up, but it didn't feel fun anymore. It felt like it was watching us. Just before we turned in, my dad, trying to lighten the mood, did something spontaneous. He called my brother over. "Hey champ, let's get one more. A real family photo." He pulled my mom and me in, wrapped his arm around us in front of the tent, and held the camera out at arm's length. We all squeezed together and smiled, a real, happy smile this time. The flash went off, blinding us for a second. The camera whirred and spit out the 10th and final picture. We were too tired to wait for it to develop fully. "We'll look at it in the morning," my mom said, yawning. "It's going to be great." She laid the still-developing photo face down on the picnic table. We zipped ourselves into the tent, the familiar sounds of the forest night all around us, crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves. I fell asleep quickly, the strange shoulder in the tree picture already fading into a dream. Sometime later, in the deep, black part of the night, a sound woke me. It was a mechanical sound, sharp and out of place. Chunkwar. I knew that sound. It was the Polaroid. My eyes snapped open. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, listening. Everyone else was breathing deeply. The sound had come from right outside. The camera was on the picnic table. We'd used all the film. There was nothing left to eject. My heart started thumping against my ribs. I told myself it was an animal, a raccoon maybe, knocking against the table. But raccoons don't make that specific sound. I must have dreamed it. Yeah, that was it. I was just spooked from earlier. I closed my eyes, forcing my breath to slow. Just as I was drifting off again, I heard it. Not a word this time. A soft, shuffling scrape, like something was moving slowly, carefully, through the dry pine needles around our tent. It circled once, then stopped. Right outside the fabric wall, right next to where my head lay on my pillow. I stopped breathing. I could feel a presence, a weight in the air. I wanted to wake my dad, but my voice was locked in my throat. I just stared into the darkness, listening. Then I heard a new sound. A faint, wet, clicking sound. It reminded me of someone gently popping their tongue against the roof of their mouth. It came from right there, just inches away through the thin nylon. Click. Pause. Click, click. It was a patient sound, a curious sound. It went on for a minute that felt like an hour. Then, the shuffling steps started again, moving away this time, fading into the woods until there was nothing left but the normal night noises. I didn't sleep another wink. When the first gray light of dawn filtered through the tent, I was the first one out. I went straight to the picnic table. The camera sat there, innocent as anything, but next to it, where my mom had left the final, undeveloped family photo face down, there was nothing. The picture was gone. I searched the ground all around the table. Nothing. Just as I was about to wake everyone, my foot knocked against something under the table. I bent down. There, in the dirt, was our family photo. It must have blown off in the night. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The image was fully developed now. There we were, all four of us, squished together, smiling goofily at the camera. The flash had made our eyes look red. But that wasn't what made my blood turn cold. In the picture, behind us, just over my dad's shoulder, the dark opening of our tent was visible. And inside that dark triangle of the tent doorway, the flash had illuminated something the night should have hidden. Two small, faint, white circles. They were spaced apart like eyes, reflecting the flash back from the deep blackness inside our empty tent. They were low to the ground, like whatever they belonged to was crouching, watching us from the dark, even as we smiled. And in the white border at the bottom of the photo, where the chemicals sometimes smeared, was a mark. It wasn't a smear. It was too deliberate. A single wobbly line, like a child's drawing of a smile. I stood there in the cold morning air, that photo in my hand feeling like a block of ice, the smiling sun drawing in the border, and those two little white dots staring from our own tent. My brain scrambled for a logical explanation. A bug, maybe. A moth caught in the flash, its eyes reflecting. Yeah, that had to be it. But moths don't make smiley faces. My dad's voice behind me made me jump about a foot in the air. "You're up early. Find the last picture?" He sounded cheerful, normal. I didn't turn around. I just held the photo out. He took it, his smile fading as he looked. He was quiet for a long time. "Huh," he finally said, the word flat. "Reflection. probably from a piece of metal on a backpack or something. The smile is just a chemical flaw. This old film is unpredictable. He said it like he was convincing himself. My mom and brother came out of the tent then, yawning and stretching, and the normal morning routines took over. The clatter of the camp stove, the smell of instant oatmeal, the argument over who finished the last of the juice. But the mood was different. We were all watching the tree line without saying we were watching the tree line. The scavenger hunt was forgotten. The camera sat on the table like a bad guest nobody wanted to talk to. After breakfast, my dad, trying to salvage the trip, suggested a hike to Lookout Point. Get some sun, see the valley. No cameras, he said firmly. It was a relief. We walked the trail, a wide, easy path, and for a little while, things almost felt okay. The weirdness of the night and the photo began to feel silly in the bright daylight. We ate lunch on the big flat rocks at the lookout, the whole world spread out below us, beautiful and peaceful. On the way back, my brother, who'd been lagging behind, let out a shout. Hey, look up! High above, soaring in a wide, lazy circle, was a bald eagle. It was magnificent, its white head and tail gleaming against the perfect blue sky. Without even thinking, my dad swung the backpack off his shoulder. The camera was inside. He'd brought it after all. Just one, he said, almost apologetically. We have to get this. It's the soul of the forest, right there. He fumbled with the camera, but the film pack was empty. We'd used all 10 shots. We all knew it. My mom pointed this out, her voice tight. We used them all last night. The family photo was the last one. My dad looked at the camera, confused. That's impossible. I checked this morning. The counter said 0. He pressed the little button to open the film door, and we all crowded around. Inside, snug in its slot, was a fresh film pack, fully loaded. 10 new shots. I don't understand, my mom whispered. My dad just stared. I must have packed a spare and forgot. But none of us remembered buying a spare. Polaroid film was expensive, a special purchase for this trip. My brother, oblivious to the adult's unease, begged. Please, Dad, the eagle. The eagle was still there, a distant, majestic speck. My dad, moving like he was in a dream, slid the film pack in. The camera made its ready sound. He lifted it, tracked the bird, and took the shot. The loud were seemed to swallow all the forest sounds for a second. The picture came out. We didn't wait to develop it. My dad shoved it into his jacket pocket, and we practically power walked the rest of the way back to camp, not talking. The second we got back, he pulled the photo out. We gathered at the picnic table. The eagle was stunning, caught in mid-flight, sharp and clear. See, my dad said, a shaky relief in his voice. It's fine. A perfect picture. Nothing weird at all. But my mom was squinting. The lower corner, she said. What's that? In the bottom left of the picture, where the dense green of the pine trees framed the sky, was a shape. It was blurry, out of focus because the camera had been focused on the distant eagle. But it was a shape that didn't belong. It was tall and thin, a vertical smudge of darker green against the trees. And at the top of it, a slight bulge tilted. It wasn't a tree trunk. Trees don't stand that straight and alone in a thicket. And they don't have a tilt at the top that looks so much like a head cocked to the side. It was looking up. At the eagle. Or maybe at us, watching the eagle. It's a stump, my dad said, but his voice had no force behind it. A weird, skinny stump. My brother, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, spoke in a small voice. Why does it want to be in all the pictures? That question hung in the air, worse than any answer. It wanted to be in the pictures. That felt true, in a way that stump or root did not. The camera was no longer a tool we were using. It was an invitation we had sent out, and something had RSVP'd. We spent the rest of the afternoon in a strained, quiet panic. My parents had hushed, intense conversations by the car while my brother and I listlessly tossed a frisbee. The decision was made. We would leave first thing in the morning. Cutting the trip short by 2 days felt like a defeat, but the alternative, staying, felt unthinkable. The happy family vacation was over. We made dinner early, just hot dogs again, and ate without tasting anything. The camera was placed on the dashboard of the locked car, as if putting it behind glass could contain whatever was happening. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant streaks of orange and red, my mom looked at the view and sighed. It was a genuine sigh of sadness, for the trip that was ruined, for the normal fun that was stolen. It really is beautiful, she said. The last sunset here. And then she did something that shocked all of us. She walked to the car, unlocked it, and took the camera from the dashboard. What are you doing? My dad asked, standing up. One more, she said, her jaw set. One more picture of just the sky, of just the beauty. For me. Not for a game. Not for a soul. For us to remember that this place was good before all this. She pointed the camera at the blazing horizon, away from the trees, away from the campsite, at the open, empty, colorful sky. She pressed the button. The photo ejected. She brought it back to the picnic table, and we watched it develop as the real sky faded. The colors were vivid, breathtaking. The clouds were lit up in fiery glory. And there, in the formation of the clouds, right in the center, the dying light and the cloud shapes combined to create a pattern. It was unmistakable, a wide, stretched curve like a smile. And above it, two darker patches in the cloud bank that held no light, like empty eyes. The sunset was smiling down at our campsite. My mom made a small, choked sound and dropped the photo. It fluttered to the table, that smiling sky face staring up at us. My dad grabbed the camera from her. He was angry now, a hot, scared anger. That's it. No more. This thing is broken. It's messing with the film. It's defective. He stormed over to the big metal park garbage can by the bathrooms, raised the camera high, and for a second I thought he was going to smash it. But he stopped. He just stood there, trembling. He couldn't do it. Instead, he opened the film compartment, ripped out the partly used film pack, and threw it into the trash. He slammed the empty camera down on the picnic table. There. No film. No more pictures. Game over. The finality of it should have been a relief. But it wasn't. The thing in the pictures didn't need film to be here now. We all felt it. We went to bed early, just to be in the tent, to be together behind a zippered door. We didn't play cards. We didn't tell stories. We just lay in our sleeping bags in the dark, listening. The forest at night is never completely quiet, but you get to know its sounds. The creek's constant chatter, the wind in the tops of the pines, the little skittering of night creatures. You learn what is normal. So when a new sound starts, you hear it clear as a shout. It started about an hour after we'd zipped up. A scrape. A slow, deliberate drag, like a branch being pulled across the ground. It made a circle around our tent. My dad called out, "Hello." His voice was shaky. The scraping stopped. We all held our breath. Then from right outside, so close the fabric must have been vibrating, we heard it. A tap. Not a knock. A single light tap, like one long fingernail touching the nylon. Then another, a few inches away. Tap. Tap, tap. It was exploring, mapping the shape of our shelter. My mom had her hand over her own mouth. My brother was crying silently, shaking. I felt frozen. The tapping made its way to the tent door, the flap of nylon that was our only way in or out. The zipper pull, a little piece of metal jiggled. Up a quarter of an inch. Down. Up. It was playing with the zipper. Then a new sound. A low, wet exhale right against the fabric. Not a sigh. Not an animal sound. It was the sound of someone breathing out a mouthful of water, a gurgling, damp exhalation that left a patch of darkness on the green nylon from condensation. The zipper pull jiggled more insistently. The pull started to move, slowly downward. It was unzipping the door from the outside. My dad lunged forward in his sleeping bag. "Hey," he roared, his voice huge and brave in the small space. He slapped his hand against the door from the inside. "You get away from here." Everything stopped. The zipper pull froze. The damp patch on the nylon began to fade. We didn't move, didn't breathe, for a long, long time. We heard one final, receding scrape, and then the normal night sound slowly trickled back in. None of us slept. We sat huddled together until the first gray light. As soon as it was bright enough to see, my dad unzipped the door. He looked out, then stepped outside. We followed. The campsite was empty, peaceful. The picnic table, the fire ring, the car. And on the ground, right in front of the tent door, were three objects placed neatly in a row. A small white pebble, a twisted piece of pine root that looked like a bony finger, and the film pack my dad had thrown in the trash last night, now clean, undamaged, and waiting for us. We stared at the three things on the ground in front of our tent. The pebble, the gnarled root, the film pack. They were arranged so neatly, so purposely, that it felt like a sentence we couldn't read. My dad's face was pale. Without a word, he kicked the little lineup apart, sending the pebble skittering under the picnic table. He snatched up the film pack and hurled it deep into the woods. It made no sound when it landed. "Everyone pack up. Now. We're leaving in 10 minutes, he said, his voice a low, strained command that brooked no argument. There was no discussion. The vacation was a corpse, and we were fleeing the burial ground. We moved in a frantic, wordless scramble. It wasn't the usual leisurely takedown of camp. It was a salvage operation. Sleeping bags were rolled sloppily and shoved into sacks. The tent came down in a series of violent yanks, poles clattering together. My mom shoved our cooking gear into a box, not even wiping off the dried oatmeal. My brother and I just grabbed armfuls of whatever we saw and ran it to the car, tossing it into the open trunk. The normal sounds of packing, chatter, directions, the thump of a mallet, were replaced by harsh breathing, the crunch of frantic footsteps, and the slam of car doors. In under 15 minutes, our campsite was a bare patch of dirt with a fire ring. The only thing left was the picnic table and the big metal garbage can. And the camera. It still sat where my dad had left it after ripping out the film. A lonely, plastic artifact on the weathered wood. We were all piling into the car, my dad already starting the engine, when my mom froze with her hand on the passenger door. "The pictures," she said. "We can't leave the pictures." The clothesline was gone, already packed. But the photos from the first day, the ones we'd pinned up, were in a neat stack on the front seat. My brother had gathered them. All but one. The final family photo, the one with the reflected dots and the drawn smile, was still tucked in my dad's jacket pocket from last night. "We have them," my dad said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Let's go." "No," my mom insisted, her voice cracking. "The camera. We can't leave it here. What if someone else finds it?" The thought was a new kind of horror. Passing this curse to another family, some unsuspecting group of campers who'd think it was a fun find. My dad killed the engine. The sudden lack of sound was jarring. He got out, walked slowly to the picnic table, and picked up the camera. He looked at it with pure hatred, then turned and walked not to the car, but to the garbage can by the bathrooms. He lifted the heavy steel lid and tossed the camera inside. It landed with a plastic thud. He slammed the lid shut. The bang echoed through the empty campground. "There," he said, coming back to the car. "Let the park service deal with it." He got in, put the car in reverse, and we backed out of our spot. As we turned onto the main campground road, gravel crunching under our tires, I twisted in my seat to look back. Our empty site looked innocent, just a patch of dirt waiting for the next happy family. Then my eyes went to the big green garbage can. The lid was off. It lay on the ground beside it, and the can was empty. No camera. My dad saw it in the rearview mirror at the same time I did. He jammed his foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, spitting gravel, and we fishtailed onto the paved park road that would take us down the mountain, back to the highway, back to normal life. For the next 20 minutes, nobody spoke. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the tires on the pavement. We were all wrapped in our own private storms of fear and relief. We were getting away, putting miles between us and that place. The tightness in my chest began to ease, just a little. My brother even pointed out a deer in a meadow, a normal, beautiful thing. Then my mom, trying to be practical, trying to anchor us in reality, started going through the bag at her feet. "We should organize these photos," she said, her voice still thin. "Put them in an envelope or something." She pulled out the stack, the oak tree, the sunbeam, the eagle, the smiling sunset. She flipped through them, her face a mask of tension. Then she stopped. Her fingers trembled. "There's one more," she whispered. "What?" my dad asked, his eyes flicking from the road to her and back. "I only pinned up 7. We took 10. The dragonfly blur, the goofy face, and the family photo make 10. But there are 11 here." She held up the stack. There was an extra photo at the back, one we hadn't taken, one that hadn't been on our clothesline. It was a Polaroid, fully developed. My dad pulled the car over onto the narrow shoulder, the tires bumping onto the dirt. He took the photo from her. We all leaned in. It was a picture of the inside of our tent, taken last night. It was shot from near the door, looking in. The angle was high, like from the ceiling. The lantern was off, but a weird, sourceless gray light illuminated everything. There we were, in our sleeping bags. My dad was on his back, my mom curled on her side. I was facing the wall of the tent. And my brother was facing the camera. His eyes were wide, impossibly wide, the whites showing all around. His mouth was a little open. He wasn't asleep. He was staring directly at the lens with a look of pure, paralyzed terror. And in the white border at the bottom of the photo, in scratchy, familiar handwriting that made my stomach drop into my shoes, were 2 words. "Found you." It was my brother's handwriting, the way he makes his Y with a big loop. "No," my brother whimpered from the back seat, seeing his own face. "No, I was asleep. I didn't wake up. I didn't write that." I didn't. He was crying now, real, shaking sobs of confusion and fear. My dad turned the photo over. On the back, etched into the glossy surface as if with a sharp stick, was another message. The letters were shallow, but clear, don't go. The game isn't over. A cold wave washed through the car. It wasn't just in the woods. It was here, with us, in this vehicle speeding away. It had been in our tent, right there, taking a picture of us. And it had used my brother's hand to write a message. My dad threw the car into drive and peeled out, the tires screaming for a second before catching the pavement. He drove faster now, too fast for the winding mountain road. We were all clutching our seats, bouncing with every curve. The photos lay in my mom's lap like a toxic spill. Nobody looked at them. We just watched the trees blur past, willing the highway to appear. Finally, after what felt like hours, the road straightened and we saw the green sign. Highway 89, 1 mile. We were almost out. A collective, shaky breath seemed to go through all of us. We merged onto the wide, smooth highway, joining the sparse morning traffic. The normalcy of other cars, of yellow lines, of speed limit signs, was like a bomb. My dad's grip on the wheel loosened a fraction. My mom leaned her head against the window and closed her eyes. My brother had cried himself into an exhausted, hiccuping sleep. I watched the mountain recede in the side mirror, getting smaller and smaller, a blue bump on the horizon. We'd done it. We'd escaped. The rest of the drive was a quiet, numb haze. We stopped for gas and cheap burgers at a roadside place, but we barely ate. We just wanted the miles. The suburbs appeared, first as scattered houses, then as strip malls, then as the familiar grid of our own town. Turning onto our street felt surreal. The tidy lawns, the parked bikes, the flower pots on porches. It was a different world. Our house looked exactly the same as we'd left it. Safe. Boring. Perfect. My dad pulled into the driveway and just sat for a minute, the engine ticking as it cooled. "Okay," he said finally. "We're home. We locked the doors. We act normal. We'll figure this out." We unpacked the car in a daze, carrying our dirty, pine-scented bags into the clean, still house. It smelled of lemon cleaner in our own home, a smell I'd never appreciated so much. My parents went straight to checking every window lock, every door. My brother, exhausted, went up to his room and closed the door. I helped put things away, the normal chore a weird comfort. Later, as evening fell, my dad built a fire in our fireplace. It was a cool night for summer, and he said he wanted to chase the chill out of the house. But I knew what he was really after. He gathered all the Polaroids from the trip. The oak tree with the shoulder, the eagle with the watcher, the smiling sunset, the terrible tent photo. He didn't look at them. He just held the stack in his hand, staring at the flames. My mom watched him, her arms crossed tight over her chest. She didn't stop him. He leaned forward and tossed the whole stack into the fire. The plastic-coated photos blackened, curled, and melted. The images warped and vanished. The shoulder, the watcher, my brother's terrified face, all eaten by the orange flames. For a second, I felt a sharp relief. The evidence was gone. The physical things were destroyed. We could try to forget. Then, as the last photo bubbled away, the flames did something strange. They didn't just burn orange and yellow. In the heart of where the pictures had been, the fire flared up in a sudden, sickly, greenish-white pulse. It was brief, less than a second, but we all saw it. And from the fireplace, riding on the heat and smoke, came a sound. It wasn't the crackle of wood. It was a dry, papery, rustling sound, like 1,000 fallen leaves being stirred by a wind that wasn't there. The sound coiled out of the fireplace and into our living room, and then it was gone. The fire returned to normal colors. The logs crackled. My dad and mom looked at each other, and in their eyes, I saw the understanding that we hadn't ended anything at all. We had just sent it up the chimney, and into our home. I went to bed that night in my own room, with my own posters on the wall, and my own desk piled with normal junk. I should have felt safe, but as I lay there in the dark, I kept thinking about the rustling sound. It hadn't sounded like it was going away. It had sounded like it was settling. I must have drifted off, because a noise woke me up. It was a faint, rhythmic clicking from downstairs. Not the house settling. It was the same wet, clicking pop I'd heard outside our tent. Click. Pause. Click, click. It was coming from the living room, from the direction of the fireplace. I pulled my blanket over my head, my heart hammering, and told myself it was just the old fridge or a branch against the window. But I knew it wasn't. The game wasn't over. It had just changed venues, and now it was in the one place we were supposed to be safest. It was in our house. The clicking from downstairs went on for what felt like an hour, a slow, patient metronome of sound that seeped through my blanket. I didn't move. I just lay there, sweating, listening to my own heartbeat thump in my ears, until the sound finally stopped. Not with a finish, but with a trailing off, as if whatever was making it had gotten bored or had finished what it came to do. The rest of the night was a blank stretch of tense waiting. I must have fallen asleep near dawn, because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filling my room. I got up, my body stiff, and crept to my door. I could hear normal sounds from the kitchen, the clank of a coffee pot, the soft murmur of my parents' voices. They sounded tired, but normal. Maybe I'd dreamed the clicking. Maybe burning the pictures had worked after all. I went downstairs. My mom was at the table, staring into her mug. My dad was standing by the back door, looking out at our yard. My brother was still asleep. "Morning," my mom said, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Sleep okay?" I just shrugged and got a bowl for cereal. The kitchen felt too bright, too quiet. We were all tiptoeing around the huge, awful thing that had followed us home, pretending it wasn't sitting at the table with us. My dad finally turned from the window. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low. "But not until he's up." He met my brother. We ate in a weird, polite quiet. When my brother finally stumbled downstairs, rubbing his eyes, my dad sat us all down in the living room. The fireplace where he'd burned the photos was just a black hole. "Listen," my dad began, choosing his words carefully. "What happened up there was a combination of things. Bad luck, a trick of the light, our imaginations running wild because we were isolated. We got spooked. It happens." He was trying so hard to believe it. "The camera is gone. The pictures are gone. We are home. We are safe. So today we act like a normal family. We mow the lawn. We go to the store. We watch a movie. We reclaim our space." "Okay." We all nodded, desperate for the plan to be true. My brother and I were tasked with cleaning out the car, a gross job of vacuuming up chip crumbs and pine needles. As I was pulling out the old floor mats, my foot hit something solid under the passenger seat. I reached down, and my fingers closed around a familiar hard plastic shape. My breath caught. I pulled it out. It was the Polaroid camera. It was dusty, a little scratched, but it was ours. The one my dad had thrown in the campground garbage can. The empty can with the lid off. It had been in the car with us the whole drive home. I stood there, holding it, feeling like I'd grabbed a live snake. My brother saw it and let out a little yelp. I shoved it behind my back as my dad came around the car with a trash bag. "What's wrong?" he asked. I had no choice. I brought the camera out. His face went slack. He took it from me, his hands trembling. He didn't yell. He just looked defeated. "How?" he whispered. He opened the film compartment. It was empty. Of course it was. He'd ripped the film out at the campsite. "We destroy it," my mom said from the doorway. "For real this time. We take a hammer to it." My dad nodded, but he was staring at the camera with a new, hollow look. "Not yet," he said, surprising all of us. "First, we need to know." "Know what?" my mom asked, her voice rising. "If it's really here," he said, looking at our house. "We have proof it followed us in the car. But is it in the house? We burned the pictures. Maybe that broke the connection." He was talking about it like it was a radio signal. He held up the camera. "One picture. We take one picture inside the house right now. If it's clear, if it's normal, then we smash this thing to pieces and we celebrate. We get our lives back." It was a terrible idea. Every cell in my body screamed it was a terrible idea. But I understood his logic. We needed to see a clean, boring photo of our living room to prove we were free. The fear of not knowing was worse than the risk. My mom reluctantly agreed. We went inside. My dad put the camera on the coffee table. He didn't point it at anything in particular. He just set the self-timer, a little red light that would blink for 10 seconds before taking the picture, and stepped back to stand with us by the fireplace. We waited. The red light blinked. 1, 2, 3. It was the longest 10 seconds of my life. On the 10th blink, the flash fired, a shocking white burst in the daytime room. The camera whirred and ejected a photo. It landed face down on the table. We all stared at it. None of us moved to pick it up. The photo developed there, unseen. Finally, my dad walked over, took a deep breath, and flipped it over. He looked. His face didn't change. He just handed it to my mom. She let out a choked gasp. I crowded in to see. It was a picture of our living room, from the perspective of the coffee table. The fireplace was in the background. We were all there, grouped together, looking tense but normal. A boring family photo. Except in the picture, the hallway that led to the bedrooms was behind us. And in the hallway, just beyond the edge of the living room light, stood a tall, dark shape. It was just a silhouette, a man-shaped shadow, but it was inside our house. It was standing in our hallway, watching us take the picture. The photo wasn't proof we were safe. It was proof we had let it inside. My dad snatched the photo and the camera. He ran to the garage, my mom and I right behind him. He laid the camera on his workbench, picked up a heavy hammer, and without a moment's hesitation, brought it down with all his strength. There was a violent crunch of plastic, a spark, the shattering of glass. He hit it again and again, reducing it to a pile of broken pieces, tangled wires, and ruined gears. He scooped the mangled remains into a grocery bag, walked out to our big outdoor trash bin, and threw it in, slamming the lid. He came back in, breathing hard. "It's done," he said. "It's garbage." We spent the rest of the day trying to pretend that was that. We went to the store. We bought pizza for dinner. We tried to watch a comedy, but nobody laughed. Every creak of the house made us jump. Every time my brother went to the bathroom alone, my mom would call out, "You okay in there?" Night came, the worst part. We all went to bed, but I knew nobody was sleeping. I lay in bed, my door open a crack, listening. The house was still. Too still. Then around midnight, I heard a new sound. A faint, electronic beep. Then another. It was coming from downstairs. It was the sound of a digital alarm being set. Then I heard the soft, mechanical slide of a lens extending. My blood went cold. I got out of bed and crept to the top of the stairs. My parents' door opened, and my dad came out, a baseball bat in his hand. He saw me and put a finger to his lips. Together, we peered down into the dark living room. On the coffee table, glowing with a faint green power light, was a digital camera. Our nice, modern digital camera that we used for birthdays and holidays. It was on. Its lens was pointed straight at the front door. We hadn't gotten it out. We hadn't touched it since before our trip. My dad went down, step by careful step. I followed. He reached the coffee table and looked at the camera's display screen. On the small LCD, we could see the live view. It showed the front door, the welcome mat, the dark wood. Everything was still. Then, in the corner of the screen, a shadow moved. It wasn't outside. It was inside, just at the edge of the frame. A tall, thin shadow detached itself from the darker shadow of the hallway and moved slowly across the back of the living room, behind the couch, out of sight. It was in the room with us. My dad grabbed the camera and turned it, pointing it around the room, using the screen like a hunter's scope. He panned past the couch, the bookshelf, the fireplace. The screen showed nothing but our normal furniture. Then he pointed it toward the kitchen doorway. On the screen, in the black rectangle of the doorway, two small, faint pinpricks of light reflected back, like eyes catching a tiny bit of light from somewhere. They were low to the ground, near the base of the refrigerator. They didn't move. My dad slowly lowered the camera from his face and looked directly at the kitchen doorway. It was just a dark opening. He lifted the camera and looked through the viewfinder again. The two pinpricks were gone. The kitchen doorway was just dark. He handed the camera to me, his face ashen. "Do you see anything?" I lifted the camera, my hands shaking so badly the image wobbled. I pointed it at the kitchen. Nothing. I panned across the living room. Nothing. I pointed it at my dad. On the screen, his terrified face looked back at me. And standing directly behind him, close enough to touch his shoulder, was a tall, blurry shape. It wasn't fully there, like a smudge on the lens, but it had a head, shoulders. It was leaning forward, as if looking over his shoulder at the camera's screen. I screamed and dropped the camera. It hit the carpet with a thud. My dad spun around, swinging the bat through empty air. There was nothing behind him. He flicked on every light in the living room. The room was bright, cheery, empty. The digital camera lay on the floor, its lens retracted, its power light off. It looked dead. My mom and brother were at the top of the stairs, clutching each other. "What happened?" My mom called down, her voice thin with fear. My dad just shook his head, unable to speak. I picked up the digital camera. It was cool, inert. I pressed the power button. Nothing. The battery was completely drained. We spent the rest of the night in the living room with every light blazing, not talking, just waiting for the sun. When morning came, it brought no relief, only the grim understanding that destroying the Polaroid had done nothing. It didn't need that specific camera. It understood the idea of pictures now. It was learning. My dad, looking older than I'd ever seen him, made an announcement at breakfast. "We're not staying here tonight. We're going to a hotel." Then maybe we visit your grandparents for a while. A long while. Packing a bag felt surreal. We were refugees from our own home. As my mom was getting her things from her dresser, she let out a small, confused sound. "What is this?" she said. She was holding a single, perfectly pressed, bright red maple leaf. It was vivid, like a drop of blood against the white wood of her dresser. It hadn't been there yesterday. My dad took it. Maple trees didn't grow in our yard. The nearest big maple was 2 streets over. This leaf was fresh, supple, not dry and crumbly. It smelled like the forest, like our campsite. He threw it in the kitchen trash, but the message was clear. It could leave things for us. It could move things. It was making itself at home. We loaded the car, a single suitcase each, just the essentials. It felt like we were abandoning ship. My dad did a final walkthrough, checking windows. He came out of the house, locked the front door, and turned to look at it. His face was a mix of sorrow and fear. He opened the driver's door and got in. We all buckled up. The car was quiet. As he backed out of the driveway, I looked up at my bedroom window. The curtains were open. My room was dark inside from the bright daylight outside. And for just a second, I saw a shape blot out part of the darkness. A tall, thin shape, standing in my window, watching us leave. It wasn't waving goodbye. It was just watching. As we drove down the street, toward the hotel, toward temporary safety, a single thought echoed in my head, cold and certain. Houses have lots of windows. And it was in all of them now. The hotel room was a bland, beige box with 2 double beds and a smell of fake flowers. It should have felt safe, anonymous, a place where nothing could find us. But as we piled our suitcases in the corner, the feeling wasn't relief. It was a temporary pause. We were hiding. My dad double-locked the door and put the chain on. My mom immediately checked the bathroom and peered behind the curtains. My brother flopped onto a bed and turned on the TV, blaring cartoons to fill up the empty space in his head. I sat at the little desk, my laptop in front of me. A thought had been gnawing at me since we left the house. The Polaroids were gone, burned. The digital camera was dead. But we had taken other pictures. On our phones. The whole first day of the trip, before the Polaroid came out, we'd snapped photos. The scenic drive, the first view of the campsite, my brother making a funny face by the sign. Normal stuff. What if the picture man as my brother had called it in his drawing, wasn't just in the Polaroids? What if it was in the light itself, in any image we took of that place? "Dad," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the sterile room. "The phones. We should check the photos on our phones." He looked at me, confused for a second, then his eyes widened with dawning horror. He fumbled his phone out of his pocket. My mom did the same. We gathered on one bed, my brother turning down the TV. We started scrolling. At first, it was all normal. The scenic drive, just trees and sky. The campsite, empty and sunny. A goofy selfie of my parents by the car. Then we got to the pictures from our first hike, before the scavenger hunt began. There was a picture my mom had taken of a pretty butterfly on a flower. The butterfly was in sharp focus. The background, a tangle of green leaves and shadow, was blurry. But in that blur, if you looked at a certain spot and let your eyes go soft, there was a vertical line that was too straight. A dark streak that could have been a tree trunk, except it ended in a slight, rounded bulge at the top. It was in the exact same position, relative to the butterfly, as the watcher had been to the eagle in the Polaroid. It was fainter, like a ghost behind the real image, but it was there. "No," my mom whispered, zooming in. The pixels blurred, but the shape held. "It's in the JPEG. It's in the data." My dad went to his own photos. He had a picture of the creek, the water swirling around a rock. In the shallows, in the reflection of the trees on the opposite bank, the reflection was wrong. One of the reflected trees had too few branches, and its reflection in the water looked like it had long, thin arms reaching down. My hands were cold. I opened my own phone's gallery. I had a few dumb videos my brother had taken of me trying to skip stones. I played one. It was just 10 seconds of me throwing a rock and it plunking. My brothers laughed behind the camera. Normal. But as the video ended and looped back to the start, I watched the background instead of me. Behind me, about 20 feet back in the woods, between 2 pine trees, there was a patch of shadow that didn't move with the breeze like the other shadows. It stayed still. And in the last frame, as my brother panned the camera, that patch of shadow was gone. The digital evidence was everywhere, and it was worse than the Polaroids. You could delete a Polaroid. You could burn it. Digital files lived in clouds, in backups, on shared albums. They were forever. My dad had a terrifying thought. The social media post, he said, his voice hollow. Before we left on the trip, he'd posted a picture online. It was a shot of the Polaroid camera sitting on our kitchen table with the caption, "Going old school for this year's camping trip. No filters, just film. Wish us luck." It was a cheery, normal post. Dozens of friends had liked it. He opened the app now, his fingers clumsy. He found the post. The picture was innocent, but the comments we scrolled down. Most were things like "have fun" or "cool camera." Then, near the bottom, was a comment from an account we didn't recognize. The username was just a jumble of letters and numbers. The profile picture was blank. The comment was posted 2 days ago, right around the time we were seeing the watcher in the eagle photo. It read, "The roots are deep. The branches reach far." Under that, someone we knew, a friend of my mom's, had replied, "Poetic. Is that a song lyric?" The blank account had replied to her, "It's a fact." My mom made a small choke sound. "It's talking to people. It's using the internet." My dad immediately deleted the entire post, but the action felt pointless, like closing the barn door after the horse was in the next county. The thing had touched our digital life. It could be anywhere now. That night in the hotel, we ordered pizza, but nobody ate much. The beige walls felt like they were closing in. My dad laid down new rules. No more pictures of anything. We were to turn off location services on our phones. We would not post anything online, not even a weather complaint. We would become ghosts. It was a quarantine for the digital age. My brother, overwhelmed, fell asleep early with the TV still on. My parents spoke in low, urgent tones by the window. I was plugged into my laptop, headphones on, but I wasn't listening to music. I was going through every single photo and video from the last 6 months, looking for anomalies. A family picnic in the backyard last month. Was that just a trick of the light behind the grill? A photo from Christmas. Was that shadow in the hallway behind Grandma just a coat on a hook? Once you started looking, every shadow became a suspect. I was zoomed in on a picture from my birthday, my face covered in cake, when my email dinged. A new message. The sender was that same jumble of letters and numbers from the social media comment. The subject line was blank. The body of the email contained a single image file. My heart froze. I didn't want to open it, but I had to. I clicked. It was a picture. A digital picture, but it had the washed-out, faded color of old Polaroid. It was a picture of our hotel room, taken from the corner near the bathroom door. It showed my parents by the window, my brother sleeping on the bed, me at the desk with my laptop. It was taken within the last hour. The timestamp in the bottom corner of the image, digitally imposed, read the current date and time. It was a live update. The email had no other text. I slowly turned my head to look at the bathroom door. It was closed. I hadn't heard it open. I hadn't heard a shutter click, but a picture had been taken and sent to me. I didn't scream. I just said, "Dad." He heard the tone in my voice and was across the room in 2 strides. I showed him the screen. The color drained from his face. He looked from the laptop screen to the bathroom door, then marched over and yanked it open. The bathroom was empty, clean, bright. The shower curtain was pulled back. Nobody was there. He looked up at the ceiling, at the smoke detector. No camera. He came back, looked at the email. "It's spoofing," he said, his tech voice taking over, a desperate attempt to explain. "It's hacked the email. It's using an old image. But the image wasn't old. My brother was in the exact position he was in now. The pizza box on the table was open at the same angle. It was current. My mom started crying, quiet, helpless tears. My dad closed my laptop with a snap. "We're leaving. Now. We're not staying here." "Where?" my mom asked, wiping her eyes. "Where can we go?" "Anywhere but here. We'll drive. Just drive." We woke my brother and packed in a frantic hurry, barely taking 2 minutes to throw everything back in our bags. We fled the hotel like thieves, not checking out, just leaving the key cards on the table. The night air outside was cool. The parking lot lights were bright. We loaded the car again. As my dad started the engine, he looked at our house, dark and distant across town. "We can't go back there," he said. It was an admission of defeat. Our home was occupied territory. "We'll drive to your sister's," he said to my mom. "It's 4 hours away. We'll be there by morning." We merged onto the highway, a river of red taillights stretching into the dark. The drone of the engine was almost soothing. The digital world felt far away out here, just us and the road. My brother slept again. My mom stared out the window. My dad drove with a fixed, determined look. I kept checking my phone, but I had no service, which felt like a blessing. About an hour into the drive, my mom, trying to find a tissue in the glove box, let out a small, puzzled sound. "What is this doing here?" she asked. She pulled out our old digital camera, the one that had died in the living room. It was here, in the car we'd packed in a panic at the hotel. Nobody had put it in the glove box. My dad took it from her, his jaw tight. He pressed the power button. The green light glowed. The lens extended. The battery was full. He turned it on and, without thinking, pointed it at the road ahead and took a random picture. The flash didn't go off. It was too bright outside from the highway lights. The camera made its fake shutter sound. He lowered it and looked at the screen on the back to review the shot. It was a picture of the highway, the yellow lines, the back of a truck. Normal. Then his eyes caught something. In the reflection on our windshield, in the center where the rearview mirror was, the flash of the camera had caught a reflection. It wasn't reflecting the inside of our car. It was reflecting a different image, superimposed over the road. The image was of a man's face, but not a human face. It was textured like bark, with deep grooves and knots. 2 dark holes for eyes, and a wide, stretched grin, too many teeth. It was sitting in the back seat. The reflection showed it sitting right between my brother and me. My dad slammed on the brakes. We swerved, tires screeching, and lurched to a stop on the narrow shoulder. He whirled around in his seat. The back seat was empty. My brother was asleep against the window. I was in the middle, next to a pile of blankets. There was nothing between us. But on the seat, right in the spot where the reflection had been, lay a single long brown pine needle. It hadn't been there before. It was fresh. My dad grabbed the digital camera and threw it out the window into the ditch. He didn't say a word. He just put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road, driving faster now. The rest of the drive was a blur of fear and exhaustion. We arrived at my aunt's house as the sun was coming up, a pale pink in the sky. She was confused but happy to see us, asking about our sudden visit. We made up a story about a plumbing disaster at our house. She believed us because why wouldn't she? We were family. She made us breakfast and gave us her kids' old rooms to sleep in. It was a normal house, full of kids' toys and the smell of coffee and bacon. For a few hours, in the bright daylight, surrounded by the sounds of my cousins playing, it almost felt like we'd outrun it. That afternoon, while my parents talked quietly with my aunt in the kitchen, I went to use the bathroom upstairs. The house was old, with lots of family photos in the hallway, graduations, weddings, babies. I was washing my hands when I glanced at the mirror, and behind me, reflected in the glass, one of the framed photos on the wall seemed wrong. It was a picture of my aunt's family at the beach last summer. They were all smiling, but in the background, in the rolling dunes, there was a tall, dark stick figure that didn't belong. It was faint, like a water stain on the photo paper, but it was there. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I turned and looked directly at the photo. The figure was gone, just sand and grass. I looked back in the mirror. There it was again, a smudge in the reflection. It wasn't in the photo. It was in the reflection of the photo. It was in the light bouncing off the glass. It was learning to live in the in-between spaces, in the copies of copies. I didn't tell anyone. What was there to say? We had brought it with us, not in our suitcases, but in our eyes, in the light that had touched us in those woods. It was in the signal now, and we were the receivers. That night, as I tried to sleep in my cousin's bunk bed, I heard a familiar sound from downstairs. Not a click, not a whir. It was the sound of a home printer, humming to life and then spitting out a page. Then another, and another. It was a steady mechanical rhythm, printing out a message we hadn't sent, a picture we hadn't taken, in a house that was supposed to be a sanctuary. The branches truly did reach far, and they had found us here too. The sound of the printer downstairs was a soft, persistent purr followed by the crisp shove of paper being fed out. It was 2 a.m. I lay frozen in the bunk bed, listening. It wasn't printing one page. It went on and on, a mechanical waterfall of paper. After what felt like forever, it stopped. The house was still again, but it was a different kind of still, a waiting stillness. I heard my parents' door open downstairs, then the soft pad of their footsteps. I crept out of bed and went to the top of the stairs. My dad was standing in the doorway of my aunt's home office, the light from the room casting a yellow rectangle onto the dark hallway floor. My mom was beside him, her hand over her mouth. The floor around the printer was carpeted in white paper. Dozens of sheets, maybe 100. My dad bent and picked one up. Even from the stairs, I could see it. Each page was a black and white printout of the same image, the front of our house, our own front door, our welcome mat, the potted plant my mom had forgotten to bring in. It was taken at night, from the perspective of someone standing on our walkway. The image was grainy, like it had been taken from a security camera or a very old webcam. But we didn't have a security camera. My dad picked up another sheet, same picture, and another. Every single page was identical. A relentless, copied warning. He gathered them all in a trembling stack, carried them to the kitchen, and shoved them deep into the trash under coffee grounds and eggshells. He didn't say a word. When my aunt came down for breakfast a few hours later, she was puzzled. "The printer was on," she said, clicking it off. "And it's out of paper. That's weird." We just nodded, pushing our cereal around in our bowls. We were trapped. We couldn't tell her the truth. She'd think we were crazy. We couldn't go home. We couldn't stay here and put her family in danger. We were adrift. That afternoon, my dad took me aside. His eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep. "We have to understand it," he said, his voice low and urgent. "We've been running, and it's everywhere we go. We need to know what it wants. The only clue we have is the pictures. It communicates through pictures. So maybe we have to communicate back." It was a terrifying idea. Engaging with it. "How?" I asked. "We don't have the Polaroid anymore." "We have this," he said, holding up his smartphone. "It takes pictures. It's connected to everything. It's what it's using. So we use it too. We take a picture of it, on purpose. We get it in a frame, in focus, and we see what happens." He sounded like a scientist planning a dangerous experiment. My mom was fiercely against it. "You're giving it what it wants. It wants to be seen. It wants to be in our pictures." "Maybe," my dad argued. "But maybe if we see it clearly, we can understand it. We can find a weakness. Right now it's a shadow. I'm tired of being scared of a shadow." The decision was made. We wouldn't do it at my aunt's house. We would go somewhere neutral, public, but isolated. We decided on a state park about 30 minutes away, a place with picnic areas and hiking trails, but not our woods. Never our woods again. We told my aunt we were going for a drive to get some air. She looked relieved. The tension in her house must have been obvious. The park was mostly empty on a weekday afternoon. We found a picnic table in a wide, grassy field, far from the tree line. The sun was bright. It felt exposed, safe. My dad put his phone on the table. He set it to camera mode. He didn't point it at anything. "Okay," he said, breathing out slowly. "We're here. We're taking a picture. A picture of you. Show yourself." Nothing happened. The wind blew grass. A bird chirped. My brother clutched my mom's hand. "It's not working," my mom said, a hint of hope in her voice. Then my dad's phone made a sound. A shutter click. He hadn't touched it. He looked at the screen. A new picture appeared in the gallery. He opened it. We all crowded around. It was a picture taken from the ground, looking up at us from under the picnic table. We were looking around, confused, anxious. The angle was impossible. The phone had been on the tabletop. My dad snatched the phone and looked under the table. Nothing but grass and the concrete support. He looked back at the picture, and in the picture, in the shadow cast by the tabletop across our faces, the shadows were wrong. My shadow had an extra limb, a long, thin arm that wasn't mine, resting on my shoulder. In the photo, it was there. In real life, under the bright sun, it was not. "It's here," my dad whispered. He turned in a slow circle, holding up the phone like a divining rod, using the screen as a viewfinder. He panned across the field, the trees in the distance, the empty parking lot. The screen showed normal summer scenery. Then he pointed it at a cluster of large rocks at the edge of the field. On the screen, sitting on the largest rock, was a man. He was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothes that seemed to blend into the rock. His face was turned away, looking towards the woods. He was perfectly clear. My dad lowered the phone and looked with his own eyes. The rock was empty. He raised the phone. The man was still there on the screen. "It's only in the picture," I said, understanding dawning with a new kind of dread. "It exists in the images. That's its place." My dad, his hand shaking, used his fingers to zoom in on the figure on the screen. As the image enlarged, the details became clearer. The clothes weren't cloth. They were textured like moss and bark. The hair was not hair, but a tangle of fine, dark roots. The hands, resting on its knees, were long-fingered and gnarled like old branches. And then, as we watched the screen, the figure on the rock turned its head. It turned slowly, until its face was in profile. The profile was sharp, unnatural. And then it kept turning, further than a human neck could turn, a smooth, mechanical rotation, until it was looking directly at the camera lens. At us. Its face was a mask of knotted wood, with two deep, dark hollows for eyes. And it was smiling, a wide, lipless grin of splintered wood in shadow. My dad jerked the phone away, breaking the view. He was breathing hard. "We got it," he said, almost to himself. "We have a picture of it." He looked at the image saved in his gallery. It was there, the clear, high-resolution picture of the picture man sitting on the rock, smiling at us. It was proof, but it was also a possession. We had captured it, and in doing so, we had maybe made it more real. We drove back to my aunt's house in a state of stunned confusion. We had done it. We had seen it. But what now? That night, my dad sat at the kitchen table with his phone, analyzing the picture. He zoomed in on every pixel. "It's not a person in a costume," he muttered. "The texture is too detailed. The eyes, there's nothing there. Just dark." My mom was more practical. "Delete it. Right now." He hesitated. "It's proof." "Proof of what? For who?" "Delete it." Reluctantly, he pressed delete. The phone asked for confirmation. "Delete this photo?" He pressed yes. The thumbnail vanished. A moment later, his phone buzzed. A notification popped up. It was from his cloud storage. Photo recovery available. Recently deleted items are held for 30 days. And there was a thumbnail. The picture of the picture man. It was in the digital trash, waiting to be restored. He tried to delete it from the cloud trash. The app froze. Then his phone's screen flickered. For a single second, the wallpaper, a photo of our family from last Christmas, was replaced by the image of the picture man on the rock, its grin filling the screen. Then it was back to normal. "It's in the system," my dad said, his voice flat. "It's in the phone's memory in the cloud. It's part of the data now." He put the phone down like it was hot. Later, as we got ready for another sleepless night, my brother was drawing with crayons my aunt had given him. He was quiet, focused. I looked over his shoulder. He was drawing our family. We were all stick figures. And behind us, he had drawn a tall, brown figure with lots of lines for texture. Above it, in his wobbly handwriting, he had written, "The picture man is here." And he had drawn a series of smaller pictures around the edges, a phone, a TV, a computer monitor. And in the screen of each device, he had drawn a tiny, smiling stick figure with dark holes for eyes. "How did you know to draw that?" I asked him quietly, pointing at the screens. He didn't look up. "He showed me," he said simply. "In my dream last night." He said he likes screens. They're like windows he can climb through. My blood ran cold. I took the drawing and showed my parents. The last of their hope seemed to drain away. That night, we unplugged everything. We unplugged the TV, the computers, the Wi-Fi router. My aunt thought we were being weirdly paranoid about a power surge, but she humored us. We went to bed in a house that was digitally dark. For a few hours, it worked. The house was just a house. Then, around 3 in the morning, a glow seeped under my bedroom door. A blue flickering glow. I got up and opened the door. Across the hall, in the living room, the big flat-screen TV was on. It was not plugged into the wall. The power cord lay coiled on the floor. The screen showed static, but not normal snow. This static was green and black, swirling. And in the center of the static, a shape was forming. It was the picture man, composed of flickering digital noise, slowly becoming clearer, stepping forward out of the buzzing screen as if from a great distance. It reached the foreground of the image and stopped, its knot-hole eyes scanning the dark room. It was looking for us. I backed away, pulled my door shut, and shoved a chair under the knob. I heard no sounds from the living room. But in the morning, the TV was off, unplugged on the floor, cool to the touch. On the coffee table in front of it, arranged in a neat circle, were 6 of my aunt's family photos, all face down. My aunt, when she saw them, was just confused. "Who was playing with the pictures?" she asked. We didn't answer. We knew. It was rearranging her memories. It was editing her life. We couldn't stay. We made excuses about the plumbing being fixed, about needing to get back. My aunt was worried, but let us go. As we drove away, my dad spoke the thought we were all having. It doesn't matter where we go. It's in the current. It's in anything that can hold a picture. Phones, computers, TVs, maybe even mirrors if the light is right. We can't unplug the world. We were driving back towards our own town, but not to our house. To a motel on the other side of the county. It was a surrender to motion, to having no fixed address for it to find. As we pulled into the motel parking lot, my dad's phone, which had been in his cup holder, lit up. A notification. It was from a photo-sharing app he hadn't used in years. Someone had tagged him in a photo. With a feeling of doom, he opened it. It was a photo posted by the blank, jumbled number account. The photo was of the four of us, taken just minutes ago through the windshield of our own car as we pulled into the motel lot. We looked exhausted, defeated. The caption under the photo read, "A complete set. Almost time." The photo of us pulling into the motel, posted online for anyone to see, was the final straw. It wasn't just in our devices anymore. It was broadcasting us, packaging our fear, and sending it out into the world. A complete set. Almost time. The words echoed in the hot, stuffy car. My dad didn't even get out. He just put the car in reverse and backed out of the motel lot. "Where are we going?" my mom asked, her voice a frayed thread. "Home," he said, and the word had a new, terrible weight to it. "We can't run. It's in the pipes. It's in the wires. It's everywhere we go because we're carrying it with us. The only place left is where it started wanting us. Our house." It wasn't a decision made from courage, but from an exhausted, final understanding. We were the subjects, and the picture man was the photographer. We had been trying to flee the frame, but the frame was all around us. The only choice left was to go back to the center of the picture and face whatever was supposed to happen when the timer ran out. The drive to our house was like driving to our own funeral. The suburbs looked alien, each tidy house holding its own secret digital life, any one of which could be a door for it. Our street was quiet in the late afternoon sun. Our house looked smaller, sadder, like a shell. My dad parked in the driveway. We all just sat for a minute, looking at the front door. "Okay," he said, more to himself than to us. "New plan. We don't hide. We don't run. We set the stage. If it wants a picture, we give it a picture. But on our terms." His idea was as simple as it was insane. We would turn our living room into a studio. We would invite it in, formally, and take its portrait. The logic was twisted but clear. The thing operated by the rules of photography. It respected the frame, the flash, the moment of capture. Maybe if we played by its rules completely, if we acknowledged it as the subject, we could somehow end the game. "We need light," he said, getting out of the car. "Lots of light." We went inside. The house was cool, still, and felt completely empty in a way that was somehow worse than if we'd felt a presence. It was waiting. We got to work. My dad dragged every lamp we owned into the living room. Floor lamps, desk lamps, even the bright utility light from the garage. He aimed them all at the front door, the point of entry. He taped up sheets over the windows to block out the dying sun, to control the light. My mom and I gathered every mirror and reflective surface we could find and turned them to face the walls or covered them with towels. We didn't want any extra angles, any unwanted reflections. My brother sat in the middle of the couch, watching us, clutching a stuffed animal he hadn't carried since he was little. The final piece was a camera. Not a phone, not a digital camera. My dad went down to the basement and came back up with an old film camera. A real one from before even the Polaroid. It used little canisters of film you had to wind by hand. It had no screen, no digital heart. It was just a mechanical eye. "This is it," he said, loading a fresh roll of film with trembling fingers. 36 shots. That's all. We wait. When it comes, we take its picture. We fill the roll. We document it until there's nothing left to document. He mounted the camera on my mom's flimsy tripod, pointing it squarely at the front door. He focused the lens manually, the image in the viewfinder sharp and clear on the wooden door, the brass knob, the little peephole. He attached a long cable release, a coiled wire with a plunger on the end that would let him take the picture from across the room. He set the camera to its fastest shutter speed and the smallest aperture, to freeze motion and get everything in focus. It was a trap made of light and chemistry. As the last of the daylight faded outside, we turned on all the lamps. The living room was blazing, hotter than any summer day, a stark island of white light in the dark house. The front door was so brightly lit it looked like a white rectangle, every scratch and grain in the wood visible. We sat together on the couch, facing the door, my dad holding the cable release. We waited. Minutes ticked by. An hour. Nothing happened. The tension was a physical thing, a wire pulled tighter and tighter in my chest. My brother fell asleep against my mom. The bright lights made everything feel surreal, like a movie set. "Maybe it won't come," my mom whispered, a desperate hope. Just as she said it, the overhead light in the hallway behind us, which we had turned off, flickered on. Then off. Then on again. It was a signal. My dad's grip tightened on the cable release. We heard a sound from the kitchen, the slow, deliberate turn of the faucet handle. A drip of water into the stainless steel sink. Plink, plink. Then the back door, which led to the yard, creaked open on its hinges. We hadn't unlocked it. We heard it swing wide and bang softly against the wall. A cool draft snaked into the hot living room, carrying the smell of wet soil and pine. It was coming in the back way. It was bypassing our stage. My dad stood up, his eyes wild. "No," he said, not yelling, but firm. "You want a picture? You come through the front door. You stand in the light. You follow the rules." He was talking to the empty air, to the house. He walked to the edge of the living room, looking down the dark hallway toward the kitchen. "You hear me? This is the frame." He came back and sat down, his jaw set. For a long moment, nothing. Then, the back door swung shut with a solid click. The dripping faucet stopped. The hallway light went off. All the little invasions ceased. It was listening. It was considering the invitation. The air in the room grew colder, the heat from the lamps seeming to recede. The bright white of the front door seemed to deepen, the grain of the wood becoming more pronounced, the shadows around the frame growing darker and more solid. The brass doorknob began to turn, slowly, first to the right, then back to the left. It was testing it. My mom shook my brother awake. We all huddled together. My dad raised the cable release, his finger hovering over the plunger. The doorknob turned fully to the right. The latch clicked, and the door began to open. It didn't swing open fast. It moved inward an inch, then stopped, then another inch. It was a slow, theatrical reveal. The darkness outside was not the normal night. It was a wall of pure black, like the open mouth of a cave. No streetlight, no stars, no glow from a neighbor's house. Just black. The door opened wider. Halfway now. The blackness beyond the threshold was absolute. And then a foot stepped into the light. It was not a human foot. It was long and narrow, made of what looked like polished dark wood, shaped like a foot but with too many joints. It placed itself carefully on our welcome mat. Then the other foot followed. A leg, a tall, slender body composed of shadows and the memory of trees, stepped fully into the doorway. It stood there, framed perfectly, a negative space cut out of the darkness behind it. This was it, the picture man, in our home. It was taller than the door frame, and it had to duck its head slightly to stand inside. Its body was a collection of angles and knots, like a walking thicket. Its face was the worst part. It wasn't the blurry smudge from the digital photo or the rough sketch from my brother's drawing. It was detailed. The bark-like skin was etched with deep lines that swirled and converged around the eye holes. Two bottomless pits that seemed to suck the light from the lamps. And it had a mouth, a long, horizontal crack that split open into that same wide, splintered grin. It didn't move. It just stood, acclimating to the light, its head tilted as if listening to the hum of the lamps. My dad's finger pressed the plunger on the cable release. Click whir. The old camera's shutter snapped, and the film advanced. The sound was shockingly loud. The picture man did not startle. It slowly turned its head toward the sound, toward the camera on the tripod. It seemed curious. It took a step forward, into the room. Its movement was not smooth, but a series of small, precise adjustments like a stop-motion puppet. My dad pressed the plunger again. Click whir. Another step. Click whir. With each picture, it seemed to become more solid, more real in our space. The smell of ozone and damp earth grew stronger. It was now fully in the room, standing in the pool of light, maybe 10 feet from us. It was close enough to see the intricate texture of its wooden skin, close enough to see that its eyes were not just holes, but deep, resonant spaces that seemed to flicker with a faint, inverted light, like the afterimage of a flash. It stopped advancing. It looked from the camera lens to us on the couch. Its grin seemed to widen just a fraction. It was enjoying this. It was posing. My dad kept taking pictures, the mechanical click whir becoming a rhythm. The picture man began to turn its head slowly, giving different angles to the camera. A profile, a three-quarter view. It was a model in a shoot. This went on for what felt like an eternity, the camera eating up the roll of film. 20 shots. 25. My dad's hand was shaking, sweat dripping down his temple, but he kept pressing the button. He was documenting the monster. On shot 30, the picture man did something new. It raised one of its long, branch-like arms. It didn't reach for us. It pointed. Its finger, a twig-like cluster, was aimed not at us, but at the camera itself. Then slowly, it swung its arm until its finger was pointing at my dad. The meaning was clear. It was his turn. It wanted him in the frame. My dad's breath hitched. He looked at the remaining shots on the film counter. 6 left. He looked at us, then back at the unmoving figure. He made a decision. He stood up, leaving the cable release on the couch. He walked, step by slow step, to the tripod. He stood behind the camera, looking through the viewfinder. Now he was the photographer, and the picture man was his subject. The creature's grin seemed to soften into something almost approving. My dad took a picture. Click-were. Then he did something I didn't expect. He turned the focus ring on the lens, shifting the focus away from the picture man, and pointed the camera at us, at my mom, my brother, and me on the couch. He took a picture of our terrified faces. Click-were. The picture man's head snapped toward us. Its expression didn't change, but the feeling in the room did. A wave of cold disapproval washed over us. That was not part of the game. The subject was supposed to be it. My dad ignored it. He advanced the film. 3 shots left. He turned the camera back to the picture man and took another. Click-were. 2 left. The picture man took a step toward the camera. Its hand came up again, not pointing, but reaching. He was going to touch the lens. My dad pressed the button. Click-were. 1 shot left. The creature was now right in front of the camera, its body filling the viewfinder. It leaned down until one of its dark eye holes was aligned with the camera lens. It was looking into the machine. It was looking at my dad through the glass. My dad's finger was on the button for the last shot. The picture man slowly raised its hand and placed its wooden fingers over the end of the lens, covering it. The gesture was gentle, final. It was saying, enough. My dad didn't take the last picture. He just stood there, breathing hard, the camera's viewfinder black. The picture man straightened up. It looked at each of us in turn, my mom, my brother, me, and finally my dad behind the camera. Then it turned and walked back to the front door. It didn't hurry. It stepped through the doorway and into the wall of blackness. The door swung shut behind it with a soft, definitive click. The oppressive cold lifted. The lamps seemed to brighten back to their normal intensity. The wall of black outside the windows became ordinary night again, with a neighbor's porch light visible across the street. It was gone. We didn't move for a long time. Finally, my dad rewound the film with a mechanical grind. He took the small canister out of the camera. He held it in his palm. 35 exposures taken. 1 left and used. We had a full roll of film containing the clearest, most detailed pictures of the picture man in existence. We had faced it. We had taken its picture. And we had survived. The relief was so profound it felt like a physical thing, a weight lifted. My mom started to cry, but they were tears of release. My brother buried his face in her side. My dad put the film canister on the mantel. Tomorrow, he said, his voice raw, we develop these. We see what we caught. That night, for the first time in what felt like years, I slept. A deep, dreamless sleep. In the morning, the sun streamed through the windows. The house felt like a home again. The film canister was still on the mantel. My dad made plans to take it to a specialty lab that could develop it quickly. We ate a real breakfast. We talked about normal things. The nightmare, it seemed, was over. We had met the monster and survived by playing its game. Later that afternoon, my dad went to get his keys to go to the lab. They weren't on their hook. We found them on the kitchen counter. And next to the keys, sitting on the laminate surface, was a single, freshly printed Polaroid photo. It was impossible. We had no Polaroid camera. We had smashed ours. The photo was of our living room from last night. It was taken from the hallway looking in. It showed us on the couch, my dad behind the camera, and the picture man standing in the center of the room, perfectly in focus, smiling. It was a behind-the-scenes photo, and in the white border at the bottom, in handwriting that was a messy blend of all of our writing styles, as if it had learned to write by copying us, was a message. A good session. Prints will be ready soon. It had taken its own picture. It had the negatives. And the game, we realized with a sinking, cold certainty, was not about taking pictures. It was about developing them. We had taken the snapshots. Now it was going to make the prints. And we had no idea what that meant. The Polaroid on the counter shattered the fragile piece we'd built that morning. The cheerful sunlight now felt like a lie. Prints will be ready soon. The words were a promise or a threat, and we had no idea what it involved. The film canister from the old camera suddenly seemed less like a trophy and more like a bomb. My dad still took it to the lab, a 1-hour photo place in a strip mall. The rest of us stayed home, but the house no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a darkroom, a place where things developed unseen. He came back with a thick envelope. We gathered at the kitchen table, the same table where the Polaroid had appeared. He slid the stack of glossy 4x6 prints out. The first few were of the empty, brilliantly lit door. Then the pictures of the picture man entering. Seeing it on paper, in high-quality chemical print, was different. It was more real than on a screen, more permanent. The details were excruciating. The grain of its wooden skin, the intricate whorls around its eye holes, the way the light caught the jagged edges of its grin. We flipped through as it stepped into the room, as it posed. The sequence was a horrifying flipbook of its approach. Then came the picture where it pointed. Then the one where my dad was behind the camera. Then the one he took of us, our faces masks of terror. And then the final pictures he took of the picture man up close, filling the frame, until the last one where its hand covered the lens. The final print was just a dark blur with the faint outline of wooden fingers. 35 pictures. A complete record. We stared at them, spread across the table. We had done it. We had captured it. So now what? My mom asked, her voice small. We have these. Does that mean we have power over it? As if in answer, the overhead kitchen light flickered. Not a power surge. A deliberate, slow pulse. On. Off. On. Off. It was watching. It knew we were looking. My dad carefully gathered the photos, his hands steady but his face pale. We keep them safe. Together. We don't separate them. He put them back in the envelope and placed the envelope in a metal lockbox where we kept important documents. He clicked the lock shut. The sound of the tiny metal latch engaging was the most comforting sound I'd heard in weeks. For 3 days, nothing happened. No strange sounds. No misplaced items. No new photos. We began to breathe again. Maybe the lockbox was a kind of container, a way to trap its image and its power. Maybe by formally photographing it, we had satisfied its need to be seen and recorded. Life began to stutter back toward normal. My dad went back to work from home. I started thinking about school eventually starting again. My brother played in the yard, though one of us always watched from the window. On the 4th evening, we were in the living room watching a movie, a stupid comedy we weren't really following. The lockbox was on the bookshelf, a dull gray rectangle. In the middle of a laugh track, the lockbox made a sound, a soft metallic snick. We all turned. The little latch had popped open. My dad paused the movie. The room was dead still. He walked over and lifted the lid. The envelope of photos was inside. He let out a breath he'd been holding. Then he picked up the envelope. It was too light. He opened the flap and tilted it. Nothing came out. It was empty. All 35 photos were gone. No, he whispered. He upended the box, shook it. Nothing. They had vanished from a locked box. At that moment, the movie unpaused itself on the TV. But it wasn't the comedy anymore. The screen showed a single image, a contact sheet, like photographers use, a grid of small, rectangular pictures. It was our contact sheet. Every picture my dad had taken that night was displayed in neat rows. The picture man in the door, stepping forward, pointing, its hand over the lens. And our terrified family portrait was there too, in the middle of the grid. The image on the TV was sharp, professional. Underneath the grid of pictures, text appeared, typed out letter by letter as if by an invisible hand. Proofing sheet. Select your favorites. A cursor, a blinking black line, appeared at the bottom of the screen. It was waiting for our input. My dad grabbed the remote and mashed the power button. The TV didn't turn off. He yanked the power cord from the wall. The screen stayed lit, glowing with its own impossible energy, the cursor still blinking. My brother started to cry. It wants us to choose, my mom said, her eyes glued to the screen. Choose what? Which pictures it should make bigger? Which ones are good? It was curating our horror. My dad walked up to the TV, his reflection superimposed over the contact sheet. We're not choosing anything, he shouted at it. The cursor blinked. Then on its own it moved. It glided across the screen and stopped under one of the images. It was the picture of us on the couch, the one my dad had taken when he shifted focus. The cursor highlighted it. A checkmark appeared next to it. Selection confirmed. Subject A family portrait. The screen went black for a second. When the image returned, it was no longer a contact sheet. It was a single large, beautifully rendered photograph of our living room. But it wasn't a photo from that night. It was a new composition. The room was empty, clean, afternoon light streaming in. It looked peaceful. Perfect. And in the center of the room, standing together as if for a formal portrait, was us. Our family. But we weren't us as we were now. We were us as we looked in the picture from the couch, terrified, pale, clutching each other. We were frozen ghosts in our own sunny living room. The title underneath read, "Final print 1 of 4, Family in Residence." The screen went black again, then showed the contact sheet. The cursor moved again, this time stopping under a picture of the picture man itself, in a three-quarter pose, looking almost thoughtful. Selection confirmed, subject B, the artist. The screen changed. This photo was of the woods at our old campsite at golden hour, beautiful and serene. And standing among the trees, clear as day, was the picture man, its head tilted, its bark face calm. It looked natural there, like it belonged. Final print 2 of 4, source material. My dad was frantic now. He unplugged the router, smashed the Wi-Fi extender with a hammer. The TV screen remained lit, an island of impossible signal. The cursor moved a third time. It went to the picture where the picture man was pointing at the camera, at my dad. Selection confirmed, subject C, the photographer. The new image that appeared was my dad's home office. He was sitting at his desk, his back to the camera, working on his computer. The picture was taken from inside the room. The time on his computer clock in the image was current. Final print 3 of 4, the eye. We were all screaming now, crying, begging for it to stop. But it was a process, and it was following its own developing steps. The cursor moved for the last time. It went to the very first picture on the contact sheet, the empty, brightly lit front door. Selection confirmed, subject D, the frame. The final image filled the screen. It was a picture of a picture frame. A simple, elegant wooden frame, hanging on a white wall. Inside the frame was not a picture, but a deep, perfect blackness. A window into nothing, or into everything. Final print 4 of 4, the exhibition ready. The TV screen went black for good this time, the power cord dangling uselessly. The room was lit only by a single lamp. We were sobbing, holding each other. We didn't understand what it meant, but it felt complete. It had selected its favorites. It had made its final prints. The session was over. The next week was a haze of dread. We waited for the exhibition to begin, for the final prints to manifest in our world. But nothing happened. No new photos appeared. No strange occurrences. The digital haunting stopped entirely. It was as if, having finished its work, it had left. We were shell-shocked, but alive. We started to believe, tentatively, that maybe this was the end. The thing had gotten what it wanted, a perfect series of images, and had moved on. My dad, trying to reclaim some control, had the idea to take a new picture. A happy one. "We need to overwrite the memory," he said. "We need a new picture of this room, of us, that's good." It was a sunny Saturday. We cleaned the living room until it sparkled. We dressed in nice clothes, forced smiles onto our faces. My dad set up his digital camera on the tripod, the one that had died and come back to life. He used the timer and joined us on the couch. We put our arms around each other. The camera beeped, counting down. We smiled, real smiles fueled by desperation and hope. The flash went off. We waited for the preview to pop up on the camera's screen. My dad walked over and picked it up. He looked at the image. His smile melted away. He didn't speak. He just turned the camera around and showed us. The picture was perfect. We were smiling. The room was bright and clean. But in the picture, on the wall behind us where there had been nothing, now hung for beautiful, framed photographs. The frames were the same as the one from the final TV image. And in the frames were the 4 final prints. Our terrified ghost family in the sunny room. The picture man in the golden woods. My dad working in his office. And the 4th frame held that perfect, endless blackness. They were hanging in our house, in the picture. But when we all turned to look at the actual wall behind us, it was bare. White paint. Nothing. The pictures only existed inside the new photo we had just taken. The exhibition wasn't in our world. It was in the images of our world. The picture man had moved into the permanent collection of our reality, a layer just beneath the surface, visible only through the lens. My dad deleted the picture. He reformatted the camera's memory card. It didn't matter. We all knew what we had seen. That night, I was brushing my teeth. I leaned close to the mirror to rinse my mouth. As I straightened up, I caught a glimpse in the mirror not of my reflection, but of the reflection of the shower curtain behind me. For a fraction of a second, the pattern of the curtain seemed to shift, the flowers and leaves rearranging themselves into a familiar, tall, thin shape with dark holes for eyes, standing right behind me. I spun around. The curtain was just a curtain. I looked back in the mirror, just my own wide-eyed, pale face. But I knew. It wasn't gone. It had developed. It had finished its work and printed itself into the very fabric of things. It was in the negative space, in the corner of your eye, in the reflection you almost didn't catch. It was in the photo album of the world now, and we were forever a part of its collection. The game was over. It had won. We had our lives back, but they were lives lived on the other side of a lens, always wondering what was in the frame just outside our view, waiting for the next flash to illuminate what was already there, hanging in the silence of a picture no one had taken yet. We were free, but we would never again be able to look at a family photo, a sunset, or even our own reflection without feeling the cold, wooden certainty that we were not alone in the picture. We're sharing it. Forever. Story number 6. My name is Steven, and this all started because we just wanted a normal weekend away from the city, me, my wife, and our little boy. We were packed into the car for hours, playing those car games that get old after the first 30 minutes, and by the time we turned off the main highway onto the Forest Service Road, we were all just done. The gravel road seemed to go on forever, winding deeper into woods that got thicker and darker with every mile, the trees closing in like tall, silent watchers. My son was complaining from the back seat about being bored, and my wife was trying to read a map on her phone that kept losing signal, telling me she was sure the next turn was coming up. When we finally saw the small, brown sign for campsite number 7, it felt like winning a tiny lottery. We pulled into the clearing, and at first, it was perfect. I mean, picture postcard perfect. A circle of smooth, packed dirt for the tent, a stone fire pit right in the center, and beyond it, a view of a lake so still and blue it looked like a piece of the sky had fallen down. The pine trees made the air smell clean and sharp, and for a minute, we all just stood there, stretching and breathing it in. That good feeling lasted about 10 seconds. That's how long it took for us to really see the other thing in the clearing. It wasn't a picnic table. It was this huge post, just standing there maybe 20 feet from the fire pit. It wasn't part of any fence. It was just alone. It was taller than me, maybe 7 feet, made of this timber that was old. So old it was almost black, like it had been burned but not by any recent fire. And it was covered in these marks, these carvings that swirled all around it from top to bottom. They weren't words, at least none I could read. They were symbols, weird angles and loops that looked like they'd been cut into the wood with something a lot sharper and more purposeful than a pocket knife. They gave me a bad feeling right away, a prickling on the back of my neck. It wasn't just old graffiti. It felt like a sign, but one written in a language we were never meant to understand. My boy, of course, was fascinated. Kids are like that. The creepy thing is always the most interesting. He ran right over to it before I could stop him. "Don't touch that," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. He pulled his hand back and looked at me, confused. My wife gave me a look too, like I was overreacting. "It's probably just some old trail marker, honey," she said, walking over to the lake view. "This spot is amazing." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But my eyes kept getting pulled back to that post. It didn't feel like it marked a trail. It felt like it marked a spot, period. Like this whole clearing was a circle drawn on a map, and the post was the period in the center of the circle. We were unpacking the car, trying to shake off the weird vibe, when a park ranger's truck bumped into the clearing. A guy got out, older, with a face that looked like it had seen every kind of weather there was. He didn't smile. He didn't say welcome. He just nodded at us, and his eyes went straight to that post, then to us, then back to the post. He walked over, not to us, but to stand next to it. "You folks settling in?" he asked, his voice gravelly. We said we were. He was quiet for a long moment, just looking at the trees across the clearing. "This is a good site," he finally said. "Quiet, but there's rules for this one. Specific rules." He turned and looked right at me, then at my son. "This here," he said, tapping the post with his knuckle. It made a solid, dull sound. "This is the most important part of the site. You don't touch it. You don't hang anything from it. You don't carve your name on it." He almost smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "More importantly, you stay on this side of it after the sun goes down. You keep your tent, your fire, yourselves on this side. Consider it a property line." My wife laughed, a little nervous sound. "A property line? For what?" The ranger didn't laugh back. He looked at her, and his expression was dead serious. "For keeping things orderly. This is deep country. It's best to have clear lines." He paused, and his gaze landed on my son again. "You understand, son? This isn't a toy. You leave it be." My boy nodded, wide-eyed. The ranger tipped his hat, turned to go, then stopped. He didn't turn back around, just spoke to the air. "For God's sake, he said, so low we almost didn't hear it. Then he got in his truck and drove off, leaving us in that perfect, quiet clearing with that awful post. The rest of the afternoon we tried to act normal. We set up the tent, a big sturdy one, and we made sure it was on our side of the post, between it and the lake. My wife started organizing the food cooler, and I went to gather some firewood from the pile of dry branches at the edge of the trees. My son was supposed to be helping her, but kids have short attention spans. I was bent over, picking up a good piece of oak, when I heard it. A soft, steady scraping sound. Not the sound of a zipper or a cooler lid. It was the sound of a sharp edge on wood. My blood went cold. I stood up fast and looked back toward the camp. My wife was at the picnic table, her back turned, chopping vegetables. And there was my boy, kneeling at the base of the warding post. He had his little red pocket knife out, the one I'd given him for his birthday after weeks of him promising to be careful. He wasn't being careful now. His tongue was poked out in concentration, and he was carefully, deliberately, dragging the blade through the wood. He was carving a letter, his first initial, a nice, neat J right into the soft, old wood at the very bottom of the post. I dropped the firewood. "Hey!" I shouted, and I ran over. He jumped, startled, and the knife slipped from his fingers. He looked up at me, and at first he looked proud. "Look, Dad, I made my mark," he said, beaming. Then he saw my face. The pride crumpled into confusion, then fear. My wife turned around. "What? What is it?" I didn't answer her. I was staring at the carving. It was done. The cut was maybe an inch deep, fresh and pale yellow against the blackened wood. It looked like a wound. A sudden, hot anger flooded me. It wasn't just anger at him for disobeying, or at myself for not watching him. It was a deeper, colder anger, the kind that comes from knowing, in your gut, that something very important has just been broken. "What did you do?" I whispered, my voice tight. I grabbed his shoulders. "What did the ranger say?" "What did I say?" He started to cry. My wife rushed over. "It's just a post. It's wood. Stephen, you're scaring him." I made him pick up his knife and put it away. Then, feeling stupid and desperate, I made him apologize. Not to me, to the post. "Say you're sorry," I told him, pointing at the stupid carved letter. He was sobbing now, but he mumbled, "I'm sorry, post." It felt hollow and ridiculous, but I had to do something. The rest of the evening was ruined. We ate our hot dogs and beans in a tense quiet, the cheerful crackle of our new fire doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled over us. My wife tried to smooth things over. "It's just vandalism, okay? We'll pay a fine if we have to. It's not the end of the world. That ranger was just being dramatic." I nodded, but I didn't believe it. The post loomed over our campsite, and that fresh, pale J seemed to glow in the firelight. When it was time for bed, I doused the fire with a whole bucket of water from the lake. The steam hissed up, smelling of wet ash. As the last flames died, I glanced at the post one more time. Something looked different about the carving. I walked closer, squinting in the dim light from our lantern. The J, it looked darker, like the wood inside the cut was wet. Had sap already started to come out? That seemed fast. I reached out, against my own better judgment, and touched the inside of the carving with my fingertip. It felt dry, completely dry, but it looked soaked with something dark. I pulled my hand back, wiped my finger on my jeans, and told myself it was just a trick of the shadows. Just the evening dew gathering. I hustled everyone into the tent. We zipped it up tight, a little nylon fortress against the big, dark woods. We got into our sleeping bags, my boy between me and my wife. He was sniffling softly, upset from the scolding. We all lay there in the dark, listening to the normal night sounds, the gentle lap of the lake water, the distant call of an owl. I was just starting to relax, just starting to think maybe my wife was right. Maybe I had let some old superstitious fear get the better of me, when my boy stirred. He whispered, so small in the dark, "Dad?" "Yeah, buddy. Does wood have a heartbeat?" The question was so strange it froze me for a second. "No, son," I said softly. "Wood doesn't have a heartbeat. Go to sleep." He was quiet, and then we all heard it. From the black woods, from the other side of that leaning post, came a sound. It wasn't the owl. It wasn't the wind. It was a deep, heavy, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It was slow and steady, like the footsteps of something very, very large, walking a slow patrol just beyond the ring of trees. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't going away. It was just there, pacing. We all held our breath. The sound went on, a slow, measured beat in the darkness. Then after what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute, it stopped. The normal night sounds did not return. The woods were now utterly still. We lay there in the perfect quiet, none of us moving, none of us speaking, just waiting. The feeling of a good, simple camping trip was gone, shattered as completely as if that old post had fallen over. We were just three people in a thin tent, and somewhere out there, on the other side of a line we couldn't see, something was now aware of us. The night was only half over, and the question hanging in the air was almost as loud as the thumping had been. What had we invited? We just laid there in the dark, all three of us, not moving a muscle. That sound, that deep thumping from the woods, was gone, but the air felt wrong now, like the whole forest was holding its breath. My wife had her arm wrapped tight around our son, her hand over his mouth, not to quiet him because he wasn't making a peep, but like she was trying to protect him from the air itself. I was frozen too, one hand on the zipper of the tent, wondering if I should look out, terrified of what I might see. My mind was scrambling, trying to find a normal box to put this in. A bear, I thought. A big bear walking around out there. Maybe a moose. They make big footsteps, right? But bears and moose, they wander. They don't walk a steady, patient line just beyond your campfire light. And the timing, right after my boy cut into that post, that wasn't an animal. That was a response. We listened for what felt like forever. The normal sounds of the night, the crickets, the little rustles in the leaves, they were all gone. It was just us and the soft sound of our own breathing. Then a new noise started. It was a low, wet sound. A sniffing. Not a little animal sniff, but a deep, guttural, pulling in of air sound, like a dog trying to catch a scent but bigger, throatier. It moved from our left to our right, a steady shuffling drag followed by that horrible wet sniff. It was walking the edge of the clearing, right where the trees started, right along that invisible line the ranger had talked about. My wife's grip on our son tightened. The sniffing got closer to the side where the post stood. When it reached the spot directly opposite that black timber, it stopped. The woods went still again for one beat, too. Then the sniffing started up, intense now, focused, right on that spot. It was like whatever it was had found the motherlode of scents. And then the post reacted. I saw it through the mesh window of our tent, silhouetted against the slightly less black sky. The whole thing shuddered. It was a quick, sharp tremor, like someone had hit it with a sledgehammer. A small cloud of old bark dust puffed out around it, and then something began to ooze from the carving, from the J my son had made. It was black, blacker than the wood itself, and thick like syrup. It didn't drip. It flowed, slow and purposeful, tracing the shape of the letter perfectly, filling the groove until it looked like a fancy initial painted in tar. The sniffing stopped dead. The woods were so utterly without sound it made my ears ring. We waited, hearts hammering against our ribs. And then a voice came out of the dark. It wasn't a roar or a growl. It was a whisper, but it carried across the clearing like it was spoken right next to our tent. It was clotted muddy, like it was made of wet soil and rotten leaves being pushed together to form words. It didn't speak to me or my wife. It spoke to our son, using the name that started with that carved letter. Thank you for the invitation. That's what it said, clear as day. My boy let out a tiny, choked whimper against my wife's hand. Every hair on my body stood straight up. This was it. Every kid's nightmare, every parent's deepest fear, was standing right outside in the dark, and it knew my child's name. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept by my sleeping bag. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it. Part of me wanted to turn it on, to blast that thing with light, to see what it was. A bigger, smarter part of me was screaming that if I saw it, if I really saw it, I would lose my mind right then and there. So I just clutched it, a useless plastic club, and listened. Nothing else happened. No more thumping, no more sniffing, no more voice. The post just stood there, that black J gleaming with a faint, oily look in the starlight. We stayed like that, statue still, for the rest of the night. None of us slept. We just watched the sky slowly turn from black to deep gray to a washed-out purple. The moment there was enough light to see the shapes of the trees, I moved. "Get your shoes on," I whispered, my voice rough and cracked. "We're getting in the car. Now." We didn't speak. We didn't unzip the tent carefully. We practically ripped it open and stumbled out into the cold morning air. We left everything, the sleeping bags, the cooler, the tent itself, just standing there. All we grabbed were the car keys from the picnic table. We ran to the car, a desperate, clumsy scramble, and I hit the button to unlock it. The chirp-chirp of the horn was the loudest, most out-of-place sound I'd ever heard. We piled in, me in the driver's seat, my wife and son in the back together, and I hit the locks. The solid thunk of the doors locking was a small, fleeting comfort. I started the engine, and the rumble felt like safety, like civilization. I threw the car into reverse and started backing down the narrow road, my eyes glued to the clearing in my rearview mirror. The tent looked sad and abandoned. The post stood there, straight and dark. And then I had to hit the brakes. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to see it. I had to know. "Stay here," I said. "Lock the doors after me." My wife started to protest, a scared, wordless sound, but I was already opening my door. The morning air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine and lake water, a cruel imitation of the peace we'd felt the day before. I walked back toward the campsite, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I stopped a good 10 feet from the post. Up close in the daylight, it just looked like an old, carved-up timber. But the J was different. The black stuff that had oozed out last night had hardened. It wasn't shiny anymore. It was a dull, crusty black, sealed into the carving like a scar made of tar. I reached out, hesitated, then touched it. It was rock hard and cold. I looked at the ground around the base of the post. The dirt was packed firm, but then I saw it. Starting right at the bottom of the post, right where that black J was, a thin line in the soil was etched into the earth. It was as thin as a piece of string, and so shallow you'd miss it if you weren't looking for it. It ran in a perfectly straight line away from the post, directly toward our tent. It went right under the corner of the tent floor, and continued out the other side toward the lake. It was like a crack, but not a random one. It was a line, a new property line, drawn in the dirt. My stomach turned over. I turned and hurried back to the car, got in, and locked the door again. I didn't say anything about the line. I just backed the rest of the way down the road until I found a spot wide enough to turn around, and then I pointed the car toward the highway and stepped on the gas. The drive home was the opposite of the drive up. No games, no chatter. My son stared out the window, pale and quiet. My wife stared straight ahead, her jaw tight. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadow moving between the trees alongside the road, keeping pace with us. We got home, to our normal house on our normal street, and the normalcy felt like a lie. We unpacked the car in a hurry, throwing the dirty clothes into the wash, putting the unused food away. We acted like if we cleaned up fast enough, we could clean up the memory too. But it was in our house now. That first night home, my son cried out in his sleep. Not a normal nightmare yell, but a sharp, scared sound. I went to his room. He was sitting up in bed, eyes wide open but not seeing me. He was staring at the wall, the one that faced the backyard and the little patch of woods behind our property. "He's lonely," my son mumbled, his voice slurry with sleep. "He just wants to play." I said I would. Then he blinked, saw me, and started crying for real. I held him until he fell asleep again, but my mind was racing. It wasn't over. We had left the woods, but we hadn't left it behind. The invitation had been sent, and it had been accepted. And whatever was on the other end of that invitation, it wasn't done with us yet. The question wasn't about what was in those woods anymore. The question, the one that kept my eyes open staring at the ceiling while my family slept, was much simpler and much worse. How do you take back an invitation once the guest is already on its way? The next few days at home were a kind of quiet torture. The woods were 50 miles away, but the feeling from that clearing was in our house, a cold spot in every room. My boy wasn't himself. He used to be a ball of energy, always building Lego castles, or begging to kick a soccer ball in the backyard. Now he just moved from one spot to another, slow and listless, like his batteries were permanently low. His face was pale, and he had these dark smudges under his eyes like he wasn't sleeping, even though he spent hours just lying on the couch staring at the ceiling. The worst was when he'd sit in the bay window in our living room. He'd pull his knees up to his chin and just watch the little strip of trees at the back of our property. He'd watch for so long without blinking it scared me. I'd ask him what he was looking at, and he'd just shrug and say, "Nothing." But his eyes never left the trees. My wife tried to push us back to normal. She made his favorite pancakes, she put on loud, cheerful cartoons, she talked about planning a trip to the zoo. It was like watching someone try to shine a flashlight into a well that had no bottom. The light just got swallowed up. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit and watch my son fade away. So while he stared out the window and my wife scrubbed already clean counters, I hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table. I started searching for anything at all, that could explain what we saw. I typed in weird phrases from that night. Warding post. Forest spirit invitation. Black sap from carving. Most of it was garbage, silly ghost story forums and bad horror movie plots. But then deep in the results, I found a different kind of site. It looked old, the text plain and bunched together, like it was typed on an actual typewriter and scanned in. It talked about folklore, real pioneer and settler stories from this specific region. My heart started beating faster as I read. They mentioned ward posts or watch beams. They were put up, the site said, not to keep people out, but to mark a boundary for something else. To define a claim. The rules were always the same, repeated in story after story. You never damage the post. A mark on it isn't vandalism. It's a signature. It's an acceptance of terms. I read that and felt the blood drain from my face. A signature. My son's initial. He hadn't just misbehaved. He'd signed a contract written in a language we didn't know, with a party we couldn't see. I was falling down this rabbit hole, my coffee gone cold next to me, when my wife came up behind me. She saw the screen, saw the words territorial forest spirit and binding claim. She snapped. "What are you doing?" she said, her voice sharp. "Stephen, this is nonsense. You're going to make yourself crazy. It's not nonsense." I shot back, louder than I meant to. "Look at him. Look at our son. This is what fits. What fits is that he had a terrifying experience," she fired back, her eyes glistening. "He's traumatized. He needs stability and calm, not you reading him fairy tales about monsters." She reached over and slammed my laptop shut. "We are taking him to a doctor. A real one." So we did. We went to our pediatrician, a nice man who'd seen our son since he was a baby. He checked his ears, his throat, listened to his heart. He asked him gentle questions about the camping trip. My son just looked at his shoes and gave one-word answers. The doctor gave us a sympathetic smile. "Physically, he's fine. This sounds like a classic anxiety response to a frightening event. A night terror, some unusual sounds in the woods. It can shake a child up deeply. My advice is routine. Comfort. Maybe talk to a child psychologist if it doesn't improve in a few weeks." He handed us a pamphlet. We walked out of the office, the bright fluorescent lights, and the smell of antiseptic feeling like a different universe. The doctor's explanation was clean, logical, safe. And it felt completely, utterly wrong. It was like describing a house fire as a draft. That night, I waited until my wife was asleep, and I went back online. I found that old site again and dug deeper, into archived pages and scanned documents. I found a link to a PDF, a scan of a settler's journal from the 1800s. The handwriting was spidery and hard to read, but one passage near the bottom was circled in the scan by someone else. A modern person maybe, like they wanted to make sure it was seen. I leaned close to the screen, squinting. It read, "The post does not repel the Holtkin. It defines his claim. The ground within the line is his garden. The marked one is his, and the post holds them separate until the claim is collected." The words Holtkin and marked one, and claim is collected seemed to pulse on the screen. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. This wasn't a ghost story. This was a manual. And according to it, my son was considered property, and that post was just a temporary holding pen. I printed the page. I needed to show my wife. She had to see this. But the next morning, when I went to the printer, it was gone. I found it in the kitchen trash can, crumpled into a ball. My wife was making coffee, her back to me. "Why did you throw this away?" I asked, pulling the paper out, trying to smooth it. She didn't turn around. "Because it's poison," she said, her voice flat. "You're choosing to believe in some forest demon over a medical doctor. I won't let you fill this house with that fear. We're going to have a normal weekend. I've booked a hotel in the city. We're going to the Science Museum. We're going to that pizza place he loves. And we're going to forget about those stupid woods." She finally turned, and her expression was fierce, a mother's defiance. "We're getting our son back my way." I wanted to argue, to shake her and make her see, but the look in her eyes was also one of sheer terror. This was how she was fighting it, by denying it existed at all. So we went. We packed an overnight bag and drove to the city. The change was jarring. The noise of traffic, the tall buildings, the crowds of people. It was supposed to feel safe, insulated. We checked into the hotel, a nice one with a big pool and bright lights. My son perked up a little, fascinated by the elevator and the view from our high floor. For a couple of hours, I started to doubt myself. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe the noise and the light would shake whatever this was loose. The next day, we went to the big central park. It was sunny, filled with families, the air smelling of grass and popcorn. Kids were shouting, running, playing tag. My wife pointed to a playground. "Go on, sweetie," she said, giving our son a little nudge. Go play. He walked toward the other children, but he moved slowly, like he was wading through deep water. He stopped at the edge of the colorful play structure, just watching. My wife and I sat on a bench nearby, holding hands, holding our breath, hoping to see him run and laugh. He didn't run. He stood there for a long time, perfectly still amidst the chaos of playing kids. Then very slowly, he turned his head. He wasn't looking at the swings or the slide. He was looking across the wide green lawn at a giant, old oak tree that stood by itself, its branches twisted and gnarled with age. He raised his hand, pointed one finger directly at that ancient tree. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and carried over the playing children's laughter. He said, "He's here, too." My wife's hand clenched mine, so hard her nails dug into my palm. We both stared at the tree. It was just a tree, an old, big, normal city park tree. But in that moment, with our son pointing at it with the certainty of someone spotting a friend in a crowd, it became the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. The woods weren't the problem. The post wasn't the problem. The problem was the claim. And the claim, it seemed, could follow you anywhere. The normal sounds of the park, the kids laughing, the distant ice cream truck music, all of it faded into a meaningless buzz. The only thing that was real was my son's pointing finger, and the understanding that settled over my wife and me at the same time. A cold, shared truth that no doctor could ever explain. We couldn't outrun this. It wasn't in a place. It was attached to our child. And if it was here, in the middle of a sunny city park, then there was nowhere left for us to go. The car ride home from the city was the quietest 2 hours of my life. The cheerful hotel room, the sunny park, all of it felt like a painted backdrop that had now been torn down, showing the real world behind it, a world that was wrong. My wife didn't speak. She just held our son's hand in the back seat, staring out the window, her face a mask of stunned defeat. The pointing incident had broken her. Her way, the way of denial and normal life, had just slammed into a wall there in that park. When we got home, I didn't unload the overnight bags. I went straight to the kitchen table and opened my laptop. This time, my wife didn't stop me. She just put our son in front of the TV and sat down across from me, her eyes hollow. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a dry whisper. I didn't have a good answer, but I had a terrible idea. "We have to go back," I said. She flinched like I'd slapped her. "No, absolutely not. Listen to me," I said, leaning forward. "It's not about the place. It's about the post. The post is the legal document. The claim is filed there. If there's a way to break this, to void it, it's there. At the source. We can't run from a ghost. But maybe we can fix the paperwork." It sounded insane even as I said it, but the alternative was waiting for whatever collection meant, and that was a thought I couldn't live with. It took another day of arguing, of watching our son grow even quieter, before she finally agreed. She did it with the resignation of someone walking to their own execution. We packed the car again, but this time it wasn't with camping gear and hope. It was with a grim determination and a cooler full of food we had no appetite for. The drive back to the forest felt like traveling backward in time into a bad dream. The woods seemed to watch us as we drove in. When we pulled into campsite number 7, the first thing I noticed was the air. It was still. Not peaceful still. Empty still. There were no bird calls, no chattering squirrels. The only sound was the crunch of our tires on the gravel. And then there was the post. It had changed. It was no longer standing straight up like a soldier. It was leaning. Just a subtle tilt, inward, toward the campsite, like a tree starting to fall. The black jay was no longer a dull scab. In the daylight, it had a weird, wet look to it, and it seemed to pulse very slightly, a trick of the light maybe, but it made my eyes hurt to look at it for too long. We didn't set up the tent. We just sat in the car for a long time, staring at the clearing. "This was a mistake," my wife said softly. I didn't answer. I got out of the car. I had to find the ranger. I needed to know what he really knew. I drove to the ranger station first, but they said he was off duty. A younger ranger there gave me a funny look when I described the older guy. "Oh, you mean Joe? He's been having a tough time lately." He gave me the name of a bar in the nearest town, a dusty little place off the main road. I found him there, sitting alone in a corner booth in the dim light, a half-empty glass of amber liquid in front of him. He looked older, worn down to the nub. He saw me and didn't seem surprised. He just nodded toward the seat across from him. I sat down. "You went back," he said. It wasn't a question. "My son is sick," I said, cutting to the chase. He carved his initial. "That night we heard things. A voice. It thanked him for the invitation. What did we invite? The Ranger Joe took a long drink. He put the glass down carefully. You think the post keeps it out? He said, his words slightly slurred but his eyes sharp and full of a terrible knowledge. Wrong. It keeps the claimed ones in. It's a property line. Your boy, by marking it, put himself on the other side of that line. In its eyes, your boy is already in his garden. The post is just the fence. And you, he looked at me with pity. You're standing outside the fence, yelling for someone who doesn't belong to you anymore. His words were a physical blow. I felt the air leave my lungs. How do we break the fence? I asked, my voice tight. He laughed, a short, bitter sound. You don't. The fence breaks when he comes to collect what's his, or when the marked one walks across on his own. He finished his drink. For God's sake, I tried to warn you. Now get out of here. Leave. Maybe you can still save yourselves. I drove back to the campsite feeling worse than when I'd left. My wife was sitting on the picnic table, our son leaning against her, just staring at the leaning post. I told her what the ranger said. She didn't cry. She just got a hard, fierce look in her eyes. No, she said. No, he is not his. He is mine. Ours. That afternoon, in the bright, unnatural daylight of the empty clearing, I had an idea. A stupid, desperate idea. If the mark was the problem, maybe we could remove it. I took the hatchet from our emergency kit from the car. I walked up to the post. The black jay seemed to watch me. I raised the hatchet and swung it sideways, aiming to smash the carving, to obliterate that initial from the wood. The blade hit the black, hardened sap with a sound like striking stone. A jolt of numbing vibration shot up the handle and into my arm, making my teeth ache. I stumbled back, dropping the hatchet. The post itself let out a low, groaning hum, a sound that came from deep within the wood, a sound that shouldn't have been possible. The groaning faded, but the jay was untouched. Not a scratch. It was like trying to chop steel. My wife rushed over. Are you okay? I nodded, rubbing my numb arm, staring at the post with a new kind of fear. It wasn't just wood. It was something else now, something that defended itself. As the sun started to go down, the emptiness of the woods became a presence. It wasn't just that there were no animals. It was that the woods felt full anyway, but full of something that didn't breathe, didn't move, just watched and waited from 1,000 hidden places. We ate a cold dinner in the car, not wanting to be outside. We had decided to sleep in the car too, all three of us crammed in, the doors locked. It felt safer than the tent. When night fell, it was complete. No moon, no stars, just a blanket of black. We had the curtains pulled over the car windows. My son was curled up in the back seat, asleep or pretending to be. My wife and I were in the front, staring into the dark, listening. The woods were a void of sound. Then my son sat up. He didn't groan or stretch. He just sat straight up. His eyes were open, wide and unblinking, reflecting the dim green light from the car's dashboard. He looked at neither of us. He looked straight ahead, through the windshield, at the black shape of the leaning post. And he spoke, but the voice was not his. It was the wet, clotted, earthen voice from the first night. It came out of his mouth, calm and clear. The mark calls. The fence strains. Then he blinked, slumped back against the seat, and was asleep again, breathing normally. My wife let out a choked sob and clutched him to her. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. It was in him. It was using him to speak. We were losing him not by inches anymore, but by leaps. We spent another sleepless night jumping at every creak of the car settling. At the first gray light of dawn, I got out, my body stiff and aching. I had to see. I walked to the post. The leaning was more pronounced. The crack in the ground, that thin line that had started at its base, was now wider, a small trench you could fit your finger into, and it still ran straight to where our tent had been and beyond. But that wasn't the worst of it. As I turned to walk back to the car, my foot scuffed the dirt near the post. I looked down. From the base of the post, where the main crack began, several new, hair-thin lines had split off in the dirt. They were shallow, but they were there. And they weren't random. They were spreading, slowly, like the roots of an invisible tree, reaching out across the campsite. One of them was pointing directly at the driver's side door of our car. The fence wasn't just straining. It was cracking, and its cracks were coming for us. Sitting in the car that morning, watching those thin cracks spider out from the post toward us, I felt a desperate, ugly idea form in my head. The ranger said this was about a claim, like a property dispute. In the old stories, disputes were sometimes settled with offerings. A trade. Maybe we could make a deal. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just got out and rummaged in the trunk for the small, collapsible fishing trap I'd brought on our first trip, a silly thing meant to catch minnows for fun. The woods around the clearing were still empty of any normal life, but I remembered seeing rabbit tracks near the lake the day we first arrived. I walked down there, my skin crawling, feeling watched from 1,000 angles. I set the trap near some brush, my hands trembling, a piece of granola bar for bait. It felt grotesque, trying to catch a life to trade for my son's, but the alternative was doing nothing. I checked the trap a few hours later. There was a young rabbit inside, alive, its sides heaving fast with fear. I didn't let myself think about it. I carried the trap back to the clearing, the rabbit a soft weight of panic inside it. My wife saw me and her eyes went wide with understanding, then horror. She turned away, putting her hands over her ears, as if she could block out what I was about to do. I took the hatchet. I did it quickly, behind a tree, my stomach turning over. I'm not a hunter. The sound, the finality of it, made me want to vomit. I carried the limp, warm body, wrapped in a plastic bag, and placed it right on the boundary line, on one of those fresh, thin cracks in the dirt. I knelt there, feeling like a caveman pleading with a lightning storm. My voice was a raw whisper. Take this. A life for a life. Revoke the claim. Leave my son. Please. I backed away, my heart hammering. The clearing was still. The leaning post just stood there. The black jay seemed to drink the afternoon light. We waited in the car, all of us not speaking. Minutes ticked by. An hour. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in orange and purple, a beautiful show that felt like a cruel joke. Just as I started to think nothing would happen, that my brutal gesture was meaningless, movement caught my eye. From the deep green shadows of the tree-line, something extended. It wasn't an animal leg. It was too long, too jointed in the wrong places. It was a limb of sorts, made of what looked like shifting shadow and polished, dark wood, like the branch of an old, dead tree given a sick kind of life. It didn't rush out. It slid, smooth and silent, across the forest floor. It stopped over the rabbit. For a second, I thought it would take it. Then, with a motion that was both casual and full of contempt, the tip of that limb flicked. It didn't pick the offering up. It batted it. The rabbit's body flew through the air, tumbling end over end, and landed with a soft, wet thud right at my feet, where I stood by the car door. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. Your currency is no good here. The shadowy limb slid back into the trees and was gone. My wife, who had seen it all, let out a sound then. It wasn't a scream. It was a raw, guttural roar of pure rage and grief. She exploded from the car, slamming the door behind her. She stalked to the middle of the clearing, turning in a wild circle, her face tilted up to the darkening sky. You leave him alone, she shrieked at the woods, her voice cracking. He is mine. Do you hear me? You can't have him. Her defiance echoed and then faded, swallowed by the waiting trees. There was no answer, just the slow, steady tilt of the post leaning further inward. We went back into the car, defeated. The night was coming, and we had no plan left. My son was awake now, listless, staring at nothing. As I got into the driver's seat, I saw his eyes flick to something on the picnic table. I followed his gaze. My breath caught. Sitting right in the center of the weathered wooden table was a knife. It hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. It was beautiful in a terrible, alien way. The handle was made of dark, polished antler, smooth and fitted to a grip. The blade was a long shard of black obsidian, sharpened to an edge that looked like it could split a hair. It was a whittling knife, a craftsman's tool, but it was made for a hand much larger than a child's. It was a gift, a counteroffer. My wife saw it too. Before I could move, she was out of the car again. She marched to the table, snatched up the knife, and with all her strength, she hurled it in a high arc deep into the woods. We heard it clatter through branches, falling away into the gloom. She came back, breathing hard, her hands clenched into fists. We're leaving, she said, her voice flat and final. Now, we pack up, we drive to the airport, and we get on a plane to somewhere on the other side of the world. Tonight. It was a plan built on pure flight, not reason, but it was a plan. We moved fast, a frenzied packing. We threw our few things into the trunk. We didn't look at the post. We didn't look at the woods. We just moved, a machine of fear. My son, however, moved slower and slower. He dragged his feet. His eyes kept drifting back toward the trees where the beautiful knife had disappeared. When it was time to get in the car, he stood by the door, just staring at his shoes. He says I could make beautiful things with it, he mumbled, almost to himself. My wife and I shared a look of pure terror. The pull wasn't just in his mind anymore. It was a temptation, a whispered promise of something he wanted. We got him into the back seat, buckling him in. I got behind the wheel. My wife got in the passenger side and locked her door. This was it. We were leaving. I turned the key. The dashboard lights came on, but the engine didn't crank. It didn't even try. It was a dead, flat click. I tried again. Click. Again. Click. It wasn't the battery. The lights were bright. The radio would have played if we'd turned it on. It was as if the engine itself had become a block of inert metal, as if the spark, the very idea of ignition, had been sucked out of it. In that dead quiet, a new sound started. From the woods, from the other side of the leaning post, came a low, rasping, rhythmic sound. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was laughter, a deep, humorless, grinding laugh that vibrated through the car's frame. And underneath that laugh, starting up again after all this time, was the sound. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of footsteps. They weren't rushing toward us. They were walking a slow, deliberate path, pacing back and forth along the tree-line, along the edge of the clearing. They weren't trying to get in. They were walking the fence line. They were pacing the perimeter of a pen, and we were the animals trapped inside. I kept turning the key, click after useless click, as the thumping footsteps and the dry, rasping laughter filled the air. A terrible soundtrack to our final, horrible understanding. Running was never an option. We had been parked this whole time, not in a campsite, but in a holding cell. And the warden had just decided to remind us that the door was locked from the outside. The thumping and the laughter faded away after a while, leaving us in the car with just the sound of our own ragged breathing. We were trapped, and we all knew it. The idea of the car as a safe space was a joke. It was just a metal box parked inside a bigger, invisible box. Night fell, a deep, moonless black that felt like a lid closing. We couldn't sleep. We just sat, watching the windows, waiting for something to come out of the trees. Our son, exhausted, finally dozed off in the back seat. My wife and I took turns keeping watch, but it was pointless. What were we watching for? The thing that owned the land we were on. It didn't need to sneak up. Sometime in the dead hours of the night, I must have nodded off. A soft click woke me. It was the sound of a car door unlocking. My eyes flew open. The interior light was on. The back passenger door was wide open. And my son was gone. I jerked upright, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked out into the darkness. I saw him. He was already 20 feet from the car, walking across the open dirt of the clearing. He moved with a smooth, calm, steady step, still dressed in his pajamas, barefoot. He wasn't running. He wasn't sneaking. He was just walking like someone answering a call to dinner. And he was walking straight toward the boundary line, toward the leaning post and the woods beyond it. No! The word ripped out of me. I fumbled for my door handle, tumbled out of the car, and sprinted after him. My wife was right behind me, a cry caught in her throat. My son didn't turn. He didn't speed up. He just kept walking, his small form looking so fragile against the huge dark of the forest. I caught up to him just a few feet from where I imagined that invisible line ran, right where the rabbit had been rejected. I didn't grab him gently. I dove, tackling him around the waist. We went down in a tangle of limbs and a cloud of dry dirt. He didn't yell. He didn't cry out. He just started to fight, and his strength was all wrong. It wasn't the frantic struggling of a scared kid. It was a cold, wiry, determined strength that felt much too strong for his small body. He twisted in my grip, his arms pushing against me with a steady, relentless pressure, his eyes wide open but blank, reflecting only the faint starlight. He was trying to get up. He was trying to continue his walk into the woods. "Stop! Please, son, stop!" I begged, my voice cracking as I wrestled with him, pinning his shoulders to the ground. My wife fell to her knees beside us, her hands fluttering, wanting to help but afraid to touch him while he was like this. As I fought to hold my own child down, I looked up, toward the woods he was so desperate to reach. And I finally saw it. Really saw it. The moon chose that moment to break through a gap in the clouds, washing the clearing in a cold, blue-white light. There, just beyond the line of trees, standing as still as the oldest oak, was the claimant. It wasn't a shapeless monster. It had a form, an impossible, elegant form. It was tall, taller than the trees behind it, a towering silhouette made of tangled antlers and woven shadow. Its body seemed to shift and flow like dark mist, but the antlers were solid, a vast, thorny crown of polished bone and obsidian that caught the moonlight. It stood perfectly upright, waiting. It wasn't lunging. It wasn't reaching for us. It was just waiting. And in that moment, The ranger's words clicked into place with a final, dreadful clarity. This wasn't a predator hunting prey. This was a landlord. A king. It was standing on its property, waiting for a tenant to cross the threshold and take up residence. The sheer, patient confidence of it was worse than any roar. It knew it had already won. The shadow thing's head, a vortex of shifting leaves and sharp angles where a face should be, turned slowly. It was no longer looking at my son. It was looking at me. At me, pinning its claimed property to the dirt. It tilted its head, a motion that was almost bird-like, full of a cold, curious intelligence. It was studying the obstacle. A low groan pulled my attention away from that terrible gaze. The warding post. As my son struggled, the post let out a long, aching groan of stressed wood. That vertical crack running up its length from the black J widened with a sharp crack sound. And the hair-thin line in the soil, the one that had been growing, suddenly pulsed with a faint, sickly greenish light, like foxfire, outlining the boundary it represented. The fence was breaking. Right now. Help me, I grunted to my wife. Together, we managed to get a proper hold on our son. His strange strength was ebbing, replaced by a limp exhaustion. We half-carried, half-dragged him back to the car, his feet making trails in the dirt. I couldn't stop myself from looking back. The antlered shadow hadn't moved. It just watched us retreat. We got him into the back seat, where he curled up and immediately fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. My wife climbed in to hold him, her whole body shaking. I stood outside the car for a second, gulping the cold air, trying to slow my pounding heart. We had stopped him this time. But for how long? The post was splintering. I walked a few steps closer to look at it. The crack was wide enough to fit my hand now. And from within the crack, a fresh trickle of that black, tarry sap was seeping out, oozing down the grooved symbols like black tears. It was breaking down, and when it failed, what then? Would that thing just walk across the line? I turned my back on it and walked to the car. I opened the driver's door, planning to just sit in the seat and stare at nothing until dawn. That's when I saw it. On the passenger seat, where my wife had been sitting, lay the knife. The beautiful, terrible antler and obsidian knife. It was back. We had thrown it into the deep woods. My wife had thrown it with all her strength. And now it was here, waiting for us, placed neatly on the fabric seat as if by an unseen hand. I picked it up. It was cold, colder than the night air. The black blade seemed to swallow the light. This wasn't just a gift anymore. It was a summons, a tool for the new life that was being offered. I looked at my son, asleep in the back, then out at the towering shadow that still stood, motionless and patient, at the edge of the woods. The fight in the clearing had changed things. It was no longer a slow pull. It was an active recruitment, and the tools for our surrender were being provided. I locked the knife in the glove compartment, a useless gesture. It had already found its way back once. The question hanging over us now was simple and brutal. Were we fighting to save our son, or were we just delaying the moment when he, or we, would finally pick up the knife? The knife in the glove box felt like a live wire sitting in the car with us, humming with a promise we didn't want to hear. My son slept that deep, unnatural sleep, and my wife and I just watched him, two guards at a cell door that was melting from the inside out. The whole fight, the thing in the woods just waiting, it had shown me the truth. We couldn't win by force. We couldn't run. But maybe, just maybe, we could win by a trick. A horrible last-ditch trick. I remembered something from the old stories, the idea that a contract is with a specific person. What if that person changed? Not physically, but inside. What if the boy who carved his initial, the boy who heard the voice and felt the pull, what if that version of my son simply ceased to exist? If we could make him forget, truly forget everything about that first day, the carving, the voice, the feeling of being called, would the claim have nothing to latch onto anymore? It was a desperate, ugly idea. It felt like trying to cure a sickness by cutting out a piece of the brain. I told my wife, whispering as our son slept in the back. She listened, her face growing paler with every word. "You want to erase his memory?" she said, her voice thin with horror. "We can't do that. That's a part of him. What's being taken from him is all of him," I argued, trying to keep my voice down. "This isn't a memory, it's a fishhook in his mind, and it's reeling him in. If we can cut the line, even if we lose a little bit of him, we save the rest." She looked at our sleeping boy, her eyes filled with tears. She saw the peace on his face, a peace that only came when he was too deep for the thing to reach him. She saw the alternative, him walking into those woods, gone forever. Slowly, with a trembling breath, she nodded. It was a nod of surrender to a terrible necessity. We had a first aid kit, and it was a small bottle of strong over-the-counter sleep aid, pills we used for long flights. It wasn't meant for kids, but the dose was small, and we were past worrying about labels. We also had water, and we had the power of our voices. We decided to try at dawn. In the tent, we finally forced ourselves to set up for some semblance of shelter, a tiny nylon room under the leaning, cracked post. As the first gray light filtered through the trees, we woke our son. He was groggy, confused. We told him he wasn't feeling well, that he needed to take some medicine to help him rest. He trusted us. He swallowed the little pill with a sip of water, making a face. We laid him down in his sleeping bag in the tent, my wife sitting beside him, holding his hand. I sat on his other side. Outside, the woods were still. The post creaked occasionally. We waited for the pills to work. As his eyelids began to droop, I started to talk. I used my calmest, softest, most certain voice, the one I used to read bedtime stories when he was very small. "You had a dream," I began. "Just a bad dream when we first went camping. You dreamed about a big old tree, and you dreamed you carved it, but it was only a dream. The sounds at night were just the wind, a big, funny-sounding wind in the pines. The voice was the wind, too. There's no one in the woods calling you. There's just trees and birds and us. You felt scared because dreams can feel very real. But it's over now. The dream is fading away. You can let it go." I repeated it. I rephrased it. I painted a picture of a normal, slightly boring camping trip with a scary dream that was now dissolving like mist in the morning sun. My wife joined in, her voice trembling at first but growing stronger. "That's right, sweetheart. Just a dream. You're safe with us. There's no invitation. There's no mark. It was all in the dream. We were rewriting history. We were committing a quiet, loving violence against his own mind, trying to surgically remove a tumor of memory." As we spoke, his breathing deepened. The constant, faint tension that seemed to live in his jaw these past days eased. His small hand relaxed in my wife's grip. For a moment, a wild hope flared in my chest. It was working. We were sewing the hole in his soul shut. And then the woods reacted. A low rumble started, not from one place, but from all around the clearing, like the earth itself was growling. The thumping started again, but this wasn't a patrol. This was a frenzy. Thump, 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 thump. It was fast, furious, coming from everywhere at once, shaking the ground under the tent. The shadow thing wasn't waiting patiently anymore. It was angry. It was pounding on the walls of its own property. At the same time, the warding post began to glow. That sickly, greenish light from the crack in the soil raced up the length of the timber itself. The whole post shone with that awful foxfire radiance, and the black jay burned in the middle of it like a coal from a nightmare furnace. The thing in the woods wasn't trying to cross. It was pouring its energy into the post, reinforcing the claim, fighting our attempt to dissolve it from within. It was a battle of wills, us inside the tent with our whispered lies, it outside pouring its ancient, terrible intention into the breaking fence. The noise was terrifying, the tent walls vibrating, but we didn't stop. We raised our voices over the din, leaning close to our son's ears, repeating the new, safe story over and over. "Just a dream, just the wind, you are safe." His face was smooth, blank, a peaceful island in the storm of noise and light. And then suddenly it all stopped. The thumping ceased. The glow from the post flickered and went out, leaving it looking more splintered and frail than ever. The woods were still. The sudden absence of sound was almost as loud as the noise had been. My wife and I were panting, sweat cooling on our faces. We looked at each other across our son's sleeping form. Had we done it? Had we shouted down a forest god with a bedtime story? I felt a crushing exhaustion, but underneath it, a fragile thread of hope. We had tried everything else. Maybe this stupid, human trick had worked. Our son's eyelids fluttered. He was waking up. We watched, holding our breath. He opened his eyes. They were clear, not blank, not distant. They were his eyes, the bright, curious eyes he'd had before any of this started. He looked at me, then at his mother. He smiled a small, sleepy smile. My heart leapt. It was him. It was really him. He took a breath, as if to speak. The hope in my chest was so big it hurt. Then he spoke. His voice was his own, his perfect, normal, 10-year-old voice, calm and certain. "It didn't work, Dad," he said. "He says forgetting is just another way of accepting." The words hung in the air between us, simple and final. Our ritual, our desperate brain surgery, hadn't removed the hook. It had just made him aware of it on a whole new level. The thing outside hadn't been defeated. It had been listening. and it had used our own attempt to send a message through our son's mouth. The fight drained out of me, leaving a cold, hollow space. My wife let out a soft, broken sound and buried her face in the sleeping bag. Our son looked at us with an expression that was both pitying and loving, a look too old for his face. He had crossed over to a place where we couldn't reach him, not with medicine or words or love. He had accepted a truth we were still fighting, and in doing so, he had left us behind. We were still his parents, but we were no longer his keepers. Something else held that title now, and it had just confirmed the terms of the lease in our child's own voice. The morning after our son spoke those terrible, calm words felt like the first morning after the end of the world. The sun came up, normal and golden, but it shone on a different reality. Our boy was changed. The listlessness, the fear, the struggle, it was all gone. In its place was a serene certainty that was somehow worse. He moved with a new grace, unhurried, like he had all the time in the universe. He ate the breakfast my wife numbly prepared, chewing slowly, his eyes distant and thoughtful. He wasn't fighting the pull anymore. He was listening to it. The final night had passed without a single sound from the woods. The post leaned at a sharp angle, a good 45 degrees, its crack wide open, losing that black sap in a slow, steady drip. The glowing line on the ground had faded to a dull, persistent afterimage, like something burned into your eyes after looking at a bright light. The boundary wasn't just breaking. It was becoming irrelevant. We sat at the picnic table, the three of us, a sad imitation of a family meal. I couldn't eat. I just watched my son. He finished his food, wiped his mouth neatly, and stood up. He didn't look at us. He walked, not toward the woods, but to the ruined warding post. He placed his small hand flat against the black, hardened J of his initial. He stood there for a long moment, his head bowed, as if in communication. Then he turned and looked at us. His expression was one of profound pity and a love that had already stepped across a great distance. "You can stay out here," he said, his voice clear and gentle. "Or you can come with me. He says you can cross, if you accept the mark, too." The offer hung in the air, simple and monstrous. It wasn't a threat. It was an invitation, an immigration offer. My wife made a small, choked sound. I understood everything then, with a clarity that was like ice water in my veins. The entity didn't want to steal a child. It wanted to adopt a family, to grow its own. The post was never a warning for campers. It was a recruitment notice, a sign-up sheet nailed into the heart of the forest. A mark was an application, and my son's application had been approved, with the option to bring his dependents. "If we cross," I whispered to my wife, my eyes locked on my son's patient face, "we don't come back. We become part of the fence for the next people." I remembered the ranger's tired, drunk eyes. How many others had there been? How many posts were out there, waiting for a signature? My wife stood up. Her face was streaked with tears, but her jaw was set. She took a step toward our son. My hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "No," I breathed. She looked at me, her eyes a storm of agony and love. "He's my baby," she said, her voice raw. "I can't leave him to go in there alone." "You won't be leaving him," our son said, as if explaining something simple. "You'll be joining him. It's not dark. It's just different. He's lonely. He wants a family. We can be his family." He said it with such straightforward logic that for a second it almost made sense. The shadow at the edge of the woods moved. For the first time, it stepped fully into the clearing. The morning sun didn't shine on it. The light seemed to bend around its form, a silhouette of woven night and ancient branch. It was taller than I remembered, towering and elegant, its crown of antlers seeming to scrape the bottom of the sky. It didn't rush. It didn't threaten. It walked with a slow, stately grace to a point just behind my son, stopping right where the glowing line had been. It was no longer a monster at the gate. It was a sovereign on his own land, and my son was his herald. It extended one long, graceful limb. It wasn't made of flesh or bone, but of shifting forest shadow and polished dark wood, intricate as a living root system. It didn't reach to grab. It held its limb out, palm up, in a gesture of greeting, an invitation to cross over. Behind us, with a sound like a dry bone snapping, the warding post gave way. It broke clean in half. The top portion, with its swirling, unreadable symbols, crashed to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The bottom half, with the black J glaring up from it, remained stuck in the earth like a stub of a rotten tooth. The fence was down. The property line was gone. There was no longer a this side and that side. There was just the clearing and the woods, and us standing in the middle, with a king and a prince waiting for our answer. My son held out his other hand toward us. His small, familiar hand I had held crossing 1,000 streets. "It's time to decide," he said softly. My wife looked from his outstretched hand to the towering, beautiful, terrible thing behind him, to my own horrified face. This was the choice. Let our son walk into that unknown, becoming something not human, part of a forest claim for the rest of time. Or step forward, take his hand, and let that shadowy limb close around ours, accepting the mark, whatever that meant, and changing forever, becoming part of the story that would lure the next family, the next camper, the next signatory. There was no winning. There was only choosing which kind of losing we could bear. The wind blew through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and deep, damp earth. It was a beautiful day. My wife's hand was trembling in mine. Our son waited, his eyes full of a love that was already transforming into something else, something older. The antlered king stood motionless, a patient gardener awaiting new seeds. We had come for a simple weekend in the woods. Now we stood on the border of a world we never knew existed, guests who had accidentally signed a lease for a permanent residence, with the landlord waiting for us to pick up the keys.